Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Goes to Fairy World. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The final battle between the heroes and the villain had ended with so many deaths and I was completely useless. Why am I so weak? I wish I could save them all. I wish I had the power to save them all. You do. Who's that? All you need to do is give up your own life. What do you mean, who are you? We are one for all, and this is our final wish of you, Midoriya. Unite the quirk one for all and all for one. Place your hands over each other and onto the ground, then imagine all your power releasing into the world, reviving the dead. I will do it, I swear. And with that, Izuku got up and walked to Shigaraki slowly as the world watched him in tears and his classmates and friends watched in confusion. Izuku grabbed Shigaraki and combined their quirks, creating the complete one for all, and walked forward to the center of the battlefield. As everyone watched him crying, confused by his actions, Izuku smashed his fist into the ground and the earth began to shake, and he spoke with the voices of all the one for all users. Izuku, I who holds the principle of light from the gods. Izuku's eyes turned completely green as lightning started to burst around him. Izuku, and I who harnessed the will to destroy darkness and pain. Izuku's blood started leaking from his eyes, ears, and mouth. His arms burst and the blood flowed through the cracks in the floor. Izuku, give up my life. The sky split in half as he finished. Izuku, to resurrect the dead. And it happened. Flowers spouted from around Izuku as he screamed, with a golden light bursting from within him, spreading everywhere, bringing back the dead and healing the living. However, it wasn't strong enough, so Izuku pushed himself even further and his hands began to have cracks. The grass and flowers grew onto him. Izuku screamed, releasing all his life energy, allowing it to cross the entire city of Mustafa and heal the entire country of Japan. Heroes began standing and the dead began to breath. Waking up again, however, Bakugo, Katsuki, Shoto, Todoroki, and Momo Yaoyorozu couldn't avert their eyes from the boy. The stars began to spin, the heavens opened, and the clouds which once stood thundering turned to a bright clear night sky. Izuku roared into that sky, and the power he gave off intensified. Glowing yellow snow rained down slowly on the people as Izuku's memories flooded his mind. The people and his mother, nothing at that moment could comprehend the gift he had given them, and as the light died down, Izuku fell to the ground and thunder rained down on them. Katsuki and Shoto ran to Izuku as he opened his eyes a little. Bakugo. Izuku, Izuku, wake up. Izuku. Izuku, Kachan. Bakugo. Yeah, it's me, nerd. What was that? How did you save them? Izuku. I used the complete one for all. Shoto. I can't believe it, Midoriya, that was amazing. Now come on, let's go home. Izuku. I'm sorry, Todoroki, but I'm not coming home. Katsuki. What? Izuku. For great power comes great responsibility, and for a great gift like this comes a price. Shoto. Midoriya, what are you saying? Izuku, to save the world. Izuku raised his hand. I had to give my life. Izuku said as things started going blurry. Shoto. No, you can't leave, please, Midoriya. Shoto said as he began tearing up, and Katsuki snarled, crying. Katsuki. Shut up, Deku, you're coming home. You said you'd be number one, that we'd be great heroes together. Please don't leave me, brother. Tell me we're going home together. Izuku's breathing started slowing. Shoto. Midoriya, you're a hero. People need you, so please don't leave. I need you in my life. You're my best friend. Izuku. I'm so glad I got to meet everyone. Izuku said as he began to cry, remembering everyone and the time he spent with them. Izuku. I'm so happy to be here in UA, to be a hero. Izuku said as remembered all his time with his mother and how he trained with all might. Izuku, I'm so happy to have met Eri and Koda. The world was watching and crying at the scene. Meanwhile, All Might, Aizawa, Eri, Koda, and 1A were running to Izuku's location. Izuku, Kachan, my mum, she will be alone, so take care of her, all right. Katsuki, in no way, that's your job. You're not going. Shoto, hey Izuku, look at me, you'll be all right, okay? Izuku, it's okay. Hey Shoto. Shoto, this. Izuku, promise me you'll always smile. You'll give everything you have to protect the people you hold dear and stop hating your dad. Shoto, after all, you looked so much happier when he tried to be there for you. Shoto began to cry and hug Izuku. Izuku, Kachan. Katsuki, what nerd. Izuku, you always were my hero and I never thought of myself better, but But I just wish we could have had more fun together like back then. I miss it when we were kids. I missed you, my brothers, so much. Izuku and Katsuki began to cry as it began to rain, and everyone who knew Izuku showed up crying next to him, and then All Might arrived. Seeing Izuku that way broke his heart, and Eri and Kota ran to his side. Eri, you said you wouldn't leave me, please don't go. Kota, you said a hero always keeps his promise, so come on, get up. Deku, you're my hero. Izuku, Eri, Kota, I'm so lucky to have met you too. Just seeing you, just spending time with you made me so happy. It was at those times I felt like a dad, so proud to watch as you two smiled every day, to watch as you bother grew. I'm so sorry that I won't be here to watch you anymore. Eri, Peppa, they both said, crying. All Might walked up to Izuku but stopped because Aizawa-sensei went beside Izuku, taking him away from Shoto as Aizawa hugged Izuku, crying. Aizawa, I'm so sorry, problem child, this is all my fault, I'm sorry. Izuku shook his head. Izuku, no it isn't, you tried so hard and I admired that. I watched you as a kid, sir. I watched as you beat up villains despite having no strength enhancement quirk. You fought quirkless, the one person I ever truly desired to become. All Might then got on his knees and Izuku looked at his teacher who was crying. Izuku, hello All Might. All Might, young Midoriya. Izuku, see, can I become a hero even though I'm quirkless? Can I become like you? All Might began to cry. All Might, please don't make me say it. Izuku, please sir. All Might, no Midoriya, you can become better. Izuku smiled happily as he used all he had left to lean onto All Might. Izuku, All Might, it's so cold. Izuku said as All Might hugged him, crying, I don't want to go sir, I want to stay. Izuku pleaded as All Might began screaming his pain. Please don't make me go, Izuku said as he cried, but then at that moment he saw a smaller version of himself growing up with the people beside him, becoming who he was at that moment. Izuku whispered, but I'm glad it was this way. He closed his eyes with tears running down his face. And a smile as the only thing left to remember him by, as everyone broke down crying and Katsuki began to scream as All Might hugged him too. Izuku, wake up Izuku, don't leave me Izuku, he screamed over and over and over again, but he never woke up. In a wormhole. Izuku, Izuku is falling at the speed of sound down the wormhole as arcs of different colored lightning clashed into him. He could feel his entire body being torn apart and then put back together, as well as a powerful form of energy flowing throughout his body. Suddenly clutching his head, memories began to flow into Izuku of different people, a boy with pink hair, a white scarf, and beside him, a girl with black hair a little older than the boy. Both were playing together without a care in the world who these children were and why he saw them confused the boy. That is still a booming voice began to speak, revealing a new memory of an old man who had little Izuku sit on his lap. My boy, do you swear to always be a hero? The old man questioned the child, who smiled brightly. I do, grandpa. Good, my boy, and always remembers your promise no matter what. Izuku nodded with a bright smile as his grandpa finished. Okay little one, before I leave I want to tell you something. What is it, grandpa? Izuku, when you grow older you will leave this world and go into your original home, a land filled to the brim with magic, a beautiful land, and in that land, there is a girl who is waiting for you. Izuku, promise me you'll save her. I swear, grandpa. Izuku, no, this can't be, he was just messing around. Hold on, if he wasn't messing around with me, does that mean? Izuku went pale before screaming. I actually came from a magic world. Suddenly a bright white light enveloped Izuku and then he was gone. Meanwhile, in the beautiful city of Magnolia, we see a boy with pink hair, a white scarf, walking wearing a blue vest, white baggy pants, and sandals with a fairy tale mark on his shoulder. This young fellow's name is Natsu. Flying on his right is a blue cat with a green bag and white wings and the same mark on its back. This little guy's name is Happy. Finally, on his left is a girl with blonde hair, a large bosom, wearing a white blue vest. She has her hair in a side tail held together by a blue ribbon. On her brown belt are 4 keys, 2 gold, 2 silver, and finally she has a pair of brown boots. On her name is Lucy Heartfilia. These 3 are on their way back to the Fairy Tale Guildhall. Lucy, hey Natsu, are you sure they'll let me join? I mean, Natsu, don't worry Lucy, they'll love you. What the? Natsu looked up, followed by Lucy and Happy, when they saw a crack in the sky, and then the crack burst. Falling from it was Izuku. Natsu jumped high, using his fire to rocket to Izuku, grabbing him as they landed onto the ground. Lucy, what happened to him and why was he falling from the sky? Natsu, I don't know, but sniff sniff asterisk, he smells weird. Happy, what do you mean? Natsu, no clue. Sigh, hey, wake up. He said, but Izuku didn't budge. Natsu, where wake you? Lucy waked Natsu on the back of his head. Lucy, that's not how you wake someone up. Izuku began to stir and then wake up, looking at the two in front of him and the cat. Izuku asked, where am I? Happy flew down next to Izuku. You're in Magnolia. Why? Happy questioned. Izuku thoughts. Then it's true, I'm in another world. Wait, then that must mean. Izuku, hey, can you tell me where Fairy Tale Guildhall is? Natsu, yes, sure, if you want you can come with us, we're heading there now. Izuku, really, thank you so much. Izuku smiled at the cat and petted its head, making Happy sink into his warm and soft hand, shocking Natsu, but instead of going into it, he decided to keep moving forward, so guiding the two, Natsu took Lucy and Izuku to the Fairy Tale Guildhall. Natsu, by the way, I'm Natsu Dragneel. Lucy, and I'm Lucy. Izuku, hi, it's a pleasure. The name's Izuku. Upon arrival, Lucy and Izuku gasped at the sight of the guild. However, Natsu kicked the door open immediately. Natsu, we made it back alive. Happy, I'm home. Lucy and Izuku entered the guild, looking around and taking the incredible place in. Meanwhile, the guild greeted Natsu. Random one. So I heard you went all out in Harjin. Natsu had to go starting trouble, Aga. But before Mr. Smartass could finish, Natsu kicked his face, sending him flying into a bunch of barrels, shocking Lucy and making Izuku laugh nervously. Lucy, why did you do that? Natsu, you lied about that salamander. I'm gonna kick your butt. Random one. Don't blame me, I was just passing some rumor I heard. Natsu, it was just a rumor. Random one. You wanna fight? Natsu, bring it on. Natsu and the other member began to brawl as others watched, that is till the other members wanted in and began to fight as well, but with Izuku and Lucy they were still taking the sight in. Lucy, I can't believe I'm in the Fairy Tale Guildhall. Izuku, hey, me too. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head and looking away from the fight, a little afraid but mostly nervous, but those two were quickly interrupted by a teen with black hair, a dark blue guild mark, an iron chain with a cross. And only in his underpants. This young man's name is Gray Fullbuster. Gray, so Natsu finally made it back. Gray began marching to Natsu and his fight when a girl with brown hair, blue bra, brown jeans, a cuff around her arm, and bracelets above her wrists. This young girl's name is Kana. Kana, Gray, your clothes. Gray, I don't have time for that. Kana, you see I don't date the men here cause they don't have any class. She blurted out, sighing before holding a massive barrel and drinking beer from it. Izuku looked away from her, blushing, and Lucy just stood there shocked and gasping. Gray, come out here and fight me. Natsu. Natsu, not until you put some clothes on. Random 2, it's not even noon and you guys are already fighting like spoiled brats. If you're a real man then you'll fight with your fist. This brute-looking man is named Elfman. Izuku, it looks like Kirishima had a twin. Lucy, what are you talking about? She's speaking to Elfman, not Izuku. But unfortunately for him, Natsu and Gray both punched him at the same time, sending him flying. Izuku, I felt bad for him but not anymore cause he's a real man. Izuku said, smirking and giving him a thumbs up. Random 3, it's so noisy around here. This boy's name is Loke and he is a playboy and is acting tough and cool, that is till he was hit on the head by a bottle. Loke, I'll fight for you girls. Girls, good luck. Loke. Izuku, is there no sane person in this guild? Asterisk Gramps, what have I gotten myself into? Asterisk. Random 4, hello, are you new here? The two turned only to see a gorgeous white-hair girl with blue eyes and a radiant smile. This goddess in human form is named Mira Jane Strauss. Lucy, oh my god, it's Mira Jane in the flesh. She said, fanning over the angel of a woman. However, once Mira and Izuku's eyes met, the two had a small blush on both their faces. Oh, and I forgot to mention Izuku's appearance changed when he got there. So from this to this, an inch taller than Natsu, a face and body resembling gods, with beautiful red eyes, and not to mention a sex appeal that makes a succubus seem like a normal demon. Izuku, wouldn't it be better if we stopped all this? Mira, it's always like this around here, besides it's kinda fin. Mira said, looking away from Izuku and playing with her fingers. However, something came flying by about to hit Mira when Izuku grabbed her wrist and pulled her to him, making Elfman crash into the wall and Mira blush crimson. Mira, WW. Izuku, are you alright? He asked, pulling her back softly before Mira fainted. Izuku, well that's bad. Master, enough is enough. Mira woke up in a second and smiled. Master, you're back. Izuku and Lucy looked at the guild master, whose appearance was shadowed due to his giant height. Lucy was scared, and Izuku, well, due to the final battle that killed him, he was a lot braver, like Natsu brave. Everyone stopped fighting while Natsu laughed, mocking everyone, until the master slammed his foot down on him, shutting Natsu up. Master. Well, seems we've got new recruits. Izuku/Luciel, yes/why yes sir. The matter shrunk down into a small sweet old man. This man's name is Makarov. Makarov, nice to meet ya. Izuku, it's a pleasure sir. Izuku Midoriya. Lucy, hi, I'm Lucy. The teacher nodded after taking in their names and jumped backward, crashing into the ledge of the second floor before climbing it and standing on it, attracting his guild's attention. Master. Densham, you've gone and done it again, you bunch of magic clods. Just take a look at the number of complaints I've gotten from the Magic Council sent me this time. This is the biggest amount of complaints, yet have you lost you minds? All you kids are good for is getting the Magic Council angry at me, growling. However, I say to heck with the Magic Council. He said, lighting the papers on fire and throwing it away only for Natsu to eat it. Master, now listen up. Any power that surpasses reason is still reason. Magic isn't some kind of miraculous power. It is a talent that only works when the flow of energy in both us and the natural world is in sync. To perform magic, one must have a strong mind and incomparable focus. It should take over your being and pour out your soul. If all we do is worry about following rules, then our magic will never press. Ignore the blowhards on the council and follow the path you believe in, because that's what makes you us number 1 inch. The old man said, making the hand sign of fairy tale and raising it into the air as the entire guild cheered. Later, Mira had given both Lucy and Izuku their guild marks. Lucy got it in her hand while Izuku got it on his chest right over his heart. After that, he left the guild hall to buy a place to live. Apparently, Izuku's grandfather had bought Izuku a 2-story house for full price and already set out a couch, kitchen table, seats. He basically made the house like Izuku's old home, which got Izuku to cry a little anyway. After a little while, he left the house and entered a forest, looking up at the night sky, which rained rainbow shooting stars. In the town where Mermaid Hill is, we can see Deku walking around carrying a bag. He is currently wearing a jacket of his former hero's suit, a gray jacket and black jeans. Suddenly a kid comes his way and falls in front of him. Walking to the boy about to help him, Izuku extended his hand. However, the sounds of whipping and trotting, as well as shouts, could be heard from in front of Izuku. Looking forward, he saw a carriage and a man dressed in a red suit coming towards Izuku, about to run over the boy, gaining everyone's attention as they feared for the teary child's life. Child, Eowiwa. In a flash, the ground below Izuku shattered and he reappeared in front of the child. Izuku, that's enough. The horse stopped immediately, angering the nobleman aboard it. The smoke disappeared and Izuku stood there with no emotion on his face. Nobleman, how dare you, boy, do you know who I am? Izuku ignored the man angering him and earning gasps from the people as he stood and crouched to the crying child, picking him up and wrapping his arm around the boy protectively. Izuku, there, it'll be all right. Noble, why, you little who do you think you are? To ignore me. The man began to hit Izuku with his whip, and one hit caused a cut on Izuku's cheek, allowing blood to escape from it. Upon one more hit, Izuku raised his fist, allowing it to wrap around his arm. Bangs shadowed his eyes as the nobleman began to make threats. Nobleman, do you can't? Izuku grabbed him by his throat, raising the nobleman off the ground as he began to tear up. Izuku, listen up, you pompous little sheet. I don't care who you are. This child could have died, so I expect you to give all your riches to this village. After all, you're going to prison anyway. The nobleman tried to escape, but Izuku didn't let go and began to heat up his hand, causing smoke to erupt from the man's neck. Izuku, clear. Nobleman, yesiv. Izuku, good. The people began to cheer, and the child's mother came and hugged Izuku, thanking him and taking her child. The cheers and smiles of everyone brought a smile upon Izuku's face before he decided it was time to leave and go back home to Fairy Tail. The next day in Fairy Tail. In the Fairy Tail Guild Hall, everyone can be seen partying and celebrating while others simply drank. Wakaba, so when are you and me gonna go on a date? Mira. Mira, Wakaba, there's one small problem. She used her magic and turned her face into his wife. Mira, You already have a wife. Wakaba, I hate it when you do that, it's so creepy. He said, jumping out of his seat while Loki giggled. Kana, I wish I could drink in peace for once. Macau, well, if you didn't drink all day. Meanwhile, with Natsu, who was laying his head on the table bored out of his mind, Lucy can only stand and watch while Happy ate his fish. Natsu, I guess we should find another job. Happy, I were running out of food money. Lucy, if we'd taken that 2 million jewel reward we'd be sitting pretty, and I can't let myself forget that rent's gonna be due next week, I guess I'd better find a job too. Scene change. Lucy is standing in front of the job board looking for a job to do with a thoughtful look on her face. However, Mira showed up from behind the board. Mira, well, let me know if you find a job you'd like to take on. The master's away at a conference, so I'm taking charge. Lucy, what kind of conference? Mira, one for guild masters. Every once in a while they get together to talk about the state of things. It's like the Magic Council. Oh, pardon me, Ritus, can I borrow a light pen? Ritus, Mira, the Council Era is the most powerful organization in the magic world. It's only one step below the government. It has 10 members, and it's their job to uphold all magical rules and regulations, and if a wizard breaks magical law, they will be punished. Then there are the different master leagues, which are local guilds working together. Then the individual masters, it's their job to pass down their decree to the council. In a way, these masters are like the glue that holds this all together, which is a pretty stressful job. Lucy, wow, I never realized all the guilds are interconnected like that. Mira, it's important we cooperate with each other, otherwise the entire system will fall apart. You know, Izuku understood this all pretty easily. Lucy, alright Mira, how is he? I mean, we've seen him like once or twice in these last few days, but that's it. Mira asterisk giggle asterisk well. Flashback. Mira was smiling at Izuku, who was about to exit the guild, before he turned around and asked, Hey Mira, what would you like when I get back, just so I know, since I don't want to keep Bisco waiting long? Mira, I'd like a green dragonberry rose. Izuku, you ask for that every time. I never understood why. Whatever, okay, you can count on me. Izuku turned one more time, only to have a soft pair of lips press against his cheek. Mira, I'll be waiting. Izuku smiled and exited the guild, leaving a softly smiling Mira in the empty guild. Flashback. And Mira, he's good. However, Lucy wasn't paying attention. Instead, she was smiling at Natsu and Gray, who were fighting, and the guild, which was laughing. But then the doors slammed open, and from it a frightened-looking Loki. Loki, I got bad news. The guild went silent. Loki, it's Urza, she's on her way here. The entire guild gasped, sounds of shattered glass echoed through the air, and screams shook the building, with Natsu and Gray looking like they sheet themselves. Lucy, wow, just mention Urza and the whole guild goes silent. Mira, she's the strongest female mage we've got in Fairy Tail, and more than a bit intimidating. Heavy footsteps and clanking metal could be heard from outside as the guild Gray even more afraid. Loki, that's got to be her. Wakaba's voice was like a whisper. Those sound like her footsteps. Macau, even the air's gone completely still. Lucy, geez, from these reactions you'd think she'd be some kind of demon or something. A female monster appeared in Lucy's mind, destroying a whole village by stomping. Lucy, I am scared. The sounds of Urza's footsteps bounced off the walls of the silent guild as she slammed her massive souvenir down onto the ground, shaking the floor. A little, the light illuminated her figure, revealing a beautiful red-haired woman in armor. Urza, I have returned. Where is Master Makarov? Lucy, wow, she's pretty. Mira, welcome back. Urza, the master's busy at a conference right now. So, I said, random one. So, what's that humongous thing you've got there, Urza? Urza, it's the horn of a monster that I defeated. The townspeople decorated it and gave it to me as a souvenir. Do you have a problem with it? She asked, raising her voice a little. Random, no, not at all. Kana, I wonder if she knows about what happened at MT Hakabi. Macau, think so. Oh man, I'm screwed. Lucy, she's not anything like I imagined. Urza, now listen up. While I was on the road, I heard a few things. As of late, Fairy Tail is causing nothing but trouble. Master Makarov may not care, but I certainly do. Kana, you need to start controlling your drinking. Kana, stop drinking. Urza, Vigiteer, please take the dancing outside. Vijatter stopped dancing. Urza, Wakaba, get rid of that filthy habit. Nab, I suspected I'd find you dotting around the request board. Job, just pick a job. Macau sigh. Macau, please just say something. He said in a desperate tone. Urza, I don't even know where to begin with you, you cause so much trouble I've almost given up. Lucy, she's really tearing into everyone, it's like she's taking over. Lucy said, trying to whisper when Happy appeared. That's Urza for ya, he said in a condescending tone. Lucy, even if she's kind of body, she's still saner than anyone else here. I don't see why everyone is so afraid of her. Urza, are Natsu and Gray here? She questioned before turning to Natsu and Gray, who had their arms over each other as if best friends. Natsu, Gray, oh hey there Urza, we're just hanging out like good friends tend to do. Lucy, why is Natsu talking like Happy? Urza, that's good, I'm quite pleased you two are getting along so well, however it's only natural for even the best of friends to fight sometimes, she said smirking. Gray, I don't know if we're the best of friends. Natsu, Lucy, what's got into Natsu? Mira, he's afraid of her because last time he picked a fight with her she beat him up pretty badly, and then she saw Gray walking around in his underpants and beat him up too. Lucy, that was a stupid thing to do. Kana, let's not forget how she beat up Loki for hitting on her. Lucy, can't say I blame her. Urza, Natsu, Gray, I need a favor to see. While traveling I heard something that has me quite worried. Normally I would discuss this with the master, but he's not here and this is a matter of utmost urgency. The two of you are the strongest wizards here, I could use your help. People began to murmur and gasp, that is till the door began to open and everyone turned their eyes shocked at everyone's favorite green-haired dragon slayer. Izuku, hey guys, I'm back. Why are you all so quiet? Urza, hello, and you are? Izuku opened his tired eyes only to look at Urza. Izuku, oh, I'm a new fairy tale wizard, I joined 4 weeks ago. Urza, I see, it's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Urza Scarlet. Izuku, Urza Scarlet, you have a beautiful name, it suits you, he said before giving off his signature smile. Copyright Deku. Earning a blush from Urza, shocking everyone. Everyone, Ezra blushed. Mira thoughts. Why do I feel angry at Izuku and have the urge to hug him protectively? Biska thoughts. He can do what he wants, however I'm a step ahead of her. After all, I did kiss him and overload asterisk. Flashback. Izuku and Biska are hiding behind a pillar so as to not be seen by the kidnappers and rapists. Leader, damn those wizards from Fairy Tail, hold on, I have a way to flush them out. Pleasure magic lewd mind. The girls captured began to shake with pleasure as the pink gas approached Biska and Izuku. Izuku thoughts. Damn, if this smoke goes through Biska then she will expose us. I can't let that happen, however to counter this smoke it must be like midnight's. Okay, I got it to fight pleasure, use even more pleasure. Izuku's grimpa, I'm so proud. With Izuku. Izuku, hey Biska, I'm sorry. Biska, for what? But before she could finish, Izuku smashed his lips onto hers, their tongues intertwined. She tried to push him away, however when the pleasure gas enveloped them she began to lose her mind into the pleasure. Izuku, damn it, it's not strong enough. Izuku's grandpa, use the gift. Izuku, damn it. Suddenly Izuku's eyes changed to gold and slits appeared in them. Flashback and Biska placed her hand on her neck and smiled sweetly at the memory. Mira, hey Urza, how about you take Izuku with you? I mean, he's already on the same rank as Natsu or maybe higher, and also I'm sure you've heard his title, the Hero King. Urza smiled at the thought. So will you join us? Izuku, sure, if I can help people then count on me. Urza, glad to hear it. Chapter 3 End. How do you think the world will change with Fairy Tail's strongest team? Natsu a salamander. Gray aka ice boy. Lucy aka loony. Happy the cat. Urza aka fairy queen. Titania. Izuku aka hero king, El Drago. In the train station of Magnolia, Natsu and Gray can be seen fighting while Lucy, Happy, and her celestial spirit of the dog Plu are seated on the bench. Lucy, let's just sit here and pretend we don't know them. Happy, so why did you go then? Lucy, Mira asked me to come along. Flashback. Lucy is sitting at the bar while Mira Jane is standing in front of her holding a tray with beer mugs on it. Mira, those two are probably gonna fight, so I want you there to stop them, but also to help Izuku. He works his job solo, so he might not be used to fighting with others, and he worried me a lot, so go okay. Flashback and Happy, you aren't doing a very good job. Lucy, they're hopeless. Urza, sorry I'm late, have you been waiting long? Natsu and Gray stopped fighting and began to act like two utter fools, wrapping their arms over the other shoulder and dancing around. Gray, I can't wait to work with you, good buddy. Natsu, Lucy, no not really. Lucy said turning to Urza. Whoa, all those belong to you, shouted Lucy as he stared at Urza who was strolling a cart with tons of luggage aboard it. Gray, let's go good buddy. Natsu, heha. Lucy, listen one happy's enough. Urza smiled. Good, I really love seeing you two getting along, and what was your name? I met you in the guild yesterday. Lucy, I'm Lucy and I just joined the guild yesterday. Mira asked me to come along. I hope it isn't a bother. Urza, not at all, the more the merrier. I'm Urza. Wait, you're the girl I heard about, the one who defeated the mercenary gorilla using only your pinky finger. It'll be great to have a wizard like you on board. Thanks for your help. Lucy was shaking and hugging her spirit tightly. Oh no, it's my pleasure, she said before Natsu butted in. Natsu, hi Urza, I'll come but on only one condition. Gray, shut up. Urza, okay, let's hear it. Natsu, when we get back fight me. Gray, what's wrong with you? You got some kind of death wish? Natsu, I'm a lot stronger than last time. This time will be different. I'll beat you. Urza, humph, okay, I can tell you much stronger than last time. Okay, I accept your condition. Natsu, yeah, I'm fired up, he said as his face literally caught on fire. Lucy, hey, where's Izuku? Urza, now that you mention it, where is he? Izuku, come on guys. They turned to see Izuku head out the train's window smiling at the group. Natsu laid on the chair completely sick. Gray, I swear you're totally lame. Natsu, 1 minute you want to fight, the next you like this. Lucy, there's got to be a way to fix him. Urza, don't worry, he's fine. Natsu, come sit here. Lucy swapped seats with Natsu. Urza put her arm around his shoulder with a smile, and then punched his gut, knocking him out, allowing Lucy to realize how not completely sane she is. Gray, okay Urza, I think it's about time you tell us what this is all about. Time skip after Urza explains the enemies and problem. After the explanation, Izuku got up from his seat and walked away, gaining the group's attention. Lucy, what's wrong with him? Urza, I'm not sure, I'll go check. Getting up, Urza went after Izuku. On the route of the train, Urza searched for Izuku only to stop and hide behind a window. Shocking her was that he was crying. Izuku, even here I can't escape. Suddenly Izuku lifted his hand into the air and from it emerged a golden light which began to form several beings. Shigaraki, Muscular, All for One, the League of Villains, Overhaul, Nomu and Gigantomachia. Izuku, you all followed me into this world and it's my job to kill you once and for all. After all, this is your game, All for One. Izuku, man, I'm so tired. Urza, you can come out. Izuku said, shocking her as she came out of hiding and sat beside him. Urza, those people. Izuku, yeah, I'm sure you've heard I'm not from this world. Urza, no, of course not. Izuku, there is no need to lie, I hear the guild talking, that's why I work alone. Urza, so I'm guessing those people were evil in your world. Izuku, that they are, and it's my job to stop them. Hey Urza, do you know about music? Urza, why do you know how to sing? Izuku, that I do want to hear it. Urza nodded, so using his fire to form a portable piano, Izuku began to sing. Listening to the song, Urza couldn't help but feel drowsy. Its slow melody was a symphony to her ears, letting the warm feeling of comfort inside her take over. She closed her eyes and leaned onto Izukus's shoulder as he sang. Once finished, Izuku looked to his shoulder with a blush but a smile as well, guiding her head and laying it on his lap. He began to stroke her hair, but surprisingly she found herself snuggling into his soft and warm palm. For some reason, she felt that there was nothing to fear around him. It was like he pushed the darkness and pain away. Upon arrival at the train station, the group walked off inside. Gray, do you think they're still here? Urza, I have no idea. Lucy, I still think I should have stayed home. Happy, hey, where's Natsu? On the train still, we see a sick Natsu, still conscious from Urza's earlier punch. Happy, and there he goes, staring at the train leaving while Lucy's mouth was hanging open and her luggage dropped onto the floor. Urza, we were so busy talking we forgot about him. Turning around and clutching her fist in disappointment. Urza, I am such a fool. Natsu hates all forms of transportation. This is all my fault. I need one of you to come and hit me. Gray, no thanks. Izuku simply petted her head. Calm down, there's no need to hurt yourself now, come on. I found a car, and with that, they drove off. Time skip after Natsu jumped out the train and headbutted Gray. I will only do parts with Izuku. Natsu, How come you guys left me on the train? Urza, I'm just thankful you're alright. I'm sorry, Natsu. She said, hugging him. However, he simply slammed his head on her metal breastplate. Natsu, it's okay. After releasing him, Natsu began to explain how he was attacked by someone on the train and the item he heads with him, a flute with a skull and 3 eyes, and that the dude was from Eisenwald. Only to earn a slap from Urza. You fool, that's exactly who we're looking for on this mission. Why did you let him get away? She screamed as Lucy, Gray and Izuku winced in pain. Natsu, wait for a second, this is the first time I heard about it. Urza, I explained everything on the train. You should listen when people talk to you. Izuku, hey Urza, it isn't Natsu's fault. Urza turned to Izuku with a glare. And why not? She asked angrily. Because you knocked him out. Urza took 3 seconds to take in his words before going on her knees and apologizing to Natsu. Urza, we have no time to get on a train, let's go after him. She said, placing the cuff for the magic car onto her arm. Gray, so what was this guy like? Natsu, a total prick, but like I said, he had that weird flute with him. Lucy began to make a connection with the flute and the death song. Lucy, it's death magic. Gray, so it's like an incantation. Lucy, I've only ever read about them in books, but there are some deadly spells out there, forbidden spells. Urza, that's true, the forbidden spells kill anyone they're used on. Lucy, well, if I'm right, lullaby is even worse. Scene change. The magic car could be seen speeding towards the next station. Meanwhile, Izuku sat beside Urza and Gray hanging on the roof of the car. Izuku, slow down Urza, you're using too much magic power. Urza, I can't if I slow down for even a minute, trust me, lives will be lost. Urza thoughts. Curse them, what is it they hope to accomplish? This is madness. Izuku thoughts. If I'm right, then this Reaper guy needs to be stopped immediately. I just hope he isn't going to do what I think he's going to do. Scene change. The group stopped in front of Clover Town Station. A man was making announcements when Urza questioned him. Urza, sir, what's going on? Announcer, why would I ever tell you, Katie? Angry Urza head-butted him and knocked the guy out. She asked the next and the next and the next, but before they could say anything she heads-butted them, finally reaching the last guy. She headbutt him, only to have her head stopped softly by Izuku, who used his palm. Urza, can't you see I'm trying to get information? She asked angrily before he flicked her head, causing her to rub the smoking spot. Izuku, sigh, just watches Urza. Pardon me, sir, may you please tell us what's going on? We just want to help. Man. Of course, a dark guild has taken over the train station, please help us. Izuku looked at Urza with a smile while she just stood shocked. Grabbing her hand, he began to run in with Gray, Natsu, and Lucy. Close behind, the group came upon all the knights knocked out, and behind the knights standing in front of a train is the Dark Guild and the Reaper Aragorn. Aragorn, welcome, it's such an honor. Fairy tale flies. Fart Guild, chuckling. Urza, so I take it you're Aragorn. Aragorn, that's right. Lucy began shaking Natsu to wake him up. However, it was the guy who fought Natsu on the train, Kage, that woke Natsu up. Urza, we're not threatened by any of you. Tell me what you're planning to do with Lullaby. Aragorn, so you haven't heard yet. He flew high up. Aragorn, what do all stations have? Lucy, he flew. Happy, it's wind magic. Landing on top of a speaker, Aragorn crouched. Izuku, you're planning to broadcast the song, but if you do that, Izuku's eyes widened in shock and fear. You'll kill everyone in this entire town. Izuku's group looked shocked while the Dark Guild simply smirked. Urza, what reason do you have to commit such a heinous crime against the innocent people of this town? Aragorn, this is a cleansing of fools who fail to appreciate the rights they hold so dear, who remain willfully ignorant to the plight of those who have their rights stripped away from them. They committed the sin of turning a blind eye to the injustice of the world. Therefore, the Reaper has come to punish them. Ha ha. Izuku, shut up. Everyone turned to the boy, looking down with his hair shadowing his eyes. Izuku, I'm sick and tired of people like you. All you are is a criminal. Don't try to make people see you as a good guy. You kill for money and laugh at the pain you bring. You don't care about the families of the ones you hurt, and then you come about saying this is for a noble cause or you're doing what's right. No, you're pathetic, just like your words. Looking up, everyone could see his eyes glowing red with a piercing glare that could make anyone sheet themselves. Izuku, you're nothing but a scumbag that will be taken down. Do you hear me, Aragorn, you pathetic weakling? Aragorn was growling while the fairy tailors were smiling at Izuku. Aragorn, Shut up and die, kill them, all of them. Aragorn flew away. Urza, Natsu, Gray, you two go after him. Once combined, not even Aragorn could stop you. And with that, Natsu and Gray both ran after Aragorn while two others from the Dark Guild follow. Urza, we'll go after them when we finish with the rest of the men here. Lucy, 2 girls and 1 boy against a whole guild. Random 1, Mama always told me not to hit a girl. Random 2, sorry ladies, but you not gonna be as cute when we're done with you. Lucy, but without my stunning beauty I'll be helpless, she said, posing. Happy, this is no time for daydreaming. Lucy. Urza, alright, let's do this. Opening her hand, Urza summoned a sword. Shocking Lucy. Urza, if you dare to insult the Fairy Tale Guild again in my presence, I swear none of you will live to see tomorrow. The Dark Guild charged her, bragging about their swordsmen, only to be defeated by a single slash. Jumping forward, she continued to destroy them. Rodham, I'll show you. He and a bunch of other magicians prepared to fire their spells when Izuku ran in and reeled his fist back, then shouted, Izuku, Detroit Smash. That one spell took every single mage down in a second, leaving at least 10 standing but with many injuries. Lucy, he's so cool. Happy, you ain't seen nothing yet. They say Izuku's strength and magic power are on a whole nother level compared to Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. He could be on par with Urza. Urza, good job Izuku. Izuku smiled back at her while hiding his arm, which was shaking a little. Izuku thoughts. Damn, in this world my body can handle at least 15% full power, but any more and it'll shatter. Urza, still so many, I don't have a lot of magic, but alright. And with that, she began her transformation. Happy began to explain Urza technique to Lucy, who was left gasping in shock. Urza, alright. The Dark Guild began to realize who she was. Urza, dance my swords. Random, oh no, run. As all the villains were left wounded and near death on the ground, one of the people who stayed back engaged. Random, alright, now you dealing with me, he said, however, before his fist could make contact. The guy screamed in agony as Izuku gripped his wrist, shattering it like a juice box, with a smile on his face, punching the guy, sending him flying. Urza, thank you Izuku. Izuku nodded. Hey, we need to go and warn the people to leave. What will happen next? Will they get Aragorn, and what else will this son of a beach author change about fairy tale? Standing on the balcony of the train station, Urza and Izuku stood. Urza, holding the microphone, walked forward. Urza, if you value your life, you'll leave at once. Random, what's going on? Urza, this station has been taken over by evil wizards. They are threatening to fire a death spell over the speakers. All gasp. Urza, that would kill everyone here. I beg you, run as far as you can. The people, however, didn't move, only stood still. So walking forward, Izuku took the mic and screamed, Izuku, get out of here, you're all going to die if you don't. Everyone screamed as they ran off. Guard, hey you two, why would you make everyone panic like that? Urza, I would rather that than watch all of these people die. Izuku, in fact you sir should leave as well. The guards gasped before running away themselves. Urza turned to Izuku and spoke. Now that we've cleared this station of all the people, I wonder what Aragorn's next move will be? Izuku, Urza, look. Urza looked behind her to where Izuku pointed, only to see the entire train station covered by some sort of wind barrier. Aragorn, I've always wanted the opportunity to battle the Queen of the Fairy, however sadly I don't have time to play with you now. Aragorn opened his hand, causing an explosion sound to take over and a bright purple light to blind the two. Next things they knew, they were in the train station's wind barrier. Aragorn. She charged at the barrier only to be slammed back. Luckily Izuku caught her. Aragorn, it's useless. Izuku held Urza up, supporting her with his shoulder as she spoke. Urza, what is the meaning of this, you scoundrel? Aragorn, we've wasted enough of our time on you fairy tale flies. Now then, if you'd excuse me. Izuku, get back here, damn you. Urza, so he wasn't targeting the train station after all, just what is the planning? Scene change. Izuku could be seen holding a guy up by his collar. An angry expression colored his face as he shouted at the man. Izuku, what are you planning? Answer before I make. Guy, never. Izuku was about to punch him when Gray showed up. Gray, Izuku. Urza, I just found out what Eisenwald's real target is. Clover, the next town up. Urza, what? Gray, Aragorn's headed towards the conference. As we speak, he's planning to use the lullaby to kill the guild masters. Urza took the guy from Izuku. A murderous aura was printed on her face as she shouted at the frightened man. Urza, why didn't you tell us? Izuku, there is a problem. The station is surrounded by a wind barrier. Gray jumped down and walked to the two. Gray, yeah, I know, I saw it earlier. If we try to break through that thing, it'll make mincemeat out of you. Urza, I've already tried that. Gray, whoa, is your arm okay? Urza, that's not impo. Izuku, not important. It is important now. Then sit here so I can patch you up. Izuku said, holding a long thread of band-aid and sitting on the ground patting his lap. Urza, we don't have time for that. Izuku, sit down. He said in anger, as if growling at her. Instantly, she did as told and sat on his lap while he patched her up, and she spoke to Gray and Izuku once both her and he finished. They all left together in search of the man who can break the sealing wind spell and save the master. Running through hallway after hallway, entering door to door and exiting room from room, the building began to shake. Gray/Izuku, was that him? Lucy, that's Natsu. But Natsu began to walk towards the smoke that came from behind the broken wall. Natsu, oh man, look what you made me do. I was trying not to mess up the place. Oh well, I feel good. Natsu said, smiling with his arms crossed at the dark wizard who had his back against the wall, completely covered in burns. Natsu, too bad. Diorama. Kageyama, I told you it's Kageyama. Natsu, who cares now? Tell me where Aragorn is. Kageyama, ha, he's long gone, idiot. He's not even in this station anymore. Natsu turned to see Izuku, Gray, and Urza running to him. Urza, Natsu, do not harm him. We need him alive. Gray, way to go, flame freak. Suddenly he saw Urza jumping towards him holding a sword with one glowing red eye. Natsu, I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry. However, she smashed the sword into the wall beside Kageyama, making both him and Natsu jump in fear. Urza, you will dispel the wind barrier and you will do so without complaint. Kageyama is whimpering in fear while Natsu is shaking and pleading for him to give in to her request. Natsu, just do it, man, this chick's a real monster. Urza, understood. Kageyama, fine, I'll dispel it. Groan. Suddenly a gold magic circle appeared on Kageyama's chest, and from it, a hand came out and then back. Kageyama fell to the ground unconscious while the man who stabbed him from his own guild was still in the wall with a fearful expression. Urza and Gray were checking on him while Natsu and Izuku had shocked expressions. But then, Izuku, how could you do that? He's a member of your guild. He trusted you and you tried to kill him. Shocking the fairy tale members was the darkness that covered Izuku and his eyes, which glowed, revealing a gold rage. The guy tried to flee, however Izuku in that very second reeled his fist back and clutched his anti-magic sword. Izuku, how told you? Izuku threw a single punch at the guy, destroying the wall and sending the fat ass flying into a wall with a fist mark in his gut. Urza and Gray immediately went back to trying to wake Kageyama up, but nothing came of it. Gray, Urza, there is no way he'll be able to use his magic in that condition. Urza in anger began to shake the guy, making his head hit the ground. Urza, if I force him to, he will. Lucy finally arrived with happy, bad timing, huh? Happy. Lucy, what, Aragorn wants to use lullaby on the guild master. Natsu, we have to stop him. Aoa. Natsu ran and punched a flaming fist into the barrier, however it only sent him back, but he didn't stop. He tried again and again and again, but nothing came of it. Finally Lucy held him back. Urza, we need to save the guild masters, but how? Izuku, I might have a way. They all turned to Izuku, who looked as if he was thinking. Izuku, I'll show you, but only Natsu will be able to go. Izuku, because if you try you'll be torn apart. Urza, please try. Izuku. Izuku nodded and walked forward 1 foot from the barrier. Izuku reeled back his fist and shouted. Izuku, Natsu, are you ready? Natsu, yeah. Izuku, sigh, okay, deep breath, try to contain it with your wind magic. Izuku is a wind mage, so he has wind magic, but he only can perform one spell that's called time holding, meaning for a single second, he can heal anybody part completely, but it has to be exactly when the user's limb is about to destroyed. Izuku, one for all 100%. Izuku, all push. Izuku's hand collided with the wind barrier, destroying it, but the pressure sent everyone but Natsu flying away, and as the barrier began to build itself back, Izuku shouted, "Izuku, Natsu happy now go." Natsu ran to Izuku and jumped, hugging Happy as he was pushed through the wind by Izuku and escaped the barrier. Izuku thoughts, "Thank God the spell worked." Urza, "Good work Izuku." Izuku nodded with a smile and wiped off his sweat. Gray, "What about us?" Lucy, "Oh, I know, come gate of the maiden Virgo." Suddenly a gold magic circle appeared on the ground, and from it rose a pink-haired girl with blue eyes in a maid outfit. Virgo, "You summoned mistress." Lucy, "Yep, hey Virgo, could you please dig us a hole so we could get out of here?" Virgo, "Right away Miss Trey." Virgo however stopped mid-sentence and rushed to Izuku's side, petting his head. Virgo, "You are very cute, I've decided I want to marry you." Izuku and everyone went in a state of shock from that comment, while Urza glared, yet she didn't know why. Izuku, "We'll talk about that later, but could you please dig the hole Virgo?" Virgo, "Anything for my future husband." And with that, she digs the hole. Gray, "Great, hey what are you doing?" They all turned to Izuku, who was helping the enemy stand. Izuku, "I know that he's the enemy, but even so we can't just leave him here." Urza looked in shock and then in awe with a blush, but ultimately smiled in the end. Izuku, "Now let's go." All of them got out and stood in front of the magic barrier. Lucy, "Oh wow, what's with this wind, it's so strong." Virgo, "Princess, I'll keep your panties from showing," she said, holding Lucy's skirt so it doesn't reveal anything. Lucy, "You just worry about your own." Meanwhile, Izuku and Gray were standing behind Virgo with blushes. Izuku/Gray, "Oh wow. Kage, it's no use, you'll never be able to catch up to Aragorn, you can't stop us, we've won." Izuku, "That's not true." They all turned to Izuku, who had a serious expression on his face. Izuku, "If anyone can stop him, it's Natsu, I have full faith in that." The fairy tailors smiled at his words while Kage snarled. Izuku, "Now let's go, we got to catch up to Natsu." The group nodded while Izuku grabbed Kage by his ponytail and threw him into the car they were in, finally driving off to Natsu. In the back, Gray, Lucy and Kage were seated. Kage, "Why are you helping me, we're enemies." Lucy looked at him angrily. Kage, "Oh wait, I get it, you're taking me hostage so you can make a deal with Aragorn, well forget about it, he doesn't care about any of his men or me." Lucy, "Jeet je Leuten op doet." Gray, "If you want to die we can make that happen." Lucy, "Chill Gray. Gray, there's a whole lot more in this world than just life and death, you know, you should try to look for the positive, you and your Eisenwald pulse." Suddenly the car jumped into the sky and Lucis but his Kage's face before the car went back down. Urza, who was seated beside Izuku, screamed out, "I'm so sorry, the tracks aren't stable." Lucy, "I am so sorry." Kage, "Could your butt get any bigger?" Lucy, "Sexual harassment, he said I had a big butt." And as Lucy kept ranting on, Gray was hoping for a calmer drive. Meanwhile, outside, Urza was running out on all her magic when Izuku picked her up and placed her on his lap. Urza, "What are you doing?" Izuku, "Rest, your magic is nearly depleted, this way I can use my magic and also keep you warm, now sleep." Izuku said, taking the steering stick from her and letting Urza rest. Urza thought, "I don't know this man very well, but he's so gentle and warm and cozy *yon*, maybe just a little nap," she told herself as she closed her eyes before sleeping. Izuku, "Damn, we need to get there in time." But that's it. As everyone arrived at Natsu's location, Lucy called Natsu over. Lucy, Natsu, "Hey, you guys just miss seeing me beat Aragorn." Urza, "I'm proud of you." Izuku helped Urza down, holding her princess style. Izuku, "Are you all right, Urza?" Urza with a large blush, "Yes, you don't need to worry about me." Kage, "No way, Aragorn never loses." Kage looked at the flute that began to glow red. Gray, "I can't believe you had such a hard time with this guy." Natsu, "I never said that I took care of him, didn't I?" Happy, "I was kinda worried for a while there." Gray, "Whatever, you look pretty stupid with a scared when you half naked." Natsu, "Like you have room to talk *, turning to Lucy *, "Hey Lucy, give me your clothes." Lucy *, angry and blushing * "In your dreams." Urza, giggle. Izuku, "In any case, great job Natsu, thanks to you all the guild masters will be okay." Lucy, nodding *. Natsu, he asterisk nodding asterisk. Gray. Urza. Well, while we're here we should stop by the Masters Guild conference to tell him about the events that just played out and how to dispose of the lullaby flute. Happy, might as well since we're so close to Clover. Little did they know the flute began to control someone and suddenly the car smashed above them making everyone jump out the way. Urza, Kage. Izuku, what are you doing? Kage, Lullaby's mind now shouldn't have let your guard down flies crackling as he sped off. Izuku, Gray, Natsu, and Lucy all held faces of shock frozen by the man's actions. Meanwhile Urza was pissed. Natsu, that jerk. Lucy, this is how he pays you back for saving his life. Urza, after him. Now in Clover, remember I'm only showing Izuku. The group reached Clover after hours. Night had befallen the land and when they arrived Kage was in front of Makarov who was simply talking to him. Gray, there he is. She was just about to get to the good part. Well, aren't you boys just yummy, so adorable? Izuki, Gray, and Natsu were now hugging each other while shuddering in fear. Lucy, who the hell is that guy? The man was creeping up to Gray, Izuku, and Natsu making them jump back. Urza, Master Bob. Bob, Urza honey you've really filled out. Lucy, I can't believe that's the master of the Blue Pegasus Guild. Makarov had talked Kage out of the horrible choice he was about to make when the group ran to him. Natsu, you stopped him. Gray, good job Gramps. Makarov, what the how did you kids end up in Clover? Urza grabbed the old man and hugged him hard, hurting him since he slammed into her breastplate. Urza, Master Makarov, your words touched me so deeply that I was almost moved to tears. Makarov, Auhar Izuku, is that you my boy? Izuku, yeah master, I'm home. Makarov's eyes began to water as he hugged Izuku, confusing the group. Natsu, master, what's up? Makarov, Izuku, I'm so glad that he is working with others now. The guild only smiled at their master's kind heart. However, as things began to wrap up, Fate, me, had another idea. The flute's eyes glowed purple as black fog escaped its mouth. Flute, I've grown tired of you weak wizards and your antics. A large magic circle appeared over everyone. Random, what is that? Flute, I shall no longer hold back, I will devour your souls myself, I shall feast upon your pitiful souls. Lullaby, now which shall I dine on first? Urza, master, get everyone to safety. Makarov nodded and along with him the other masters guided every away. Urza, let's end this. Izuku / Gray / Natsu, right? And all four jumped to the monster. Urza, requip. Urza, the knight. Slashing twice she made the monster scream in pain. Gray, ice make lance. The lances fired like rockets making the demon scream in agony. Natsu, fire dragon iron fist. Izuku, Manchester smash. Both punched the monster's chest and axe kicked the thing's head causing it to roar in agony. Attack after attack, scream after scream, each person watching the group was left in both awe and shock. Lullaby, swinging its arm and smashing the mountains, the four were on all four, jumped and attacked again. Izuku / Natsu, let's do this fire dragon wing attack / one for all final smash. Kage, that's incredible, their attacks and combinations are so strong. Lucy, and they in sync. Happy. Lullaby growled in anger before creating a large magic circle over its head, absorbing all the natural life around it and looking back at the group. Lucy, this can't be good, it's a song. Happy, however, as it played nothing happened. Lullaby, what happened? Kage, they must have damaged its body with all those attacks. Lucy, they must have punched a lot of holes into it, wrecking the song. The four smiled at each other and all attacked one final time. Gray, ice make ice cannon ice. Urza, requip. Urza required into her black wing armor and slashed the cheek of the monster, sending it tumbling down. Natsu, fire dragon brilliant flame. Urza, Izuku now. Izuku, one for all 100% smash. And with that, the monster was defeated. Urza, we did it. Natsu, yeah we did, cause we're the best. Lucy, you guys were Gray, not yet. They all turned a wide eye to see the monster growing again. Rocks began to grow on its body as it doubled in size, looking down at everyone as they all were shaking in terror, even Urza, but no one more than Izuku. Izuku, it can't be any it can't Giglimatech. Urza, we need to defeat I. But before she could finish, Giglimatech punched the ground full force, sending the entire group into the floor. As the smoke and dust cleared, Izuku saw every one of his friends lying bruised, nearly dead. Izuku, no, not again, no, I'll kill you. Izuku ran forward and picked up Urza's swords, running towards the monster, who simply stood there and began to kill it using all his rage and one for all at 1000%. Finally coming down from the sky, Izuku ignited his sword in green flames and finished it. Giglimatech's body fell to the ground as everyone began to wake up, only to see Izuku standing holding his two blades. His hair shadowed his eyes as the rain dropped down on everyone and him. However, the tears streaming down his face were easily seeable through the water. Makarov knew the boy's reason for doing what he did and didn't question it. The other guild masters were left in shock and fear of the boy from the brutal murder he committed. Nothing was said at that moment. Natsu looked down along with Lucy, and Grey Happy simply cried while Urza walked up to Izuku. Seeing the streams of tears run down his face, she couldn't help but tear up herself and hug him. Urza saw one of the Izukus memories, and that was seeing Izukus' baby girl Eri get crushed under that monster's foot, finally getting revenge even though he brought Eri back to life. Izuku is sitting in the bar of Fairy Tail while talking to Mira. Natsu and Happy are discussing a plan which Izuku couldn't be bothered listening to. Sighing, he stood up and grabbed the paper beside him. Gel, yeah. Makarov turned with a smile to see Izuku holding a paper in front of him. Izuku, Master, I'd like to go on this S-class quest. The entire guild went pale, and then they all began to shout and scream in denial. However, what the master said next shocked them. Makarov, all right, my boy. Izuku nodded and left while everyone was a statue of white. As soon as the doors closed, everyone began to bombard the master with questions. Biska, Master, why did you let him go? Mira, yeah, Master Izuku, he isn't strong. Makarov, that's enough. Everyone went silent upon hearing the master shout. Makarov, have none of you realized what that poor boy is going through? He died and came back to the life. He's all alone and no one is there to help him through it. That boy is so strong and yet so weak. His heart, if I didn't allow him to go, it would break. I needed to do this for him, so be quiet and go back to what you were doing. Fairy Tail looked down in sadness for ignoring the boy's feelings and pain, while others because of how they spoke about him behind his back. Makarov, besides Urzus with him, what could go wrong? With Izuku after 2 hours. Izuku and Urza are seen walking down the streets of Clover Town at night, finding the two went inside. Izuku, pardon me, miss. Izuku said, speaking to the receptionist. Receptionist, yes, how can I help you? She said, looking at him up and down. Izuku, we'd like 2 rooms, please. Receptionist, sorry, there is only 1 room, sir. Gary, minus. Urza, it's fine, we'll take it. Izuku blushed and looked away from Urza, who was oblivious to his actions, so after paying the receptionist, the 2 teens left and went to their bedroom, immediately changing. Izuku and Urza went to sleep. In the morning, both Izuku and Urza are seated in front of a man in a suit. Man, thank you for coming. You see, a monster came and attacked our town when we were all asleep. He kidnapped many of the females, teen, adult, and child. He killed the males of our town and well. Izuku, then how are you still alive? Man, well, you see, I am the mayor of this town and I sleep in a room below the surface. Urza, we understand and you can count on us to deal with the monster. Mayor, thank you so much. Crying. Izuku and Urza had left the building and ventured into the forest. Izuku, hey Urza, have you ever felt fear? Urza's eyes widened in shock as a memory came to pass in her mind. Urza, no, why is it you ask? Izuku, betsaus. Izuku looked forward. Izuku, I feel it every day. Urza raised her eye in confusion when they suddenly heard. Izuku, sheet are you in? Izuku and Urza began to run for the master. Dinosaur-like monster. Urza, we need to stop it. Izuku, we can't. However, she didn't listen and charged in any way. Izuku, say, Urza, requip. Urza, purgatory armor high. She jumped high right beside the Trex's head and slammed her massive blade down. Sadly, instead of damaging it, the Trex smashed its head against her and sent Urza tumbling down, spinning around, about to slam its tail into her when Izuku jumped in front of her with his arms to block the impact. However, instead of protecting them, the Trex's tail shattered Izuku's arm and sent them all slamming into the mountain wall. The two crashed into the ground. The Trex walked to the two and opened its mouth over Urza, about to close it on her and eat the girl when it roared in pain and agony, stepping back. Its chin had smoke coming from it, and Izuku was standing huffing and puffing. It roared again and slammed its foot into the ground, sending a massive flood of ice at Izuku and Urza. Izuku could only stare in pain at the ice before clenching his fist with all his strength and punching the ice with all his strength as the ice split in between his fist. Blood and purple skin rained down from his fist, and Izuku screamed. The Trex went again, about to finish it, when Izuku glared at it with his eyes turning green with glowing slits. Izuku, stop it! And with it, he sent a massive pillar of wind against the ice, causing both to clash and rise off the ground. The attacks ended, and Izuku fell to his knees. His entire body and fist ached in pain, but he couldn't stop. He had to know he needed to protect Urza with his life. There was just something about seeing her in peace that made him happy, and he refused to lose it. So he crawled to Urza and went on his knees, picking her up and leaning close, opening his mouth a little as the Trex roared a colossal beam at them. And as it got closer, Izuku placed his lips softly on Urza's as she woke up in shock, seeing his wounds, the damage, his bloody hand. She couldn't help but tear up. Izuku let go and looked her in the eye, and she could see his glowing green eyes. Shocking her, he stood up, and just as the wave was about to hit them, Izuku released all his magic. And with that, he completely vaporized the mountain. The smoke cleared, revealing a wounded Urza whose face was one of complete and utter shock. However, that shock was switched with worry when the smoke cleared to reveal Izuku standing unconscious, covered in scars and blood, but not his blood, the blood of the T-Rex dragon which rained down on him. Urza. This wasn't an S-class monster, it was SS, and yet he destroyed it along with this mountain. The dragon Fafnir, you just slaughtered it. Who are you, Izuku? Because someone who just entered our world being able to kill a monster that not even the 10 wizard saints could beat isn't a normal human. But she placed her hands on her lips with a massive blush. I can't believe you kissed me. In the fairy tale guild hall within its hospital, Izuku could be seen waking up on a hospital bed. Izuku, ow, my head. He placed his hand on his forehead when the door opened and he heard a metal plate hit the floor. He turned to the cause of noise to see Mira with tears in her eyes before she charged and hugged him. Mira, Izuku, hey Mira. Izuku looked at her with a tired smile, hugging her back as she cried. After a bit, Mira stopped crying and sat on Izuku's lap as he petted her head. Izuku, so have you visited Lisana lately? Mira, thank you for cleaning it before you left. Izuku, of course, but one thing. Hey Mira, are you angry at me? Mira, no, why would I be? Izuku, I don't know, it's just you're squeezing my thigh too hard and I think it's purple. Izuku went pale. She knew, oh god, he was screwed. Midoriya. Izuku, Mira, sweet Mira, it was just two. Mira, sigh, I know, I'm sorry. She said, looking down sadly as Izuku looked down as well but brightened up after getting an idea. Izuku, hey Mira, will you go on a date with me after I come back from getting Natsu from that island? Mira smiled happily and nodded like a puppy who was about to get her to treat. Mira, hooray! She yelled, hugging Izuku's neck as he laughed. Izuku, now then, let's get to the guild so I can leave and come back fast. Mira, in the guild. Urza is rampaging in the guild from the news about Natsu. Urza, do not worry master, I will bring them back, I swear. Makarov, Urza began to leave when the doors were opened, revealing Izuku, who had a smile on his face, wearing a black button-up shirt with rolled-up sleeves, black jeans, black cowboy boots, and a belt. Izuku, let's go. Urza, see ya master. Urza, wait, what? After all you went through you can't G? Makarov, yep, have fun. Izuku. Urza just froze in shock that the master would let Izuku leave like that. However, she unfroze seeing how Mira was looking at her, and then Mira leaned up and kissed Izuku on the cheek, making everyone freeze in shock. Mira, I'll be waiting. Izuku, right. He said, clutching his fist before leaving. Urza/Biska, what the hell? Izuku, wait for me. And with that, Izuku and Urza went on their way to get Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy. On a pirate ship, we see Izuku and Urza standing while the entire crew is knocked out and the one man standing is the captain. Captain, Why do you want to go to Galuna Island? It's scary. Urza, just shut up and steer. Captain, okay. The crew began to wake up. Captain, if you drop us off somewhere you can have the boat. He looked around ferociously. Captain, please I'm begging ya lady, sir I've heard that island is cursed and anyone who steps foot on it turns into a demon. Urza, I will take that chance. Captain, but why do you have To go there? Izuku, please don't. Urza, when rules are broken the guilty must be punished and that is all I can tell you. Izuku, there it is for the 100th time great. The entire crew who was now fully awoken had fallen in love with Urza and decided to follow every order she gave including the captain. Izuku thoughts, Yara Yara be careful Natsu she's pissed off. Izuku, isn't that Lucy about to be eaten by a giant blue rat in a singlet? Izuku, so shouldn't we, who you already jumped? Izuku screamed seeing Urza soaring towards Lucy. Izuku, see ya fellas. Izuku said jumping as well to Lucy. But Lucy, the mouse was about to eat her when. Rat, diawea. She looked up to see Urza and Izuku slash her at the same time defeating the giant mouse. Once the smoke cleared Izuku and Urza's backs were facing Lucy and she called out, Izuku. However, she was stopped by Urza's frightening glare. Urza, Lucy you know why we're here right I assume you do. Lucy, to take us back, promise you won't hurt me. Her voice echoed around the three as Lucy slowly fell into a scared state. Happy, hey I was looking for you I was worried. However before Happy could finish he saw Urza, gulped, whimpered he flew away only to magically appear beside Urza with his tail in her hand. Izuku, Lucy where is Natsu? Lucy, listen I'm sorry we came without permission but some really awful things have been happening on this island. There's this guy and his minions who are trying to revive a frozen demon and the island's villagers are suffering because of the spell they're using. They've turned into monsters. We just thought that if we work together we might be able to help them. Urza, that is none of my concern. Izuku and Lucy were shocked beyond compare. Izuku especially since from the moment he met Urza she's tried to save everyone. Lucy, please Urza let us finish this job. We can't leave things this way gasp. Urza put her sword to Lucy's throat. Urza, I don't think you understand Lucy the three of you have betrayed Master Makarov you'd be lucky if you walk away with your lives. Izuku, Urza I think you should calm down. Urza turned to Izuku and put her sword to his throat. Urza, and why should I please do tell? Izuku, put that blade down all I'm saying is that we shouldn't threaten her it isn't right and also let's look for Natsu and Gray isn't that what you wanted or am I wrong? Izuku's eyes like Urza became two colors dark green and black while hers purple and black and Urza put her sword away. Urza, you're right I'm sorry Izuku. Izuku, it's fine let's just get to it. And with that, the four left. They wandered around as Lucy guided them into the once nice village now a sphere with a single undamaged circle. Lucy explained what had happened and Happy flew up high to find everyone. Upon finding a camp he guided them there. Urza asked where Gray was and they were taken to a tent he was resting in. Seeing as how he was unconscious they decided to go to an empty tent and wait there for Gray to wake up. Meanwhile Urza simply glared at the tied up Lucy and Happy who was shaking in fear but Izuku was looking at Urza and the way she was acting he didn't like it at all. Gray woke up after a few hours and exited his tent. Looking around the new area a girl came up to him and told him where Urza and the rest were. So quickly he rushed to her tent only to find Izuku lying down with his back against a few wooden boxes and Urza sitting on the boxes as if a queen. Clearly she was pissed. Urza, you're late you made me wait not smart. Gray, Urza, Lucis got me up to speed on everything that's happened. I thought you were sent here to stop Natsu and these two fools. Needless to say I'm disappointed. Gray, where is Natsu anyway? Urza, that's what I would like to know. Lucy, the last time I saw him was when we were versing the Cold Emperor's lackeys but when we went back no one was around. Izuku, we got Happy to search the sky and find you. Urza, now let's look for Natsu and return to the guild. Gray, but we can't leave the island just yet. You've seen everything that's been going on in this island. We should help them right Izuku. Izuku, yes but. Urza, and what would be your point? I've come here solely to bring these fools back to the guild. I'm not interested in anything other than that. Gray, fools have you seen what's been going on this island? Urza, I have. Gray, and you're just gonna turn your back on them? Urza, Their request has been posted on every guild. It's better to entrust wizards who are suited for this kind of thing, unlike the rest of you. Gray, how can you be so heartless? Urza turned with rage in her eyes. What did you say? Izuku, Urza. They all turned to Izuku. Izuku, I think we should help them. Urza got angrier and pulled her sword out. Urza, so you're on their side and you think it's alright to break the rules and go unpunished? Izuku, I'm not on any side. Yes, they deserve a form of punishment for this. However, the needs of the people come first. We should help them all while we still can instead of leaving them to another guild. Urza began to chuckle, confusing the rest. Izuku, what's so funny? Urza, that you still think you're a hero. She turned serious with her glare. Urza, 'cause you're not. All you are is a simple wizard who came to our world, nothing more. The other got shocked by her harsh words, knowing what Izuku had been through. This was disgusting. Gray, Urza, Lucy, how could you be so? Urza, this world isn't yours. You don't belong here. Yes, you may have been a hero once, but now you aren't anyone. No one cares in this world of your title. What you were, it means nothing here, and if this is so you can increase your fame and fans, then forget it. This is not a story where you're the main character, nor is it where you belong. Izuku. He looked down, completely silent. Izuku, shut up, he said in a whisper, gaining their attention. Urza, what? She said, annoyed before. Izuku, I said shut the hell up. The three were shocked by Izuku's action and followed him out. Izuku, what the hell do you know? Urza looked up in shock with a few scratches on her face and armor. Izuku, you have no clue what I am going through. You know nothing about me, not my pain, not my tears, nothing. I can't smile anymore, not like then, because every time I do I can't help but think about my friends. Izuku looked up, shocking her and everyone else. He was crying. Izuku, I sleep every night and see the memories, everything, and I wake up wishing this was all a dream, but it isn't. I keep having to enter the guild every day and see everyone smiling happily with each other. They know each other, but what about me? I hate this. I want to go home. I want to see my mother and All Might, my adopted daughter Eri, and I can't even remember her voice. Could you ever understand that, not being able to even remember what your little girl sounds and looks like? Can you? Urza's face was frozen between upset with herself and broken-hearted from what she said. Urza, what? Izuku, you're what? How all my life all I've ever known was pain. My best friend, my friends, my own father would come home every night. Everyone was silent, not wanting to know how he would finish. Izuku, and he's beat me within an inch of my life till I was 12. Scar after scar I bled out onto the ground, and when I finally got the chance to be happy I lose it. 16 years of pure unadulterated torture, all for a year of happiness. I miss them all, but I died, and I can't stop hearing Kaken screaming my name for me to wake up, but I can't, and I hate myself for it, for not being there for Kaken, for not keeping my promise and raising Eri, for never being able to see my own dying mother before she goes. Urza was crying from this. She was in pain, and so were the rest of Fairy Tail. They never knew or cared, never once thought of how Izuku was suffering all alone. Izuku, so tell me, Urza, that it'll all be alright. Tell me there is a light at the end of the road, because I can't find it. The only person to ever notice or care was Mira, Biska, Levi, and Makarov. No one else cared, no one but them, the entire guild. Even they speak about me as you did now. Their words hurt me every day, but no comes to help me. Only Mira, she always got me to smile along with the girls. So I don't care if you hate me, I don't care if I'm exiled from the guild. I will save these villagers, and I will do it alone if I have to, because that was how Grandpa Rob taught me before he died. Izuku walked forward, passing Urza before stopping and saying, skip to 233. Izuku, those who break the rules are scum. That's true, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, and those who abandon someone when they're asking for help. Worse scum. Go to 109. And I'd much rather die than let anyone suffer any longer than they already have. Urza's eyes widened and tears fell faster than before. I'm sorry, she repeated over and over as he walked away from the village split and let Izuku walk past them from the middle. Each held tears in their eyes. Gray was left smiling happily at Izuku and immediately followed. However, before entering the forest, Izuku stopped. Izuku, remember this, Urza, I will save everyone, even you. And with that he left. With Izuku. After leaving Urza, and that he and Gray ran through the forest in search of the temple when they heard a scream. Wait. Turning, they saw Urza and the other two. Gray, what are you guys doing here? Sooner we finish this job the sooner we get back to the guild, so I'm helping until them. Gray and Izuku nodded, and Gray began to tell them about Leon as well as the reason why he wants to free Deliora. Lucy, to beat Deliora, that's his goal. Gray, for a long time now Leon has wanted to defeat it and surpass you, or however when she died he lost that chance, so he thought that the only way to truly surpass her was to defeat the one thing she couldn't. Izuku, I see, to surpass the dead he must defeat Deliora, something she herself couldn't. Gray, yes, but Yua isn't dead. Urza, what do you mean, Gray? Gray proceeded to tell everyone the story of Ur's death and everything that happened after, how she turned into the ice-sealing Deliora and how he was supposed to keep it a secret from Leon. Izuku, we're here, but what's up with the temple? Lucy, it's titled. Gray, it must have been Natsu, it's genius, now the moon drip won't fall on Deliora, but knowing Natsu it probably was an accident. Lucy, who knew his tendency to destroy things would come in handy. Urza pushed Happy and Lucy down while Izuku and Gay dodged with ease from the razor that went past them and into a tree. Lackey, we found them, Fairy Tale. Lackey 2, we can't let them stop the Cold Emperor. Urza, leave them to me, go and solve things with Leon. Gray. Lucy/Happy, we'll stay and help you. Izuku, I'm going with Gray. Era, Izuku, why? But before she could finish, Izuku was already gone. Now with Gray. As he zoomed towards the temple, Izuku caught up. Gray, Izuku. Izuku, don't worry about me, I'll help while you deal with Leon. Gray, right, but Izuku from before. Izuku, forget about it. Gray knew Izuku was still in pain, so he left it and continued to move forward. Gray and Izuku broke into the temple in search of Natsu. They went from path to path until they felt it getting colder, so Gray broke through and entered, finding an entire ground of ice with Natsu and Leon fighting. Natsu, Izuku/Gray, what are you guys doing here? Izuku, I'm here to help with the mission. Gray, Natsu, let me beat this guy. Natsu, you lost to him already. Gray, not this time, I'll finish him. Leon, I see you're full of pride. Gray, I admit I killed you, but you hurt my friends, the people of this island, all for to melt the ice. I'll never forgive you for that, Leon, and I'll make you pay for it. Leon, that pose I shall. Izuku/Natsu, I shall. It was at that moment the two realized what Gray was planning. Leon, have you gone crazy? Gray, take your friends and get off this island, but first fix the people of here or else I'm done with you. Leon, do you seriously believe that I'd fall for that? It's useless. Gray, I mean it. The wind surrounding Gray was unapproachable. Leon fired an attack only for it to be reflected. Izuku/Natsu, Gray, no, don't do this. Gray, about to finish his sentence when Natsu, Hiya. Gray fell to the ground shocked, but he got up instantly and grabbed Natsu by the scarf. Gray, idiot, I have to be the one to defeat him, I'm ready to die. Natsu grabbed Gray's wrist tightly. Natsu, so you want to die? Isn't that the same as abandoning everyone else? Gray realized what Natsu said was true and let go. He was ready to die but not ready to abandon Fairy Tale. Suddenly the temple began to go back to its original state. Natsu, what the? Natsu raged all over the place. Izuku, this isn't fixing, no, this is time. Someone went back in time for this temple, but that magic, it's lost. Gray, if that moonlight shines on Deliora then it will be revived. Sorry to interrupt. A man with an Oni mask and short body appeared next to Leon. Leon, how is everything? Zalti? Zalti, the moon will rise any minute now, so I needed to return the tower to its original state. Natsu, so it was you. Do you know how hard I worked to destroy this place? How did you fix it so quickly? Zalti looked at Natsu and laughed, pissing him off to extremes. Natsu, tell me. Zalti, I suppose we should start with the moon drop ceremony, he said, ignoring Natsu and running away while laughing. Natsu, Iwa, I'll get you, little man. Natsu shouted while some fire spews out his mouth. Natsu, Gray, you deal with this guy, I'm going after him. And with that Natsu darted off to Zalti. Izuku, Gray, you take care of this dude, I'll go after Natsu. Gray. And with that Izuku left. With Izuku caught up to Natsu in no sweat. Izuku, Natsu, go to the cavern of the ruins. Natsu, why me? Izuku, According to Lucy, Moondrop is performed up there. We need someone to stop them, and since there are a lot of wizards up there you need to deal with them. After all, you're stronger than me. Natsu, but you're faster. Izuku, please Natsu. Natsu, fine, but you better deal with this guy. Izuku, no problem. Natsu left Izuku to follow Zalti, who stopped and used a magic circle, causing a circle from the roof to fall onto Izuku. However, Izuku had other ideas and smashed it into pieces. Zalti waved his hand and the pieces of stone reverted back to the way they were before. Izuku, the hell is this? Suddenly Zalti vanished and Izuku lost sight of him, that is till he remembered. Izuku. Himiko had the same trick when she became Kami *Psi* breath focus. Izukus only saw black and then his eyes opened. Izuku, found you. Izuku vanished and reappeared over Zalti, reeling his fist back before punching him in the face. Zalti fell to the ground holding his cheek. Izuku, now then show me your real face. A vicious smirk crawled onto Izuku's face as he called out. Izuku Superman landed on the ground beneath him as the stones from above smashed into the ground, causing dust to float in the air. Izuku, stop. Zalti looked behind to see Izuku with darkness around half his body. Izuku, where did you think you were going? Zalti, how did you find me? Izuku, where I come from. There is this psycho with a similar technique who tried to kill me many times before, so I trained my mind to find her. Zalti, that's impressive, but I must resurrect Deliora and you can't stop me. Zalti smiled while standing behind him, sealed in ice, was Deliora. Izuku, it's as big as Gigantomachia at full power, so that Deliora, the demon of destruction. Izuku said in fear. Zalti, that's right, and today it will come back. A purple pillar of light filled the entire room over Deliora, causing the water to start melting. Izuku, tell me what the real reason you're following Leon. I can easily tell you're stronger than him. Zalti, the cold Emperor Leon is an arrogant twit. He doesn't stand a chance against Deliora. That's where I come in. Izuku, you know, for a girl you have a bad tongue. Zalti, how did you? Izuku, I've faced your kind of people before. Kami has a similar power, so it wasn't hard. Now tell me, will you show me your real face or not? Zalti, maybe another time. Izuku, so what's got you so hooked on Deliora? Zalti, I want to control the demon. There are spells out there that give you complete control over immortal beings like Deliora, and with this demon by my side I'll be the most powerful wizard of them all. Izuku, that's your answer? I'm sorry to even ask. Zalti, Izuku, you're the kind of person who's hungry for power, thinking all you need is a monster to make you tough. Well, you're wrong. I've killed a monster twice as strong as this and defeated others more powerful than even you, so don't think for a second I'll lose to a bastard like you. Zalti, laugh. I suppose you're too young to realize, but you will understand in the future that it is important to have power on your side. Izuku, is that so? Izuku, I don't give a crap how powerful you are, cause I'll destroy you. Zalti, don't let your feelings control your actions, cause you'll still lose. Izuku, I could care less of how powerful you are. Izuku destroyed each of the stones and went down on Zalti. Izuku, because I'll save everyone. St. Louis smash. Zalti, Izuku sent Zalti straight into a boulder, knocking him out of commission. Everything was alright, however fate, me, had other plans. Deliora had awoken. Watch up to 7 seconds after it's awake. Gray looked up at the face of Deliora and picked up the water that once was his master. Gray, thank you. Izuku, Gray, what are you doing here? Gray, Izuku. Izuku, we need to stop this thing. The magic it's giving off is triple that off Gigantomachia. Leon, groaning. Leon crawled to them with a deranged look on his face as he spoke. Leon, neither of you is strong enough, but I am. I will defeat it. Gray, he. Leon, I will surpass you. Are finally he. Izuku, no way, you aren't strong enough, not even close. Leon, I've waited so long for this moment. Deliora saw them and growled. Its deep voice echoed throughout the entire cave. Memories of Lion and Yor flowed through the sicko's mind as he began to stand. Leon, she was strong but still not strong enough to defeat that demon. Now I will surpass you. Are. Leon's memory of being jealous flowed through his mouth. Leon, finally my dream will be fulfilled. Gray punched Leon in the gut, knocking him out. Gray, you've caused enough trouble. Now I will clean up the mess you've made. Skip to 54 seconds. Gray, I'll seal the demon myself. Gray, iced shell. Leon, don't do it. Gray, do you know how long it took me to free Deliora? Gray, I don't have time to worry about that now. I need to stop this monster. However, Izuku stood in front of Gray. Gray, Izuku. Izuku, go. Gray, get out of here. Gray, don't be stupid, get out of my way. Izuku, I won't. Gray, grab Leon and go. Gray, Izuku, I said go now. Izuku turned to Gray, showing him a frightened and shaking face, shocking him. Gray thoughts, he's terrified and yet. Gray, why are you doing this? Izuku, because your master's crying. Gray, she wants you to get out of here, she's afraid. Gray's eyes widened and tears came to the edge of his eyes. Izuku, please. Gray. Suddenly Deliora roared again and reeled its fist back. Izuku closed his own eyes and began to fight as well. Izuku, one for all 100%. Izuku, let's do this. Izuku jumped at Deliora as Deliora sent its fist at him. Izuku, Aoiwa. Deliora, skip to when he tells Koda to run. Izuku, fine. It's fine, I will not let him past me, so run. Gray could only stare as tears fell down his face as he was on his knees. Izuku, are you? Deliora, Izuku, shoot you. An explosion sent Izuku smashing into the ground and Deliora tumbling back onto the stone wall. Gray, Izuku, please stop. He said on his knees. Izuku, I can't lose here. Izuku got back up, clutching his fist harder as the green arcs around him turned crimson and surged around him. Gray, stop it. Izuku, I won't give up. Izuku, I will defeat you. Gray, stop it. Izuku, a female voice echoed through Izuku's head. Save me. Izuku, even if it's set in stone, I will never stop fighting. To save the people who need saving. Izuku, Gray, Izuku. Deliora and Izuku vanished into the crimson light and a massive beam of crimson blew to the sky, shocking Natsu, Urza, Lucy, and Happy, and Izuku's voice echoed throughout everyone's head. Izuku, no one else will suffer, no more tears will be shed because I will protect their smiles. Stop song. As the light vanished, Gray saw Izuku lying down on the ground and his master Yor lying down on top of him. Gray was shocked beyond belief. Not only did Izuku kill Deliora, he also saved his master. Gray, Izuku. Gray ran to the two and shook them till they woke up. Izuku, what happened? Where am I? The two looked at each other. Yor then jumped onto Izuku and hugged him tightly. You, in back, thank you so much, Izuku. Izuku, no problem. Gray jumped and hugged the two tightly. All three laughed with tears. Gray, thank you, Izuku, thank you so much. Scene change. Natsu. Yeah, we won, huh? Happy, Heva. The entire group was outside of the cave celebrating their victory. Lucy, you know, I was kinda worried for a while there, but it all worked out thanks to you. I really didn't do much, it was all Izuku. Gray, yeah, she's right, without him I would have been a goner. Izuku, he. Natsu, who we totally finished in this class quest alright. Lucy, do you think the master will let us on the second floor now? And then it hit them. Urza told them what they were forgetting about. Meanwhile Izuku and Yor were talking. So she was the one you punched? Izuku, yep. You terrified, right? Izuku, yep. Kissed his cheek. At least take that to your grave. Izuku *, crying anime tears *, yep. And with that, the group left to the village to destroy the moon. Izuku, so what are we doing? Urza, we will be destroying the moon, it's the only way to turn the villagers back into humans. Natsu, I'll need your help. The village erupted into cheers at Urza's words while Urza and Natsu spoke on how they would do it. Lucy, how do you think this will go? Izuku, she's insane, man. Gray, I agree. I second you. Happy, this is exiting. Urza and Natsu left to throw Urza's spear into the moon, and as the spear was launched into the sky, Natsu punched it using his fire fist, sending it towards the moon. Gray, this is bad. Lucy, what are they thinking? The spear got closer and closer to the moon, or so they thought. Cracks appeared on the moon, however the sky shattered instead. Lucy, Izuku, Gray /you. What the? Urza explained to the group why it was the sky that broke and how the villagers forgot about who they really were and that Bobo, the son of the village chief, was really alive, not dead. From there they all began to celebrate. Izuku decided to sit alone, however the demon girls who had crushes on him took him to dance while Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy partied. That's when the other members of Leon's team showed up. Izuku walked towards them alongside Urza. Lucy, watch out for that creepy chick, she can control things like dolls. Natsu, and don't even bother using magic against old Megabrows. Urza, is that so? Izuku, in that case. Izuku, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Both Izuku and Urza sent the boy and girl into the ground with a single attack, causing the village and other fairy tales to speak of their strength. Girl, you two are truly amazing warriors. Boy, no kidding, we're no match for you two, they said as they smiled at the two. Lucy, I'll wait, so you not here to attack us. Boy, I doubt this will settle things, but we came here in person to apologize. Girl, the Cold Emperor told us about what you did, Sir Izuku, and how you avenged all the lives that were lost. Gray, wait, you mean you were victims of Deliora too? Boy, when we were children we watched our friends and family be murdered before our eyes. Girl, the Cold Emperor had a plan to finish the demon once and for all. Boy, you see, we wanted revenge so badly we never realized we were hurting innocent people. Girl, we were blinded by our hatred and acted no better than the demon itself. From now on we'll treat people with respect and love. Izuku walked to the two, gaining everyone's attention, and placed his hands on their heads, petting them. Izuku, I can understand that feeling, the need to destroy the one thing which caused you so much pain, to suffer for so long only for nothing to come your way, for it to always be alone in that feeling. Urza looked down as the two looked up. Izuku, but instead of hurting others or yourself for it, live the life you were so lucky to keep. Life isn't something to be thrown away but treasured, so as long as you keep breathing, always live your life to the fullest, and I will protect your smiles. Deal. The two looked at Izuku with tears in their eyes. Izuku, so let me say the one thing that should have been said long ago. He hugged the two. Izuku, it's okay to cry, I'm here for you, let it all out. The two clutched Izuku's shirt as they broke down into his chest, letting out all their pain and sadness that they held for so long. Little did they know Zalti was hiding in the trees above them, that is until Zalti turned into a woman. The next day, the group decided that it was time to go home. Sadly, Urza didn't accept the reward, only the gate key, and going back to the pirates they went back to Harjan. In Harjan, the group walked happily back to the guild. Natsu, we're home. Happy, we're home. This town is beautiful. Gray, come on master, I can't wait to introduce you to the guild. Slow down, Gray. Urza, you all should be grateful that we got something from that job. Lucy, yep, a gate key, it's super rare. Happy, can we sell it? Lucy, how can you even suggest that? Sure, there are a lot of silver gate keys, but there are only 12 gold keys and I'm lucky enough to have 5. Izuku / Natsu, it's too bad they're all crazy. Natsu and Izuku high-fived. Lucy, you had better watch your mouth, punk, me and my celestial spirits will stronger than the both of you, one day you'll see. Gray, so which key did you end up getting? Lucy, it's Sagittarius the Centaur. Gray spun around instantly. Gray, it's a horseman. They all began to imagine different versions of a horseman, however Natsu's was just plain stupid, not even a horse or a man. Urza, you're all so carefree, it's almost as if you've forgotten you face punishment when you get back to the guild. Fast. Natsu, but what? Lucy, even though we completed the quest. Urza, that's only because I came along to help. Stealing an S-class quest is a serious offense. They all stopped and looked at Urza except for Izuku, who was walking away. Urza, where are you going? Izuku, I'm going home, I'll see you in the guild tomorrow guys. On yeah, hey Gray, let you or crash at your place. Gray. It was clear to them Izuku was still hurt by Urza, so no one dared to ask anything. Urza herself looked down and kept walking forward. Natsu, what's up with him? Lucy, I'll tell you later. Happy. They all followed Urza back to the guild. What will happen now? Will Izuku forgive Urza? And what will happen on Izuku's Estate? Part 9, Special Chapter for the Fans. Mira walked slowly to Izuku as her gorgeous snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. It seemed like sparkles flowed around her as she walked to him, and the night became filled with light, and she got to his side with a smile that would put heaven's beauty to shame. Stop song. Dot, Izuku. Izuku, Mira. Mira, I look where. Izuku, an angel. Mira blushed heavily at Izuku's words while Elfman smirked. Elfman, you're a real man. Midoriya have to fun big sis. Elfman pushed Mira out and closing the door, however Mira tripped and fell only to softly land on Izuku's chest. Izuku, you ready to go on our date? Mira simply nodded. Izuku pulled apart and slowly kissed her hand softly. Izuku, sigh, you look beautiful beyond compare. Mira, I mean it. Mira, thank you. Izu, you look very handsome as well. Izuku and Mira smiled with a blush before Izuku took Mira's hand and slowly guided her to his motorcycle, helping her up. Izuku sat beside in front of her and started the motorcycle in fear. Mira hugged Izuku tightly as he began to drive away. First stop. Izuku and Momo reached a 5-star restaurant in Magnolia, shocking Mira since it took almost a year to make reservations there. It's night time. Izuku guided the speechless Mira Jane in reaching the receptionist. Receptionist, how may I help you, sir? Izuku, I made a booking under the name Izuku Midoriya. Receptionist, Mr. Midoriya, it's a pleasure. Please write this way, and your mademoiselle is gorgeous. I believe her name is Mira Jane. Izuku, thank you, sir. Receptionist, but of course, and here we are. The receptionist guided Izuku and Mira Jane to the top floor outside under the gorgeous stars where they were alone, and a table was set with food waiting for them. Mira was about to sit when the receptionist stepped on Izuku's shoe. Izuku, awa. Receptionist, be a gentleman. The Frenchman said as Izuku nodded and walked forward, pulling Mira's chair out, shocking her, but that shock came to an end as soon as she sat down and Izuku pulled the chair in for her, taking a seat himself. Receptionist, how the madam and sir enjoy. Izuku/Mira, thank you. After the man left, Izuku and Mira began to eat, talk, and laugh together. Mira and Izuku were having the best day of her life, but it wasn't finished yet. After they left the restaurant, it was midnight. Izu, hey Mira, I'd like to take you somewhere before the night ends. Izuku, come with me. Putting Mira on the bike, Izuku drove away again. The cool breeze brushed against Mira's face. The leaves that flowed within the wind played a tune, and the sparkling night shined upon the 2 stars. A beautiful artwork glided with the two as they reached a forest. Taking her hand, Izuku pulled her with him into the forest, passing tree after tree. It seemed as if time had slowed down for the two. Mira could only look in awe as the owls sang. The deer and antelope ran around the 2. Fireflies flew around them like magic. The trees moved in sympathy as they reached a stop, and Izuku turned to Mira. His beautiful emerald eyes reflected the gorgeous forest. Taking her hands softly, he placed them over her eyes and whispered, "Izuku, don't look until I say so." She felt his gentle hands take one of her own, leaving the other to cover both her eyes as he guided her to forward. The cold breeze left and was exchanged with a warm, welcoming wind. Izuku stopped and spoke again. "Izuku, now open." She opened her eyes to see the most enchanting sight she had ever seen. An enchanting purple outlined the gorgeous moon, its light reflected off the gorgeous river. Shining butterflies, however, in the air like family stones stood beside the river, separating it from the luscious grass. And single island stood in the middle of the magic lake, and on it a lone tall tree that danced with the wind. Taking her hand, Izuku guided her into the water and walked towards the island. A feeling of warmth replaced all the cold that surrounded her body, and reaching that small island, Mira found a basket lying on top of a blanket on the ground. Izuku, surprise. Mira's eyes watered. No words could describe the joy in her heart, and no feeling could rival the ones she held in her heart at that moment. It was more than she could bear. The two sat on the grass listening to the songs of the wind, the orchestra of the creatures of the forest, and the soft voice of the river banks, singing to them a loving melody. It was truly Mother Nature's symphony. The two sat there for 2 hours in silence, listening to the life of the forest. "Mir, it's beautiful," speaking in a soft voice as to not interrupt all that she had grown to enjoy. "Izuku, just like you." She opened her eyes slowly and looked at the boy who captured her heart. She saw him reach into the basket and pull out a small box. "Izuku, ever since coming to this world I found something. Mira, I found magic, adventures, but more than anything I found you." Izuku presented the box to her. "Izuku," and Mira, not a day goes by that I don't think of you. Opening the box, earning a gasp from the girl. "Izuku, Mira, all I want is to protect you, and even though I could never dream of understanding what you went through watching your sister die in front of you, all I ask is that you let me help heal that pain. Tearing up, Mira placed a hand on her mouth. Izuku, because Mira, I swear whether I will live or die, I will always protect and love you. Mira's tears finally came down and she jumped, hugging Izuku tightly. Mira, I love you too, my Izu. Izuku titled her head up softly by her chin and leaned down, giving her a kiss. Izuku drove Mira back home and walked her to her door. Mira, Izuku, you don't consider yourself a member of Fairy Tail yet, do you? Izuku, Mira, why don't you? She asked, completely confused, only for Izuku to remain silent. Mira, Izuku, I don't think we can be together. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He questioned in confusion and sadness. Mira, that's not what I meant, so let's make a deal, Izuku. She held his hands in her own too and spoke. When you finally realize how important to us you are, when you finally see that you are part of our guild of Fairy Tail Wizard, then we can be together. Izuku looked down and smiled at her. Izuku, I'll try. Mira, good until then. She kissed his cheek. Mira, remember that. Izuku nodded as she walked into her house and closed the door. I will try, I swear, Mira, and with that he went home. Rage seethed out of Natsu's voice as Izuku, I don't know. It was Phantom. They all turned to see an upset Mira holding a paper bag of supplies. Izuku, Mira, are you alright? Izuku asked, running over to her and checking her over for any damage, but she was fine. This was good. Mira then guided the group down to the basement of the Fairy Tail Guild Hall, where everyone was, however, unlike usual. Everyone was quiet and hurt, not physically but emotionally. Meanwhile, the master was sipping beer. Jet, we've never been on the best of terms with those phantom jerks, but come on. Droy, think we should get them back. Levi, come on, you guys, back off, don't you think we're in enough trouble already? The drunk master noticed the group going towards him. Master, yo, what's up, kids? Lucy, hi. Urza, sorry we weren't here sooner. Natsu, why the hell are you all sitting down here? Master, how'd it go, Lucy? You finished the job like a good girl. Lucy, yeah, I guess. Urza, Master, do you understand the gravity of this situation? Natsu, the guild hall has been completely destroyed. Makarov, there's no need to get yourselves all worked up, it's not the end of the world or anything. Natsu, Makarov just continued to drink while speaking. Just comes to show how cowardly those dunderheads in the Phantom Lord Guild can be. They struck when no one was here. Is that something worth bragging about? Urza, what, no one was here? Mira, it was around when a few hours after I left. She said, standing next to Izuku, hiding a little behind him to seek comfort, which got Izuku angry since they scared his Mira. Urza, at least we should be thankful for that. Makarov, we shouldn't trouble ourselves with people who attack when no one's around. Forgotten about those fools. Natsu suddenly smashed the wall. Ain't gonna happen, Gramps. We can't just let them trash the place and get away with it. Makarov, I'm not talking about this any longer. We'll handle jobs down here till the top's repaired. Natsu, we shouldn't be worrying about jobs right now. Makarov, Natsu, that's enough out of you. He shouted, spanking Lucy. Lucy, and you spanked me because. Mira pouting. Master, hands to yourself. Izuku, haha, you're adorable. Izuku said, petting the now blushing Mira. Master, teehee. He laughed, jumping off his seat and walking away. Natsu, hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Makarov, oh, keep your dress up, I'm going to take a leak. Natsu, I don't understand why he's being so weird about this. Izuku, it's probably because you guys are all safe. I mean, think about it, this is just a building fairy tale. Are you guys his children? So that's probably why he's not angry about this. I mean, sure, he's stressed out and pissed about it, but who wouldn't be when someone breaks your home? Biska, Izuku is right, but what do you mean by you guys? Don't you consider yourself part of the guild too? You're? Yeah, Izuku, what do you mean you guys? Mira, Izuku, no, I don't think myself part of this guild. After all, this isn't my world. Lucy, is this about what happened on the island? Izuku, no, nothing with that. I mean, all of you have so much history together, being with each other and all, but me, I have none of that. I'm always alone if I'm not in the guild, and let's face it, I'm basically an outcast, someone who never deserved to be her. Urza slapped Izuku, shocking everyone and him. Urza, Shut up, you're part of this guild whether you like it or not. We are your family and this is your new world, do you hear me? Izuku, Urza, do you hear me? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, yes ma'am, I'm sorry. Urza, everyone was smiling at that. Biska, Mira/you. Cool, so can you let Izuku go now? Urza, realizing that she was holding Izuku by his collar and his face was at least 5 inches from hers, blushed and released him quickly, causing the entire guild to laugh. Makarov. Okay everyone, tonight I want at least you all to sleep in the same room with at least 2 guild members, is that understood? Guild. Yes master. Biska. I call Izuku. Girls, not Urza for now. New. Brought to you by Happy Going a Bing Bang Boom like Elvis Presley. Biska and Izuku are both in the kitchen cooking some fried rice and chicken, honey chicken and some steak. They both loved meat. Biska and Izuku were both joking around, laughing and playing around as they cooked. Biska, hey Izuku, yeah basis. Izuku turned to Biska when she poked his nose, putting some flour on it, making it seem white, giggling as he tried to see it. Izuku, oh ho, let's go then. Izuku put his hand into the flour bag beside him, pulling out a white hand. Biska, no. And Izuku put it on her face, making a white handprint on her forehead to her lips. Izuku, haha. Biska, fight. She put her hand in her flour bag and he did the same, and they began to throw and play with the flour until they were completely white. Biska, haha, whoa. She tripped on from the bag of flour on the floor and fell on Izuku, who fell to the ground as well. Their faces were cm away from each other, blush on both their faces. Izuku couldn't help but be mesmerized by her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile her attention was drawn to his lips. Both moved forward slowly, their lips parting as they neared each other. Face. Bisca hisper Izuku. Izuku hisper Bisca. Scene change. It's dark and 2 people are in one room. Biska is completely naked, lying on the bed. She is facing Izuku, who is naked on top of her. Both never looked away from the other eyes. Izuku, whisper, I'm gonna put it in. Biska simply nodded when he did it. Pain coursed through her as Izuku's hands slowly guided down her arms and intertwined with her hands while he moved forward and backward. Time skip 2 hours. Both were covered with sweat as Izuku sped up. A green glowed from her neck where he marked her. She could feel her magic strengthen and the pleasure increase. It was then they both came for the last time and stopped to sleep, embracing the other. The next day in Magnolia Southgate Park, brought to you by a happy blushing and looking at the two with wide white eyes. A massive group of people is all standing in front of the massive tree in the arc, each one gasping with looks of horror when Izuku, Urza, Gray, and Natsu began to walk through them. Urza, excuse us please, we're from their guild. And what they saw when they reached the front of the group pushed them to the absolute limit of their rage. Gray, asterisk gasp. Izuku/Natsu. Man 1. Why are they still up there? Everyone. Whispering. Man 2. Somebody gets them down already. Man 3. Whoa, do you see that mark on her? Man 4. We better not get involved. Levi. Natsu and Izuku were shaking in rage. Natsu, Phantom Lord did those. However, when Makarov came, the group began to split in half, only to reveal the master walking through them as they murmured, stopping in the front of the group. Makarov's rage had reached the crossing point. Makarov, I can handle our guild hall being reduced to ruble. Makarov, but I will not let harm come to my children without taking revenge. He shouted, shattering his staff, scaring Lucy. Makarov, we have no choice but to go to war. In Magnolia Hospital, Izuku can be seen seated beside Levi, who is patched up along with Jet and Droy, each lying under blankets. Izuku, I'm sorry Jet, Droy, but most of all Levi, while you were getting hurt I was goddammit. Izuku shouted, punching the wall, using no magic at all, shattering it but bleeding. Flashback. Izuku is sitting in front of Mira at the bar trying to read a flyer but couldn't. Izuku, hey Mira, how do you read this? Mira, oh well, this says help needed at Clover Mountains. A wild wyvern is destroying villages for 90,000 jewels. Izuku, oh I knew that. Mira, you need help don't you? Izuku, desperately. A depressed aura surrounded the anime, crying chibi Izuku. Mira, oh I know, in the library. Levi should be there since she is the only one who likes to read. I'm sure she can teach you. Izuku, thank you Mira. Izuku said, hugging her with anime tears in chibi form and then running all the way to the library as she giggled. When Izuku entered the library, he found a girl wearing a blue vest, yellow bra, white shorts, brown belt, brown sandals, and a yellow bow with brown dots in her beautiful blue hair. Sitting on a table with a mountain of books, reading with red glasses, reading page to page in seconds. Izuku, excuse me. Levi ignored him. Izuku, excuse me. Izuku said, tapping her shoulder when she turned to him. Levi, oh sorry, wait, you're the new member. Izuku, how can I help you? Izuku, I'm new to this world and I don't know how to read and write, so I was wondering if you could teach me. And with that, the two began to work together and find out new things about each other, like Izuku's love for reading and Levi's love of magic enchantments. It wasn't long before they became the best of friends. Flashback and Izuku, I will make them pay, I swear it, Levi. Izuku's bangs covered his face as he stood up and walked out. In Oaktown, within the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, everyone is laughing at what Gajiel had done to the fairy tale members, while a single team was heading out to do the same. That is till they reached the door, which exploded, sending them flying and smashing into the sign on the second floor. Emerging from the smoke of the explosion was a pissed-off Natsu in front of a pissed-off fairy tale. Makarov, fairy tale has come calling. Phantom Lord Guild. GRLH. Izuku, T. Phantom Lord, LH. Another group of the Phantom Lord Guild attacked Natsu, who sent them all flying with fire. Natsu, alright, who wants to play with fire? Fairy tale, let's get them. The entire guild went into an all-out attack, slashing and sending the Phantom Lord members flying. Macau and Wakaba using the purple net and smoke punches, Alzak using his spark shot, Bisco with her homing shot, and Makarov growing into a giant, smashing them into the ground. Makarov, you dared to believe that you could lay your filthy hands on this monster's children and get away with it. The entire guild was made of monsters, destroying the evil guild. Makarov, where is Jose? Izuku, tell me, where is Gajiel and the Element 4? Meanwhile, above them all stood Gajiel, smiling at them. Gajiel, looks like Laxus and Mystigan were too scared to play. Not that I care, Master. Jose knew exactly how this would go down, but for scum, they seem like decent fighters. The guild tried to resist Fairy Tail using fire magic, only to find out Natsu could eat fire. Izuku, Detroit Smash. Phantom Lord, TLH. Makarov, Urza, I leave the rest to you. Urza, yes, Master. And with that, the old man left. That was when Gajiel jumped into the action. Man 1, who's that? Man 2, that's gotta be Urza, Black Steel Gajiel. Man 3, you attacked Levi. The man ran at Gajiel only to have a metal club smash into his face, sending him flying. But also Gajiel's own guildmates. Gajiel, show me what you got, unless you too scared to face the Iron Dragon Slayer. Elfman, too scared, real man has no fear. He shouted, charging Gajiel, turning his fist into a stone golem's arm, punching Gajiel, who blocked and attacked with his own iron club foot. Gajiel, you're strong. Elfman, 'cause I'm a real man. Gajiel, oh really, check this out. Gajiel fired several poles from his metal club foot, attacking his own guild, distracting Elfman, only for Gajiel to send him flying. However, before Elfman could hit the ground, Izuku caught him. Izuku, leave him to me, Elfman. Elfman, right, Izuku. Gajiel, oh what can you do, fairy kin? However, before he could finish, Izuku sent him flying through the wooden bar. Izuku, it's nice to see that you know me, but Izuku, it won't stop me from tearing you limb from limb. Gajiel, really, Iron Dragon Club. Only for Izuku to catch it with one hand. Izuku, you attacked Droy and Jet, but more than anything you hurt Levi. You destroyed our guild hall, I'll make you pay. Izuku threw him to the roof, only for Gajiel to land and jump back at him. Izuku, Essie Lewis smash. Sending Gajiel flying into a wall, Izuku began to slowly walk towards him. Man 1, Gajiel was sent flying. Man 2, no one did that before. Izuku, I'll make you feel every bit of my hatred. Izuku began to walk towards Gajiel with an aura that only described death, with his eyes temporarily turning red. Gajiel could only feel one thing from Izuku: pure, unadulterated rage. Izuku, you thought you could attack my best friend and escape my wrath. That was when Makarov crashed into the ground. Kill. Izuku and the rest of the fairy tale ran to Makarov while Gajeel jumped away as they checked on the old man. Phantom Lord decided to take advantage and go to attack them, however the fairy tailors held on. One guy sneak attacked Kana. Kana. Oh no Aewa. However, the explosion was blocked by Izuku holding a shield. Izuku, you okay Kana? Kana nodded with a small blush as he helped her out. Izuku, we need to leave, come on. Fairy Tailor 1. What, no we can? Izuku, I said now. The entire guild followed Izuku and ran out carrying the master was Elfman. The entire guild rested in the basement of the once standing fairy tale guild hall. Makarov was placed with his old friend Porlusika. Lucy told everyone about why the Phantom Lord Guild was after her, and Izuku, he was busy having a bath in the male bathrooms. Meanwhile Urza was having a bath in the female bathrooms. Mira had begged Laxus to help the guild in their fight. Meanwhile Kana was searching all over for Mystigan. With Izuku. Izuku's hair was down and covering his eyes while the back of his hair reached the bottom of his. Izuku thoughts, damn it. He punched the wall as the water dripped down from his fists. Izuku thoughts, why am I so weak? Why can't I protect the ones I love? Why can't I protect anyone? Am I so useless that I can't do anything even with the power of heroes from different universes? Izuku looked up, why did you bring me here, Grandpa? Izuku thought with tears in his eyes. Izuku, I can't even access my true power, the full body overtaker. I'm nothing, I'm no hero, not even close. Flashback. Izuku's grandpa. Listen here my boy, there will be a time where you're faced with a challenge that you can't defeat, a time where all hope is lost and everything you love is taken away from you. Izuku, really grandpa? Izuku's grandpa. Yes, but at that moment a power will emerge from within you, a power to save the ones you love, the power to change the world. Izuku, this power is in your emotions, find it and set it free. After all, that is why you will become the greatest hero of them all. Izuku, I will unlock that power, Gramps, I swear. Flashback and Izuku, I'm lost without you, grandpa, help me please. Izuku pleaded, pushing his head against the wall of the shower, clenching his fist. Boom, rumble, rumble. The entire guild ran outside to see the Phantom Lord headquarters with ginormous iron legs walking towards them and stopping when it reached the center of the lake. Natsu, what is that thing? Happy, it's a guild hall with ginormous legs. Loke, is it Phantom? Some members of Fairy Tail whimpered in fear. Wakaba, how do we fight that thing? Urza, I never anticipated this, why to go to such extremes to attack us? Mira was trembling with a hand over her mouth, and so was Lucy. Jose, engage the Jupiter cannon. The Phantom Lord mages began to charge the massive cannon Jupiter with magic, about to fire at the guild when Urza charged forward. Mira, Gray, don't be stupid. Izuku, don't do it. Urza required her adamantium armor. Kana, she requiped. Loke, what are you doing? Urza, protecting the guild hall. Happy, that's her adamantium armor. Biska, is she trying to block it? Alzak, but there's no way her armor's gonna hold up against a blast that's strong. Wakaba, you're just risking your life, don't be ridiculous. Urza, stay back. Natsu, the guild looked at her in horror. Gray, you're not gonna be able to stop her, you gotta have faith in her. The cannon fired at Urza, who activated her shield to block it. Her armor began to shatter slowly. Natsu, the guild all covered her heads from the light of the cannon, all afraid for their friend. Meanwhile Izuku could only stare and feel useless. That's when a voice came to his head. This Jose is a scumbag, and this girl, you feel for her, right? Izuku, who are you? That doesn't matter how I see you as worthy. I'll give you the ability to use one for all at full power for 10 seconds to protect your friends. No go. Izuku, one for all 1000%. Purple grew on Izuku's arms and his hair went Vegeta style. Now call it out. Izuku, low voice, shield of the night. And with that, the shield dispersed, turning into dust as Izuku's form vanished and Urza alongside him fell to the ground. Natsu, the two ran and checked up on both as Jose spoke with glee over the speaker. Jose, Makarov has fallen and your precious Urza, as well as the hero King Izuku, have both been taken down. Any chance of victory has slipped from your fingers. Hand over Lucy, heart filia, and surrender. Alzak, that's not gonna happen. Biska, yeah, like any guild would hand over one of their own to a monster like you. Macau? Yeah, you hear that Lucy's staying put. Jose was getting pissed off. I won't ask again. The entire fairy tale guild however refused and kept shouting it to him while Lucy cried. Lucy thoughts, maybe I should just go with them, give myself up. Urza, we would never betray her like that, you'd have to kill us first. Lucy, fairy tale, Izuku, you're nothing but a scumbag. Lucy belongs here with us, we'll never let you take her even if we have to die to do so. Fairy tale, Natsu, you can stop asking now cause you're gonna get the same answer, we're taking every one of you jerks down. The crowd supported Izuku, Urza, Natsu while Lucy cried in the background from happiness. Meanwhile Jose got pissed beyond relief. Jose, if death is what you want then I'll give you a second helping of Jupiter, you've got 15 minutes to ponder the folly of your actions. Elfman, no way. Kana, what do we do? Loke, they're gonna fire at us again. Urza tried to get up and so did Izuku but both fell to the ground. Dot, Greshley, Ahir. Gray, oh no, they're out there, the only reason we're still standing after the first shot. Izuku, not yet. Shocking everyone, Izuku was clutching his fist with an angry look on his face. Pushing himself he stood up. Izuku, I won't stop until Phantom Lord's defeated. Phantom Lord suddenly sent phantom troops at Fairy Tail and also threatening them with the Jupiter cannon. Natsu then decided he would destroy the cannon and flew with Happy. Izuku, Mira take care of Lucy, you take care of Urza, Kana I leave command here to you, Gray, Elfman come with me. Gray, Elfman, Mira /your Kana, right. Gray built an ice ramp for both Izuku, Elfman, and Gray to get up there. Izuku Gray and Elfman felt an earthquake and saw a flame that looked awfully like Natsu's, and they ran to him only to find a phantom mage about to attack him when the giant guild began to turn into a giant robot, causing Natsu to get sick and fall to the ground. However, before the phantom guild member could do anything, Izuku swept the guy's leg, Gray froze him and Elfman punched him so hard he sent the guy flying. Natsu, thanks guys. Happy, you three are so cool, you showed that phantom goon who's boss. Gray, what's your deal? Natsu, that was just sad. Elfman, if you were a real man you'd make the giant motion sick of you. Izuku, now you too. Natsu destroyed the cannon, good work. Natsu high-five Izuku both with smiles on their faces. Natsu, heart must have stopped moving cause I'm feeling better now. Happy, I am gonna go see what's going on. The giant stopped moving, however its arm was creating a magic circle of an abyss break so big it would destroy the whole town. Happy, we're doomed. Natsu, what do? We got to stop them. Gray, I guess we should split up and start looking for the power source of this thing, right? Elfman, man, are we ever gonna catch a break? Izuku, okay Elfman, you go left wing, Natsu, Gray, and Happy you guys up and I will go to the right wing. Gray / Natsu, I got to work with him. Izuku, yes now go. Izuku said with a glare, scaring the two and causing them to run. Izuku, Elfman be careful. Elfman, you too big bro, I mean Izuku. Izuku, what did you say? Elfman, nothing bye. Izuku walked the other way but stopped. Hey Elfman. Elfman turned to see Izuku with a smile. Stay safe little bro. And with that Izuku disappeared while Elfman smiled. Right, he shouted going as well. With Izuku. Izuku popped his head out of a window only to see rain. Izuku, that's weird, when did it start raining? Drip, drip drop. Izuku turned to see a woman in a blue dress with brown stockings and a Russian hat walking towards him holding a pink umbrella. Hello, my name is Juvia and I am the rain woman of the element 4 drip, drip drop. Izuku, so I take it you're one of them, then bring it on. Juvia, I must say I'm impressed your guild managed to take down 2 of the elements, however you must not underestimate the remaining 2. Izuku's face was emotionless but also pissed, his eyes were simply dark green outlining black. Izuku, listen Miss Juvia, I won't hold back just because you're a chick. They never blinked, not once, and then a blush formed on Juvia's face as she began to walk away. Juvia, well then I give up, you win, goodbye. Izuku, where you going? Come back and tell me how do stop the giant. Izuku screamed running after her. Juvia, I have the strong urge to make him mine, that's it, I can't help myself anymore. Waterlock. Izuku, Juvia finally noticed Izuku's bruise and started freaking out. Juvia, oh no, I didn't know about his wound, what do? I guess I should probably release him. Izuku, 1 for all 20%. Izukus spun in the water as his lightning formed a single tornado bursting the bubble. Izuku burst out of the water and landed on the ground. Juvia. He must have lightning magic, it's so beautiful. I'm water and he's lightning. We're too far apart but so close together like thunder. This must be fate. I can't believe I've found my handsome prince. Izuku, you almost got me with that sneak attack. You're playing dirty. Izuku said as he pushed his hair up from over his left eye, and then he began removing his shirt, causing Juvia's heart to beat harder. Juvia's thoughts. He's taking off his clothes, but we've only just met. Can't we take things slowly? Izuku, I really don't want to hurt you, Juvia, however I will if I have to, so I ask you to surrender cause this'll hurt. Smash. However, the air pressure went through her, shocking Izuku. Juvia, my body is made of water. Drip drop. Yes, I mustn't forget my love is my enemy, so I have no choice but to attack. It seems this is farewell my prince. Water slicer. Juvia, given the proper force, water is strong enough to cut through. Still take it for granted and you'll find yourself in a world of hurt. Izuku, or 30%. Detroit smash. The massive amount of air pressure thankfully pushed Juvia back, smashing her into the building behind, but she ended up coming back uninjured. Juvia, can't you see you're wasting your time? All your attacks go through me. Drip drip drop. Izuku, now what do I do? Juvia, there is no way for you to win, so just hand over Lucy Heartfilia and I'll ask our master to spare your guild. Izuku, oh come on, don't give me that. You and I both know we're past the point of no return, and besides Lucy's one of us. I'd rather give my life than hand her over to you. Juvia dropped her umbrella. Juvia mind. He'd give his life for her, he'd give his life for her, give his life. Lucis my rival, Lucis my rival, he loves her. Juvia, och the pain, och why fate must you be so cruel? Izuku, hey you okay, what's wrong? Juvia, she's not worthy of my prince. Juvia, Lucy Heartfilia cannot be allowed to live. Juvia fired boiling water after boiling water at Izuku, who tried to dodge but it kept hitting him. So he decided to end it all there. Izuku, forgive me Juvia. Juvia, Izuku, 1 for all 100%. Texas smash. Juvia, Juvia was sent flying through 10 roofs and then down the guild hall, completely wounded and covered with scratches. She had given up and let herself fall, but Izuku didn't. He jumped down after the girl and grabbed her hand, holding onto the roof. Juvia, why are you helping me? Tell me, I'm all alone, I have no one. What's the point of living? Izuku, then live for me. Juvia, gasp. Izuku, I won't leave you when you need me. Beside, I love the rain, it's so beautiful, and so are you. Why would I let you die when I could save you? Juvia, do you mean it? Izuku, of course, so please don't die, not like them. Juvia felt a drop of water hit her head. Noticing it was warm, she looked up only to see Izuku crying. Izuku, I can't see another person die, not again. Izuku pulled her up and laid her down on the rood. He sat beside her and petted her head. Izuku, rest up Juvia, you'll need it. Juvia lost it and fainted in happiness. Elf man. Izuku knew that voice. Getting up, Izuku immediately dashed all the way to Mira. Seeing her stuck between the fingers of the robot and the giant monster in front of her, Izuku charged forward to protect her. Once Izuku got in front of Mira, he pushed the fingers apart and hugged her. Izuku, what were you thinking? Crying Mira. Sniff Izuku, please sniff, help Elfman. Izuku, where is he? Mira pointed at the monster. Izuku, okay Mira, I will do it for you and Elfman. Izuku held Mira bridal style and jumped inside the giant robot. He then placed her on a rock and walked towards the monster. Izuku, hey Elfman, over here. The monster turned to see Izuku and charged at him at full speed. Izuku, that's enough Elfman. Izukus' smash sent the massive monster flying to the end of the hallway where it crashed into the wall, shocking Mira. Izuku then sighed, releasing a breath of air. However, due to the amount of power his body was giving off at 100%, the air came out like Shoto's cool air. Elfman's monster body began to crack until it completely broke, causing Elfman's human body to fall onto the ground. Izuku, are you alright Elfman? Izuku said as he let go of his 100% and hid his internally bleeding hand when Mira ran to the two. Mira, are you alright Elfman? Elfman, Mira, I'm sorry, I tried to control it to protect you, but I couldn't do it and I nearly killed Izuku. Mira, Elfman. Elfman, But what could I do? I was scared. I just wanted to. Izuku brought Elfman and Mira into a hug, earning gasps from the two. It's okay, it's all okay now. Mira and Elfman had tears in their eyes. Izuku, let me take that burden and hold it with you. Share your tears with me, 'cause I'm always there when you need me to be. I promise to cry. Come on, go ahead. The two gripped Izuku's shirt tightly and cried into him. What comes next? What will happen? Oh man, I can't wait. After Mira and Elfman settled down, Izuku guided them up the giant to where Jose should be on their way. Mira discussed Element 4 of the Phantom Lord and how Arya of the Wind was the strongest and that they should defeat him before he opens his eyes, so speeding up until they passed hall to hall when the building started to shake. Izuku, what's going on? Elfman, it's probably Natsu. Izuku, he must have defeated the last one. Mira, yes. We did it. We stopped the Abyss Break spell from being cast. Elfman, 'cause we're awesome. Izuku, you know it. Mira, all the members of the Element 4 have been defeated. The entire guild began to celebrate their victory. That is till Jose decided to share something with everyone. Jose, attention all fairy tailors. Izuku, what's going on? Jose, 'cause I'll only say this once. Suddenly a scream was heard over the mic. Izuku, that scream. Mira, it can't be. Elfman, it's Lucy. Mira, but how did he find her? Izuku snarled in anger. Jose, and that's our first objective complete. Now the final thing, my favorite, wiping all you miserable brats off the face of the earth. Izuku, that's bastard. Come on, we need to find Natsu and Gray. The other two nodded and ran behind Izuku. When they reached a room and found Urza lying against a pillar, Gray on the floor asleep with Arya a few meters away. Izuku, Gray, are you alright? The two looked at the group in shock. Urza, it's you. Izuku, looks like something big went down here. Urza, it's you. Izuku, you're injured. How many times do I have to tell you? Izuku walked to her and crouched in front of Urza, placing his hand on her head and petting it. Izuku, you don't need to fight alone because we're all here for you, Urza, and we always will be. Urza looked at Izuku in shock. Never once has anyone asked to help her, to be with her always, to never leave her, since she was always the strongest. She was always needed. Never once did she need someone or asked if she did. Urza, okay Izuku, thank you, she said with a smile, causing the others to smile back at her as well, and then suddenly a feeling of dread coursed through everyone. Gray, what the? Mira, what is it? Urza, I sense death. Izuku, I can't even stand still. Izuku said, shaking from the disgusting feeling. Gray, I don't like this feeling. Elfman, ugh, I'm super manly and I'm still getting the chills. Mira, whatever it is, it's pure evil. Jose, bravo, you are all quite keen, very impressive fairy tale wizards. I knew this would be fun, but never in my wildest dreams did I think it would be this entertaining. You disposed of the Jupiter cannon, defeated my Element 4, and you even managed to bring my giant to its knees. Urza, Master Jose. Elfman, this creeps the leader of the Phantom Lords Guild. Mira, it's like there's a black cloud hanging over him. It's making me feel sick. Jose, thank you, you've been so kind to entertain me. I simply must return the favor. Gray, you ready? Elfman, you bet. Jose, I'll return it in full. Gray and Elfman charged at Jose, jumping into the air about to attack when Urza, no, don't do it. Jose, how absurd. Elfman. Mira turned to Jose with a snarl as he swiped his hand, causing an explosion. However, Izuku took the blast, protecting the girls, but considerable damage was still done to them. Izuku, Urza charged forward, drawing out her sword, but Jose sent a tornado of darkness at her, causing explosions. However, she slashed through them and to Jose, jumping into the air and requiring into her black wing armor. Urza, hiya! She screamed, slashing down from then jump, only for Jose to jump back, dodging the slash, but Urza went again for a vertical slash to the head, only for Jose to grab her wrist and crack a smile on his face as she gasped when Jose spun her around and threw her away, but Urza backflipped, landing on her feet. A silhouette of a man appeared behind Jose, smashing down into the ground when Jose vanished, and it was Izuku in his 20% full cowling, lifting his hand from the ground. Izuku got kicked by Jose, who appeared at Izuku's side and smashed his leg into the boy's chest, sending him flying towards Urza, but using his fingers and stabbing them into the ground. Izuku slowed down. Jose, fascinating, you two took a shot from Jupiter at full force, did you not? And yet you're still standing. Izuku, it's because of our friends. We will withstand any physical pain to protect the ones that we love. Jose got a mad grin on his face. How amusing, powerful, courageous, and exquisitely beautiful alongside a strong, compassionate, kind young hero. Destroying you two will bring me unbelievable pleasure. Suddenly the entire guild began to shatter and pieces fell from the roof near the three. Jose, my what an unruly dragon you have. Izuku, inhale exhale asterisk he may be unruly but he's also an extremely powerful wizard. In fact I'd say he's just as strong as I am, actually maybe even stronger. Izuku and Urza smiled at each other as they readied their weapon and fist. Jose, there is no need to be so modest. Draco Izuku and Titania Urza, both your magics are as spectacular as the salamanders, if not more so. You two are the first wizards able to last this long against me in battle. Truth be told, we three would be more equally matched in power if you two didn't stop my Jupiter cannon. You know what really irks me about Fairy Tail? The fact that there are so many powerful wizards in there like yourselves who are aligned with Makarov. Flicking his finger, an invisible force sent Urza smashing into the wall. Izuku, Jose teleported in front of Midoriya, smashing his fist into the boy's gut, sending him to the roof and crashing back down onto the ground. Jose, since you two can't be tempted to join Phantom, there's only one way to change that, he said before firing purple bullets from his fingers at Izuku and Urza, causing explosions as they both jumped high into the air to dodge. Jose, kill. He then began to fire more and more beams at the two who continued to dodge his blasts. Jose, that'll send the old coot into deep despair, and from there I will come and kill him. Izuku, shut up. Izuku came down smashing his fist where Jose was but disappeared and reappeared behind them. Jose, for as long as I can remember, the Phantom Lord Guild has always been at the top. We have the strongest wizards with the strongest spells and more members than any other guild. However, recently Fairy Tail has been rising through the ranks and our position as leaders is in jeopardy. Stories about Urza, Laxus, Mystigan, and Izuku spread throughout the kingdom, and stories like the Hero King spread like wildfire. Now Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail are considered on par with each other, the top two guilds representing the kingdom. The thought disgust me. I refuse to be acquainted with such a feeble guild. Then Urza attacked. Silence, she screamed as she attacked him, only for Jose to appear and vanish again. Izuku, so we're fighting for our lives because of your jealousy. Jose, jealousy? That's absurd. We simply wanted to prove to the kingdom that we are the dominant guild. Urza, how could you, and for such a petty reason? Both she and Izuku jumped and began slashing and punching him, both perfectly in sync. Meanwhile, Jose used his speed to appear and vanish again and again, dodging their attacks. Izuku, hiya. Jose, hiya. Suddenly Izuku saw an opening and sent a mighty punch at him, but it missed. However, the air pressure from it ended up cutting the bastard's chest and letting his blood spew out on Izuku's face, pissing off the guild master, who sent ghost-like creatures out of his arm and wrapped them around the two. And when it tightened, Izuku and Urza were electrified. Izuku/Urza, Jose, you little green-haired bastard. He sent his most powerful voltage at Izuku, who screamed in complete agony. Jose, haha, what was it you promised to protect and help them? Really well, don't make promises you can't keep now. Ersha, Izuku no. Izuku, Urza. She could only look at him with tears as he smiled his signature smiled, and then they were both covered by the red lightning. As the lightning vanished, Izuku was completely fried and still smoking. Then Jose dropped him onto the ground while Urza cried. Urza, I'll kill you, you bastard. She screamed, struggling to free herself, only to be electrocuted as well. Jose, do you seriously think this was all for some man who offered us money for his daughter? Oh no, this was to get revenge for all the times people saw us as equals. I will make you all pay, but slowly. First I will slaughter all the males of your guild, and then Urza, all this for that, all because you're jealous. Jose, no, and it's not my fault, so don't try it, little girl. The two turned only to see Izuku standing behind them, and then he reappeared in front of Jose, catching him before he could move to shock them. Was the green lightning pulsing around Izuku. Jose, Izuku, got you now. There is nowhere to go. Jose, really, and what are you gonna do to me with your puny weak arms? Izuku, it's not about whether or not I can do it. The entire fairy tale were watching Izuku and Jose fight because he was broadcasting their torture, and as Izuku spoke everyone began to listen. Izuku, it's a hero's job to risk their life to make their promises into a reality. Jose. Izuku, one for all 100%. Jose, wait, there's something different about him. Izuku, Detroit Estes. Jose was sent through the entire guild and into the water, causing a massive wave to surround the entire guild, shocking everyone. As the smoke cleared, everyone could see Urza and Mira awake, simply staring at Izuku. Urza, Izuku, thank God you're okay. She then noticed his arm. Your arm. Izuku, it's alright, I'm just glad you're alright. He said with a smile. Suddenly something crashed from the sky with ghost-like monsters surrounding it. Izuku, there's no way. Standing there was Jose with a massive smirk and black eyes staring at Izuku, who could barely move. Jose, I must admit, brat, you have the power. You even made me go serious, so as a reward I'll make you wish for death. Dead wave. Izuku, As the smoke cleared, everyone went wide-eyed in horror. Izuku was laying on a wall with a piece of metal impaling his side. Yuse, die. Izuku, Daiwa. Izuku could be seen lying on the floor as Jose began to beat him up and use all sorts of spells on him. Stop. Mira, leave him alone. Elfman, get away from him. Jose, aha, can you hear them, little hero? Each one cares about you, but they all are too afraid to touch me. Now then, be a good boy and scream for me, would you? Izuku, Izuku laid there on the ground looking at Urza and Jose, who was laughing with complete glee. Jose, you are nothing, you will always be nothing, and that will never change. Izuku didn't move, he wasn't there anymore. Urza, Izuku, don't go, wake up. Mira's eyes widened and zoomed in. It seemed as if her heart had stopped. Elfman and Gray had similar reactions, reaching out for their friend, but nothing came from it. That's when everyone noticed Natsu and Lucy looking at them with tears as well as happy. Natsu, hey Izuku, wake up, come on man. But Izuku's body didn't move. Natsu charged forward, only to be held down by Lucy. Natsu, let go of me. Izuku, wake up. Izuku, come on, please wake you. PPP. The entire guild was left in tears, but they broke out of their grief by Jose's laughing. Jose, haha, you all relied on that hero, didn't you? Oh, this is extraordinary, but have no fear, I will not kill you all. No, I will make all of you watch as I take the girls of your guild away from you. The girls looked in terror at the sick man. Gray, you bastard. Jose, I'll make them cry. Jose, I'll torture them. Jose, and when I'm done I'll kill the... Suddenly Jose was sent flying into a wall, shocking everyone. Izuku was standing there breathing heavily with blood covering his entire body. Jose, dig. He screeched as he continued to dig into the wall, the stones clawing at his back. Jose, you brat, why won't you just die already? Izuku, because I promised I would win, because it's a hero's job to protect everyone. The entire guild looked at Izuku in awe as he stood forward clutching his fist to fight Jose. Izuku, I will hold him off. Elfman, Natsu, you the only ones who can stand right now, take everyone out of here. Natsu, what in a way am staying and helpy. Izuku, Natsu. Izuku stayed looking forward as Natsu seemed to look like he was about to speak back, but something told him not to. Jose, so you will hold me back, will you? Izuku, it's a hero's job to stand up and fight the injustices of the world. Memories began to flow into Izuku's mind. Izuku, and I will always protect those who need protecting. Izuku's body began to give off the same green lightning. Izuku, now come Jose. Yuse, die hal defouden. Jose jumped high into the air and came striking down. His entire body became covered in his purple ghouls as he strikes Izuku. Izuku, one for all 100% smash. Jose, what's wrong? That was weaker than before. Izuku, it's fine. I will no let him past me. So run. Oh. Elfman and Natsu looked in fear and tears before they picked up the others and ran with them, telling the two to put them down while crying. Jose, haha man, you're the best, destroying you will give me unbelievable pleasure. Izuku, shut up. Urza and Mira looked back at Izuku, who was losing. Jose, now show me your blood. Izuku's grandpa's voice. Not just anyone can be called a hero. It isn't the kind of title you can earn simply cause you brandish a sword or carries a shield, and it's got nothing to do with magic or strength. Izuku, a hero, is someone who is willing to risk his life for the sake of the ones he loves. You may take a few bumps along the way, but don't lose heart, boy. The victor will always rise up from amongst the rubble. Hold on tight to your wish, cry out with all your desire, because that's what makes a hero shine the brightest. Jose finally smashed Izuku into the ground. The air pressure of the impact shook the entire robotic guild and caused a massive wave. Jose, haha, you're dead. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I can't wait to see. A sword flew and the hilt hit Jose's head. Urza, get off of him. Izuku, Urza. He thought to himself, waking up. Mira, leave him alone. Izuku, please don't die, I am begging you. Vig thoughts. Mira, you promised to share my pain, don't you dare break it. Izuku thoughts, I can't lose. Jose, shut up, just wait. Okay, then I'll come for all of you and give you to my wizards so they can pleasure themselves. That's when it happened. Lightning began to generate around Jose again, and suddenly Jose began to be lifted off the ground. There was Izuku, his fist on Jose's stomach, pushing him up. Izuku, I will never let you touch them. Jose was sent through several walls and into the lake beneath the guild. Everyone was left in shock, but what shocked them even more was the lightning surrounding Izuku, who vanished only to reveal a single green glowing figure. This was Deku 100%. One for all, full lightning mode. And nothing could stop him. Izuku full lightning disappeared in a lightning bolt and appeared in front of Jose, who splashed out the water in full rage. His right eye went back to white but was completely red with blood coming down like a waterfall from his head. Jose, I won't lose, not to you. He shouted, activating his black eyes again. Izuku, Jose, enough. The ghost-like figures wrapped around Izuku only for Jose to smile in glee, that is till Izuku destroyed them. And vanish, then reappear under Jose just to uppercut him with a lightning fist, sending Jose flying, and then Izuku punched him again, only with a thunder fist. Jose drifted on the seafloor and then bounced from the water and slammed into the mountain behind him, shattering it. Jose looked up only to see the green Izuku walking towards him, but this time something was different. The floor beneath him began to shatter as well as everything around him, and a yellow glow surrounded the boy. Izuku spoke, but his voice sounded as if it was a vibration. You have been judged, Jose, and now you will pay. Raising his hand into the air, Izuku finished Jose. As the attack ended, the entire guild was left wide-eyed looking at Izuku, who was simply standing in front of a white shaking Jose. Izuku walked towards his guild members, who remained silent, and stopped, arriving in front of Urza, who was simply smiling sadly at him. She placed her hand on his face as arcs connected both her hand to his cheek, and then she placed her other hand on the opposite cheek and brought his head into the crook of her neck. Urza, thank you, Izuku, you've done enough. Izuku's body began to crack when it shattered, a perfectly fine and unconscious Izuku who was breathing softly. Urza, fairy tale. Everyone looked to Urza. We won. She shouted out as they all broke into a cheer, and when the master came, everyone's cheers got louder. The Battle of Fairy Tail and the Phantom Lord Guild Master Makarov and Izuku were put on a trial. Izuku for defeating Jose and how there were no records of him, while Makarov for the damage the two guilds caused. Thankfully, they were not charged for the damage since Phantom Lord provoked the guild, and several eyewitnesses confirmed that while every member of the Fairy Tail Guild was put into questioning for all that happened and what role they played in the battle. Now in front of the 10 wizard saints, Izuku and Makarov are asleep. Random. Master Makarov, are Izuku. Izuku/Makarov. Teacher. Random. Court is in session and we have a very strict policy of no sleeping while on the stand. Izuku/Makarov. Sorry, hee. They laughed while rubbing the back of their heads. Meanwhile, the council were all snarling at Izuku and Makarov as Seagrain and Altair chuckled at the two. Phantom Lord was disbanded and Jose was arrested for the crimes that he committed, and after Makarov exited the room, the council began to talk with Izuku. So Mr. Izuku, you single-handedly defeated Jose, a wizard saint, when you've only been part of the Fairy Tail Guild Hall for 3 weeks, am I right? Izuku, yes sir. Yajima, may I ask Midoriya, what was it that pushed you to overcome such limits? Because checking the reports from the hospital you were put in, they say that somehow your magic reserves were forcefully expanded, allowing you to defeat Jose, but the cause of such an exponential feat was a strong emotion. Please tell me. Izuku, of course sir, it was because he threatened to rape the girls of our guild. Niccolo, so it was a simple jealousy. Izuku, he no not jealousy. Izuku looked up with crimson eyes shocking them. Izuku, it was pure inhuman rage and a strong sense of justice. Seagrain. Interesting, so your desire to protect them pushed you to such extremes you truly earned your title as King of the Heroes. Izuku, thank you for the compliment. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Altair, and you're very handsome at that. Izuku, you're too kind for someone with such angelic looks. Altair blushed. Fufufu, quite the sweet talker, isn't you? Izuku, Org. Enough, tell me, what was that green lightning? There was no magic energy in your attack, and yet lightning came, but it also sent Jose, a wizard saint, through the floors and into the ocean from 200 feet, and if that's not all, you completely destroyed within 204 meters of the land around you. Izuku, sorry, can't say 'cause I don't know. Izuku looked down at his fist and clutched it. Somehow he used one, but it was completely different. He was made of his green arcs and didn't destroy his body. The council glared at Izuku, who simply looked down. Altair, how about I guide you out? Izuku, thank you. Niccolo, we're not done here, he still needs to. Izuku turned with a blood-chilling glare. Shut up, he said with venom, causing the rest of the council to shake while Altair guided him out. Izuku stood face to face with Altair. Thank you for guiding me out. I suppose this is goodbye, Miss Altair. Altair, I guess so, but before you leave. Izuku. However, Altair shut him up by kissing his lips. Little did Izuku know she was searching his memories until she was forced out and Izuku whispered into her ear. Izuku, for a beautiful girl you really do play dirty. She blushed bright red as she seductively smiled and walked away waving. Altair, Izuku Midoriya. She put her fingers on her lips as she smiled while he walked away. Altair, I can't wait to see you again, my hero king. In the fairy tale guild hall the next day. Mira Jane. Listen up everyone, we're taking on job requests again starting today. You'll have to excuse the mess from construction, but at least you can still work. Everyone. Yeah. Lucy, what's up with them? Most of the time these guys would be loafing around the guild hall. Asked Lucy, who was sitting in front of Mira at the quick make bar. Lucy, I don't suppose you've seen Loke, have you? Mira stopped laughing and smiled seductively with a blush, staring at Izuku, who walked to them and sat down for a drink. Mira, I see. She screamed, jumping and hugging him as he laughed and seated her on his lap. Izuku, what's going on with Lucy? Mira, she's asking about Loke. Izuku, oh, don't tell me you've fallen for the guild's playboy. Lucy, no, apparently he's the one who got back my keys. I just wanted to thank him. Mira, oh sure, I'll tell him if I see him. Izuku, yep, you can count on me, just don't hold your hopes up, or Mira, she's an airhead. Mira, what? Take it back. Izuku, see, airhead. Lucy giggled at the two as they smiled back at her, chucking a bit. Mira, so were you spirits made at you, for dropping your keys? Lucy, I guess you could say that, and there was this one spirit who was especially pissed about me dropping her key. Lucy said, remembering the living nightmare known as Aquarius. Lucy, just thinking about it makes my butt sting. Gray, who was behind Lucy, released cold air from his hand. I can cool it for ya. Lucy, that sounds like sexual harassment to me. Happy, Lucy, can you show me how red your butt is? Lucy, and that's just crossing the line. Natsu asterisk whispering to Izuku and Happy asterisk. How do you think she'll react if I make her butt sting even more? Izuku asterisk whispering back asterisk. Good idea, I'll make some a dry ice hand and we'll see. Happy asterisk giggle asterisk. Lucy, who are you, the devil? Suddenly a barrel came and crashed into Natsu, attracting their attention to Urza. Urza, why don't you tell everyone else how you feel? Laxus was seated in front of Urza as she clenched her fist. Laxus, I have no problem telling him what I think of this guild's filled with nothing but weaklings. Especially the two of you morons, you were basically phantoms, punching bags. I'm glad I never got to know your names. He said, looking back at the injured Jet and Droy, who looked down. This guy's was getting on Izukus' last nerve. Laxus. Which brings me back to the worst of them all, the rich little princess wannabe wizard. This was your fault. Miraflax. Would you shut up? The master said that no one would be held accountable for what happened, not even you, despite the fact that I begged you to help and you turn your back on us. Mira begged him to help. That finally snapped Izuku. Laxus, Quit your whining, this had nothing to do with me, and if I had been there then you wouldn't be drowning your sorrows in this rubble right now. Natsu, I've heard enough out of you. Laxus came back behind Natsu, earning a gasp from Lucy. However, before Natsu could fall, Izuku caught him while glaring at Laxus. Izuku, get lost. Laxus, what was that? Oh, it's you, the so-called hero king of fairy tale. You know, I've got to admit you pretty strong, but you're nothing compared to me. But before he could finish, Izuku slammed his fist in Laxus' face, sending him crashing into a wall, shocking everyone. Laxus got up with a bleeding nose, glaring at Izuku. When I come back and take over this guild, I'll torture you to death and then we'll see who gets the last punch in, he shouted at Izuku. Izuku, I don't give a crap. Make Mira plead for your help again and I'll make sure to shatter every single bone in your body. Both men erupted with a magic aura that shook the ground below when Laxus vanished in a lightning bolt and Izuku walked away while everyone stayed silent. Izuku walked over to the bar and sat down, growling. Mira, thank you, Izu, she said, kissing his cheek when everyone broke out of their shock. Lucy, ugh, what a jerk. Why would anyone let him take over? Mira, we may not have it. Choice. Laxus may inherit the guild since he's the master's grandson. Izuku, I thought so. Mira leaned over the bar and rested her head on Izuku's shoulder as she told Lucy why Laxus may end up with the guild. Meanwhile, Natsu was busy raging when Urza finally accepted that they were a team, shocking the guild at how dense she was to finally notice then and there. Urza, what do you say Izuku wants to join? Izuku, I'll think about it, but for now I want to rest. Later. After Natsu's team left and everyone went home for the night, Izuku left to the beach. Standing on the shore, he looked over the horizon when suddenly his eye began to bleed. Izuku, what are you? Izuku asked, holding his eye, which burst into green fire. Izuku, banishing shift new magic, but there's more, something it's calling to me. But what is it? This one magic saved me and Urza when we took that job. She told me what happened, but the face she had, it was of fear and sadness. Somehow she knows what this magic is. I need to get to the bottom of this. The flame vanished and Izuku looked back to Mira, who ran over to him with a smile. Izuku, what up, Mira? Mira, do you want to go on a date tomorrow? Izuku went wide. Really? She nodded. Izuku, sure. Mira, free. She cheered before running and jumping into Izuku's arms. The next day. Izuku, how did we get here? Izuku is currently standing beside Mira, Makarov, 3 guild masters, and Yajima while they are watching Natsu's team perform on stage. Izuku, they're such horrible actors. Mira, how they're talented actors. Izuku, airhead. Mira, why you jerk? She said as they couldn't help but smile when Gray summoned a dragon, which was Natsu in a dragon costume spitting fire, and then they decided to slay the dragon, which confused the audience. That was when the princess thought that she should destroy the dragon only to end up on fire for Urza to cut off her dress, exposing her body. Mira. Izuku, hey Mira, can you do something for me? Mira, sure, what's up? As the 3 fairy tale wizards destroyed the stage, a booming voice echoed through them all. That enough. They all stopped fighting and everyone turned their attention to the horrifying beast that walked onto the stage. Urza, who are you, beast? Beast, my name is not of importance, however you fools have destroyed my kingdom and for that, I will make you pay. His deep voice sounded as if he was talking over his own voice. Gray, come and get it, beast. Gray charged forward, slashing his sword down, but the beast caught it and shattered the blade, then punched Gray into Urza, making them both smash into Natsu. Crowd, get up, fight the beast. Crowd, beast, get out of here and never return. Urza, we won't abandon the princess. Beast, then take her, but if you ever come back you will be my prisoners. The 3 took Lucy and ran away while the beast stood there looking down. Crowd, what do you think is gonna happen? Crowd 2, I'm not sure. Suddenly the beast went on all 4 and jumped to the roof of the fast-make castle Lucy was in. The crowd and masters were all brought to tears hearing his beautiful voice. The beast settled by sitting on the roof and covering his face and roaring one last time before the curtains closed and everyone began to cheer. Crowd, yeah, you're amazing, beast. Crowd, we love you, beast, come back, princess. Crowd, beast, 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 beast. Makarov, that was so beautiful, wah. Master Bob, indeed, I wonder who it was. Mira, Emicham, I wonder. she said before turning and walking away when something swung in and climbed to the roof. Holding her both sat there, Mira on his lap and Izuku looking to the sky. Hell, the Mira, sure I know, and I'm alright with sharing you with other girls. Izuku, yeah, but looking at the beast and then at my real self, I think me and him are similar. Izuku, because like the beast I found my light and this time I kept it instead of letting go of it. Mira smiled with tears as she kissed Izuku and he kissed back. Izuku thoughts, now I'm sure I've finally found where I'm meant to be. Thank you, Mira. The next day suddenly Loke left and the entire guild searched for him all night. However, the one that found him was Lucy and Izuku. So while Lucy spoke to Loke and Loke told her his story as a celestial spirit, Izuku hid in a tree listening to his story about how the woman named Karen, a famous celestial wizard, died and how it's haunted him since the very day she's died. In the guild Blue Pegasus 3 years ago, a woman voice could be heard. I'm sorry, boys, but I got an appointment at the salon this afternoon. Several men were surrounding her as the girls in a bar spoke rudely behind her back. Jealous of all the attention she was receiving, her master Bob was busy cleaning a glass cup at the bar, feeling pity for the greeneat. Karen, ugh, I don't have time for this. Open gate of the Golden Ram. Ares. A sheep bar could be heard, and in a poof of smoke appeared a pink-haired busty girl in a white short dress with parted sleeves all made of sheep. Well, she was simply adorable. Ares stood timidly in front of the woman and men as they all simply gushed over her. Ares, I'm sorry ma'am, did you summon me? Karen, look, I gotta run, so will you entertain these gentlemen for me? Ares, no, not that again, do I have to? One man, look, we just want to get to know you better. Man 2, come on beautiful. Ares, I'm sorry, but I'm a celestial spirit. I'm not cut out for these types of things. Karen, enraged, shouted at the poor girl who stood back terrified. Karen, you're not refusing to follow orders, are you? Ares, no, of course not, ma'am. And with that, the men took her away. Karen was seated in front of the bar where the Master Bob worked with a cup of wine. Karen, unbelievable. I mean, who does that little hussy think she is, talking back to me like that? Bob, I know you're frustrated, but you shouldn't be so cruel to your celestial spirits, my dead. Karen, what? Well, as far as I'm concerned, she's my property, so I can treat her any way I please. Bob began to phase through the bar. It seems like you especially hard on poor Ares. Bob placed his hand under his chin and his other arm below his elbow, holding it up. Bob, I've heard of all those awful things you've done to her. Like using her as a shield when you're fighting another wizard. Bob said, reminiscing about when Karen was fighting someone and used Ares as a shield. Karen, yeah, and so what? It's not like she's human or anything. Celestial spirits are nothing but tools. And that pushed the line with Bob. Karen, they're living beings just like you, and if you continue to treat them so deplorably, they're bound to rebel against you. Karen moved back, shaking in fear from witnessing the normally calm and cool Master Bob so pissed beyond belief. Time skip. Ares yelping. Karen stood in front of Ares, who was lying on the ground holding her red cheek with teary eyes. The woman held a wooden stick, and the objects in the room were all lying on the ground. Karen, how dare you go behind my back and tattle to Master Bob? Ares, I don't know what you mean. I never said a word to him, honestly, ma'am. Karen was staring at the girl, her purple-crimson eyes shook with fury as she shouted at the poor spirit. Karen, you went and made the master angry with me. This means that now I am angry with you. Ares was shaking in fear and pain, holding her wounded cheek with tears. I never told him. It's the truth, ma'am. I swear I didn't. Karen pulled out a chain with cuffs on each end, presumably magic restraining. Karen, you're still feigning innocence? Ares, what are those for? Karen smiled, a vicious smirk, pure evil hid in her words as she spoke. I'm gonna use them to lock you up for 7 days. Right here in the human world. Ares' eyes widened in fear. For 7 days, but your magic won't hold out that long. Karen, I'm a lot stronger than you even know, missy. She licked her lips with glee. Karen, I'm gonna be just fine, but you, on the other hand? Ares began to whimper in terror. Karen, I've always wondered what a week in the human world would do to a celestial spirit. Karen dropped the chain, is causing a noise that sounded like a few coins in a sack as Ares begged for her to change her mind, but suddenly she was gone, and replacing her was Loke, holding Karen's wrist with a glare on his face. Karen, Leo the lion. Lok spoke to Lucy of his efforts to stop her and how they were all in vain since he was still contracted to her. Meanwhile, Izuku was shaking with rage. His grip began to break the branch into pieces as Lok continued. Karen stood 2 feet away from Leo, angrily speaking. Laren, why you? How did you open your own gate? Leo, I'm a celestial spirit built for battle. I'm strong and patient. Your abuse doesn't affect me like it does my fellow spirits. Karen's glare lessened and she gasped, stepping back. Leo, I'm warning you. If you ever lay a hand on Ares again, you'll be sorry. Karen began to shake in anger. Karen, who do you think you are threatening me? Leo, there's been something I've been meaning to say to you for a while. I demand that you release me and Ares from our contract immediately. Karen, what you demand me? Lok, your behavior and the way you've treated us is deplorable. In fact, many spirits from our world are afraid of their keys falling into your hands. Karen, shut up. That's not true. Leo, you're a disgrace to other celestial wizards. Karen began to try and close Leo's gate, however, in realizing she can't, and through Leo telling her that he was using his own magic to keep him there, he left to the ruins on the other side of town to wait for her to release their contract, but she never did. Each time she saw him, her figure looked worse than before. She wasn't skinny, but her clothes were dirty a lot, and then the day came when she died doing a job, causing Leo to blame himself. Lok finished telling Lucy the story and he began to vanish. That was when Lucy began to fight back and use all her magic to protect him. She screamed using all her power, shocking Lok and Izuku as all her magic ran out, and she finished by calling the Spirit King's judgment wrong. The king began to tell Lok how he hated to see him in such a state and how he was guilty of killing Karen, but Lucy stood up defending the boy. That was when Izuku finally came into the mix. Izuku, shut the hell up, you mustache face. All of them turned to Izuku, who held a pissed-off expression. Lucy, Izuku. Lok, what are you doing here? Izuku, shut it. Lok. Celestial King. A young man, who are you to speak so rudely to me? Izuku, I'm just a boy who came to this world after his death, but a boy who doesn't belong here. But even so. The two looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Izuku, I am a much better person than you. The king looked at Izuku in shock but also in confusion. Celestial King, you dare, child, how dare you speak to me in such a way? Lok thoughts, why is the king so angry? Izuku, Lok had taken the consequences for your mistake, for you failure. Celestial King, silence. The world underneath them began to shake. The seas began to rise as the king got angry. Izuku, you are no king, you're pathetic, absolutely pathetic. You, instead of protecting your daughter, you simply watched as she suffered and did nothing. Celestial King, you dare, you know absolutely nothing. The king raised his sword into the air and slammed it down. Lucy/Lok, Izuku. Shocking them was Izuku, who shattered the blade with his hand alone, surprising even the king. Izuku, shut the hell up. While Ares suffered for so long under that diamond's hands, you sat down and watched. You're absolutely pathetic, making your own children go through that and no do anything. Celestial King, shut up. Izuku, and why should I? You're nothing but a scumbag. What sick pleasure did you find in watching her cry? Tell me. Celestial King, silence. Opening his palm, he fired a massive beam of celestial energy at Izuku. Izuku, I refuse. I'll make you pay for everything you've done, even if I have to die. Don't do it. Suddenly the same magic came to Izuku and his eye burst into green fire. And from it, he fired a massive beam of green energy from his chest. Both Izukus and the Celestial Spirit King's attack collided, sending everything flying, and destroyed. Lucy and Lok were shocked by Izuku's power. Celestial King thoughts. What is this? It's like he's destroying my magic. I can't even sense it anymore. How is this possible? He's destroying my connection with the stars. I need to stop this. Izuku, the beam of green grew larger and began to envelop the king's power, reaching the king when Izuku fell to his knees, tired and empty of all magic energy. Izuku, damn, that hurts. Celestial King. Hee, aha. The three looked at him in shock as the Spirit King was also on his knees, gasping for air. Celestial King. Impressive boy, truly impressive. I've never had a battle like that before. You're incredible. Lok/Lucy. Izuku, you're not too bad yourself, old man. CK, I'm just gonna call the Spirit King CK. Boy, you not only challenged me, insulted me, and battled me, but you nearly defeated me at the cost of your life. All this for a spirit you don't even know. To tell me why. Izuku looked down, because like her I was also abused. The CK and Lucy alongside Loke were all shocked. My father would hit me every day since I was 4 to 12. My best friends turned their backs to me because I was weaker than them, and the boy I considered my brother attacked me every day. I had no one, Izuku said as the other three looked at him with broken hearts and remorse. Izuku, it got so bad my father's torture that he began to use a metal bat and nearly killed me with it. I watched as he was taken to an asylum for the insane. I had no one, and even though my mother always smiled at me and told me it will all be alright, I knew she secretly hated me, but she tried to get over the feeling. Lucy, Izuku. CK. Young man, hearing all you've said, I feel like I can trust you. See, there is not a day that goes by where I don't torment myself for not protecting my child. It haunts me, her tears, her screams, and she pleads. I never felt as though anyone felt the same, but seeing you I see that I'm wrong. That is why I believe you should have Ares' key. The three were shocked. Izuku, but I don't have celestial magic. CK, then I will give you a portion of my own. Izuku, are you sure? The CK smiled at Izuku, 100% more sure of this than anything in my entire immortal life. Izuku, then I accept. I will protect Ares through everything and make her happy even if it were to be in sickness and in health. CK, good, well then Ares, come on out. A poof of smoke appeared beside Izuku and from it stood Ares looking down shy and blushing. Ares, do you really mean that? Izuku, yep, definitely. Ares began to tear up before being hugged by Izuku. There, he said, patting her head as she cried into his shoulder. CK, now for my final gift. Loke, you will be able to come back home, but from now on you'll protect your friend with all your life. Loke agreed, and with that, the king left and Lucy got Leo the lion's key while Izuku got. Karen, you're still feigning innocence? Ares, what are those for? Karen smiled, a vicious smirk, pure evil hid in her words as she spoke. I'm gonna use them to lock you up for 7 days. Right here in the human world. Ares' eyes widened in fear. For 7 days, but your magic won't hold out that long. Karen, I'm a lot stronger than you even know, missy. She licked her lips with glee. Karen, I'm gonna be just fine, but you, on the other hand? Ares began to whimper in terror. Karen, I've always wondered what a week in the human world would do to a celestial spirit. Karen dropped the chain, is causing a noise that sounded like a few coins in a sack as Ares begged for her to change her mind, but suddenly she was gone and replacing her was Loke holding Karen's wrist with a glare on his face. Karen, Leo the lion. Loke spoke to Lucy of his efforts to stop her and how they were all in vain since he was still contracted to her. Meanwhile, Izuku was shaking with rage. His grip began to break the branch into pieces as Loke continued. Karen stood 2 feet away from Leo, angrily speaking. Laren, why you? How did you open your own gate? Leo, I'm a celestial spirit built for battle. I'm strong and patient. Your abuse doesn't affect me like it does my fellow spirits. Karen's glare lessened and she gasped, stepping back. Leo, I'm warning you. If you ever lay a hand on Ares again, you'll be sorry. Karen began to shake in anger. Karen, who do you think you are threatening me? Leo, there's been something I've been meaning to say to you for a while. I demand that you release me and Ares from our contract immediately. Karen, what you demand me? Loke, your behavior and the way you've treated us is deplorable. In fact, many spirits from our world are afraid of their keys falling into your hands. Karen, shut up. That's not true. Leo, you're a disgrace to other celestial wizards. Karen began to try and close Leo's gate, however, in realizing she can't, and through Leo telling her that he was using his own magic to keep him there, he left to the ruins on the other side of town to wait for her to release their contract, but she never did. Each time she saw him, her figure looked worse than before. She wasn't skinny, but her clothes were dirty a lot, and then the day came when she died doing a job, causing Leo to blame himself. Loke finished telling Lucy the story and he began to vanish. That was when Lucy began to fight back and use all her magic to protect him. She screamed using all her power, shocking Loke and Izuku as all her magic ran out, and she finished by calling the Spirit King's judgment wrong. The king began to tell Loke how he hated to see him in such a state and how he was guilty of killing Karen, but Lucy stood up defending the boy. That was when Izuku finally came into the mix. Izuku, shut the hell up, you mustache face. All of them turned to Izuku, who held a pissed-off expression. Lucy, Izuku. Loke, what are you doing here? Izuku, shut it. Look. Celestial King. A young man, who are you to speak so rudely to me? Izuku, I'm just a boy who came to this world after his death, but a boy who doesn't belong here, but even so. The two looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Izuku, I am a much better person than you. The king looked at Izuku in shock but also in confusion. Celestial King. You dare, child, how dare you speak to me in such a way? Loke thoughts, why is the king so angry? Izuku, Loke had taken the consequences for your mistake, for you failure. Celestial King. Silence. The world underneath them began to shake, the seas began to rise as the king got angry. Izuku, you are no king, you're pathetic, absolutely pathetic. You, instead of protecting your daughter, you simply watched as she suffered and did nothing. Celestial King. You dare, you know absolutely nothing. The king raised his sword into the air and slammed it down. Lucy/Loke. Izuku. Shocking them was Izuku, who shattered the blade with his hand alone, surprising even the king. Izuku, shut the hell up. While Ares suffered for so long under that diamond's hands, you sat down and watched. You're absolutely pathetic, making your own children go through that and no do anything. Celestial King. Shut up. Izuku, and why should I? You're nothing but a scumbag. What sick pleasure did you find in watching her cry? Tell me. Celestial King. Silence. Opening his palm, he fired a massive beam of celestial energy at Izuku. Izuku, I refuse. I'll make you pay for everything you've done, even if I have to die. Don't do it. Suddenly the same magic came to Izuku and his eye burst into green fire. And from it, he fired a massive beam of green energy from his chest. Both Izukus and the Celestial Spirit King's attack collided, sending everything flying, and destroyed. Lucy and Loke were shocked by Izuku's power. Celestial King thoughts. What is this? It's like he's destroying my magic. I can't even sense it anymore. How is this possible? He's destroying my connection with the stars. I need to stop this. Izuku, the beam of green grew larger and began to envelop the king's power, reaching the king when Izuku fell to his knees, tired and empty of all magic energy. Izuku, damn, that hurts. Celestial King. Aha. The three looked at him in shock as the Spirit King was also on his knees, gasping for air. Celestial King. Impressive boy, truly impressive. I've never had a battle like that before. You're incredible. Loke/Lucy. Izuku, you're not too bad yourself, old man. CK, I'm just gonna call the Spirit King CK. Boy, you not only challenged me, insulted me, and battled me, but you nearly defeated me at the cost of your life. All this for a spirit you don't even know to tell me why. Izuku looked down, because like her I was also abused. The CK and Lucy alongside Loke were all shocked. My father would hit me every day since I was 4 to 12. My best friends turned their backs to me because I was weaker than them, and the boy I considered my brother attacked me every day. I had no one, Izuku said as the other three looked at him with broken hearts and remorse. Izuku, it got so bad, my father's torture, that he began to use a metal bat and nearly killed me with it. I watched as he was taken to an asylum for the insane. I had no one, and even though my mother always smiled at me and told me it will all be alright, I knew she secretly hated me, but she tried to get over the feeling. Lucy, Izuku. CK, young man, hearing all you've said, I feel like I can trust you. See, there is not a day that goes by where I don't torment myself for not protecting my child. It haunts me, her tears, her screams, and she pleads. I never felt as though anyone felt the same, but seeing you I see that I'm wrong. That is why I believe you should have Ares' key. The three were shocked. Izuku, but I don't have celestial magic. CK, then I will give you a portion of my own. Izuku, are you sure? The CK smiled at Izuku, 100% more sure of this than anything in my entire immortal life. Izuku, then I accept. I will protect Ares through everything and make her happy, even if it were to be in sickness and in health. CK, good, well then Ares, come on out. A poof of smoke appeared beside Izuku, and from it stood Ares, looking down, shy and blushing. Ares, do you really mean that? Izuku, yep, definitely. Ares began to tear up before being hugged by Izuku. There, he said, patting her head as she cried into his shoulder. CK, now for my final gift. Loke, you will be able to come back home, but from now on you'll protect your friend with all your life. Loke agreed, and with that, the king left and Lucy got Leo the lion's key while Izuku got Ares. The next day everyone was surprised that Leo was a spirit, and Mira, Kana, and Levi were jealous at how Izuku was cuddling with Aries non-stop and snuggling into her neck, which he found comfy. Finally, the day ended with Loke giving Natsu's team tickets for a hotel at a beach, and they wanted Izuku to come. They practically dragged him away. That was the day things began to change between him and Urza. It's a beautiful day at the beach with Lucy and Natsu's son, a surfboard attached to a jet ski and surfing the water, Happy trying to stand on the hot stand but hopping to each leg, and Izuku, Aries, Urza, along Gray all playing netball, and then all of them running along the shores of the water touching the sand, each with smiles and laughs, and a blushing Aries getting a piggyback from Izuku. Currently, in Akane Resorts, all of Fiori most popular resort where its citizens can relax and enjoy themselves in a number of ways. Both its amusement park and the adjoining hotel are rated first class. One visit to its white sand beach will make you want to come back again and again. All this looks the ocean water as far as the eye can see. Using the tickets Loki gave us, me, Aries, and the others enjoy some well-deserved fun in the sun. Natsu is currently playing Piggy in the middle with Izuku tossing Gray's underwear back and forth while Gray uses Happy as a way to cover up his crotch. Gray, give me back my bathing suit. Natsu, no way man. Ha. Aries, this is so embarrassing. Izuku, ha. Lucy, ha, I don't think Happy likes being used as a cover-up. Meanwhile, hiding behind a coconut tree is Juvia in a bikini with a massive smile on her face. Juvia, oh my darling, is such a hunk. Izuku is seated outside his room on his balcony looking out to the sky with some alcohol in hand. His eyes were near closed. Izuku, show me who you are. And with that he fell asleep. In his dream, or rather vision, Izuku saw colonies of ships sailing towards a single location, then an island in which cargo was being transported, and beside the fires used to keep the place under light were guards wearing strange masks and clothing alongside creepy monsters with collars around their necks. They looked like a pet monster from Stranger Things. Then it changed to when it was daytime. People were being used as slaves with little clothing on their bodies, walking around shoeless. Their cuffs were magnetic, and the line of magic connected them to a small robot hovering behind the slaves who pulled along the cargo inside a canyon where construction was clearly being done, and the guards supervised it all. Men and women were mining, old and young. Some struggled to even stand, while others were being shocked and made to scream in agony from the lightning coursing through their veins. As punishment, their homes were in cells, and the kids and adults along with the elderly were all seated leaning against the dirty rock walls while the guards roamed outside. Then there was a small girl who fell to the ground. She had purple eyes and red hair like Urza, only much shorter. She wore a blue dress covered with markings and dirt with some rips in it. The guard began to shout at her, and the Stranger Thing-looking monster barked at her. The girl could only tuck herself into a ball with small tears at the end of her eyes. That's when it ended, within a prison cell, completely dark, not even a shred of light. Lying there was a boy with brown hair and green eyes. Visible anger was inscribed on his face before he looked at Izuku. The boy's eyes shined brightly and he mimicked several words. The scene changed to reveal to guards, one short and fat, the other tall and skinny, looming over a blue-haired body with smirks, an old man with the fairy tale emblem on his back shielding something from the other, and then a bunch of smoke in the mining site before it all ended. Izuku heard the words, "I love you always, Urza." And a vision. Izuku woke up huffing and puffing while holding his eye. Who was that boy looking right at him? Was he the one who helped Izuku against Jose? The reason they won? Was he the reason for that vision? And what connection did he have to that little girl? Why was he angry when she cried, and why was he himself suddenly angry? Izuku walked inside only to look into his mirror with a thoughtful impression on his face before sitting, the tears streaming down his eyes, wiping his tears off and clutching his fist. Izuku, why does it hurt to see that little girl cry? He asked himself, remembering the girl who looked a lot like Urza tearing up in a ball when the door was slammed open by Lucy. Lucy, hey Izuku, come on, everyone's downstairs, come join us, I'm heading to get Urza. Izuku, oh I'm sure. Lucy. Lucy, are you alright? You looked like you were crying. Izuku, no I'm fine to thank you, goodbye now. He said before shutting the door and going back to the mirror only to feel and see two arms wrapped around his waist and Aries behind him. Aries, don't cry, master. Izuku turned and petted the girl. Izuku, don't worry, I won't now. Then head back to the spirit world. You need rest after our long day, or did you want to see me get dressed? My Aries, a pervert are we? Aries? Who? She said, exploding in a blush before disappearing, leaving a chuckling Izuku. Okay, time to get dressed, he told himself before starting to change. Outside Izukus' room waited Urza and Lucy, who were bored. Lucy, what's taking him so long? Urza, damn it, I'm just gonna get him, and I swear if he's asleep I'm gonna. She opened the door to stop talking, and blush Lucy, who was confused, went to see what's wrong and went wide-eyed. Standing there was a bachelor in Izukus' place. Izuku, well, is something the matter, ladies? Izukus asked, pushing a little hair up from his eye with a smirk, causing Urza and Lucy to turn into a stuttering mess and run to the casino. Izuku, I suppose I look good, don't I? He told himself before leaving. In the celestial realm, Ares can be seen blushing while looking at Izuku using her magic. Little did she know a jealous Virgo was glaring at her, since Izuku was her master and Aquarius were trying hard to get everyone's attention, but they were all staring at Izuku through the TV, even the celestial spirit king pissing the water spirit off. With Izuku. While everyone enjoyed themselves at the casino, Natsu, Happy and Gray were busy playing for 3/17 on a strange machine until they got 2 instead of 3 and they lost it. Urza, Izuku, and Lucy were playing cards, but Izuku was on another game from the 2. Izuku, well, boys seem to like the money's mine. Izuku said as the people at his table all got depressed since Izuku took away all their money from winning his game. Then Juvia came towards him in a beautiful blue dress and a large golden fairy tale necklace around her neck. Juvia, hello my darling, do you remember me? Izuku, oh Juvia, nice to see you. Izuku said with his signature smile. Juvia, will Izuku do the honor of joining Juvia for a drink? Izuku, sure Juvia, come on. Izuku said before extending his hand and placing it on the stack of cash before it all was sucked into his palm and appeared in his pocket dimension, the second wind spell he learned, and with that, he guided Juvia to a counter where he orders for both him and her 2 drinks. Izuku, so I heard Phantom Lord was disbanded, are you alright? Juvia, yes, but now I'm a free wizard and I can join any guild I want, she said, making an almost desperate face while the necklace around her neck sparkled like Aoyama. Little did they know someone was walking towards them slowly. Izuku, so I take it you want to join Fairy Tail? Juvia, oh yes, very much so. Izuku, I don't know, after everything that had recently gone down, I mean I have no queries about it, but it's the master I'm worried about. Juvia, I'll do anything it takes. Izuku, if I were you I'd be careful making promises like that, especially with the master being an old pervert. Man, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku turned only for the tall guy to have a purple-black magic circle appear over his eye and cause a massive explosion, causing everyone to scream and run. The smoke upon clearing revealed Izuku and Juvia on the floor. Izuku got up quickly, but Juvia whimpered in pain, further deepening the anger Izuku was building up towards the guy. Izuku, Juvia, what the hell do you think you're doing, buddy? Man, where is Urza? Izuku, Urza? He asked in a questionable tone before standing up and taking a fighting pose. Man, now where is she? Izuku, you think I'd tell you, huh? Suddenly water began to circle in front of Izuku before it took the form of Juvia with her arms spread out to protect Izuku. Juvia, I won't allow you so much as to lay a finger on my beloved. You'll have to go through me first. Izuku, Juvia. Juvia, Urza needs your help right now. I fear she is in grave danger. Izuku, you're right. The man raised his arm and touched his forehead and spoke telepathically to someone, only for it to end and his eye to glow red as all the light and color was drained out of everything, and then everything truly went black. The light and color came back only to reveal an injured Juvia and Izuku on the floor, completely finished, only for a few minutes to pass and Lucy to come to them. Lucy, Izuku ohno. She ran to him and placed her hand on his head, only for him to turn into water and cause Lucy to scream in shock. Juvia, there is no need to panic. Lucy turned only to see an all too familiar face. Lucy, you're one of the element 4. Izuku, wait Lucy. Juvia pushed herself up a little to reveal Izuku lying under her. Izuku, she isn't our enemy anymore. Juvia, yes, that's right, I pulled my precious Izuku inside of me to ensure his safety. Izuku thoughts, wait, does that mean? Izuku turned only to see Juvia's breast an inch away from his face and thought. Izuku thoughts, mother, I've truly become a harem protagonist, I'm sorry. Juvia, Izuku, are you alright? Izuku, oh yeah, I'm fine, you can get off me now. Juvia, Okay, but first. Juvia, and with that, she got off. Gray, Izuku, Lucy. The three turned only to see Gray approaching without a shirt on. Gray, what is she doing here? He asked, preparing ice make spell until Izuku stopped him. Izuku, Gray, she's on our side. Juvia, Izuku is right, Juvia is not going to harm any of you. Gray glared at her a bit but sighed and followed Izuku's lead. Izuku, so then what happened? Gray, I'm not sure, I saw an explosion in your direction but I was stopped by some blockhead before he took me and Natsu down. Lucy, oh no. Izuku, what? And why were they here? And goddammit, where is Urza? Lucy, they came after me and Urza and took her away. Izuku, damn it. Suddenly a pillar of fire shot into the sky with a scream. Izuku, let's go. The four ran over to Natsu, who was smoking from his tongue. Gray, Natsu. Izuku, what happened to you? Natsu, hey? What if Jerk shoots people in the mouth, huh? I mean, someone could get really hurt. Lucy, I think that would kill anyone who wasn't a weirdo like you. Juvia, I would have to agree. Natsu, I'll show that blockhead. And with that, he darted off, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Izuku, after him. And with that, they charged after Natsu. Lucy, hold on, does he even know where he is going? Gray, Natsu has a nose that would put wild animals to shame. Izuku, good cause will need it. With Urza. Urza could be seen shaking while she was cuffed to the wall inside a prison room. In front of her stood an old acquaintance named Sho. Sho, what's wrong, sister? Does this room bring back memories? Ezra's breathing started to get shaky as Sho continued. Sho, or is it the person who was once imprisoned here? Ezra's eyes widened as a memory of a boy a little older than her was chained to the wall. He was skinny and frail with brown messy hair and eyebrows, but his gorgeous green eyes shined like the moon. Sho, you will become the sacrifice that takes us to heaven. Our power from this will dominate the world, for when we become its new rulers we will make the council and everyone else tremble before us. We will take away their freedom and its rights, haha. The dark memories completely replayed in Urza's mind, causing her to grow a fearful expression, but one thing that held her together, it was the feeling she had when she and Izuku kissed. The warm and calm sensation she felt in her heart from it kept her from losing it. Urza thoughts. I have no doubt you're gonna come to save me, Izuku, but please this time don't. With Izuku now on the sea, a boat is moved by the water. Controlling it is Juvia, joined by Izuku, Lucy, Natsu, and Gray, all headed towards the Tower of Heaven, or rather where the kidnappers took Urza. Gray, where are we even going? Juvia, we are following Salamander's lead. Lucy, do you even know where you're going? Natsu was laying on the boat sick and about to vomit, so he just nodded. Izuku, Natsu, come on, get up, we need your help, just hold on a little bit. Juvia, how dare you disappoint my darling Izuku with your childish actions. Izuku's eyes widened as the memory of the island that the brown-haired boy was on came to mind, and he instantly told them where to go. Izuku, we're close. Lucy, how do you know? Izuku, trust me, it's just something is telling me where to go. Suddenly crates began to flow around the ship, as well as dead creatures both of sky and sea. Natsu forgot about his motion sickness and got up. Natsu, what this feeling? Izuku, you sense it too. Gray, what's going on? Juvia, this isn't right. Izuku, yeah, these crates, it seems there had been a fight and a large group was taken out. Izuku pointed to the destroyed ships from Magic Council. Suddenly a massive tower came into view and Izuku got a horrible gut feeling. Izuku, the Tower of Heaven. Lucy, that's where the guys that took Urza went. Juvia, it seems there's a barrier keeping us out. Gray, yeah, how are we supposed to get in? Juvia, I can help with that using these. Juvia used her magic to create spheres with oxygen inside for everyone to use. Izuku, all right, you're amazing, Juvia. Juvia, thank you, Izuku. Juvia thoughts. Izuku complimented me, I am so happy. And with that, they all dove into the water and swam underneath the Tower of Heaven. Izuku thoughts. We're coming, Urza. The group came out of the water, but this time inside of the tower at the bottom, standing on a small island. Juvia, great work, Juvia, these things are amazing. Juvia, I'm surprised you made it here since I made you personally smaller than the rest. Lucy, wow, talk about cold. Intruders. Lucy, oh no. Suddenly everyone was surrounded by the guards from top to bottom. Identify yourself. Izuku, looks like we're going to have to fight. Natsu began to heat up the air around him. You losers want to know who we are? He ignited his arm in the fire. Natsu, we're the wizards who are gonna pound your faces iron. He smashed his fist into the ground, causing a massive explosion of dust, catching the guards of the guard as the group came out on top of the smoke. Natsu, we're from Fairy Tail. Natsu used Fire Dragon's Roar. Lucy summoned Virgo, who took down the guard to the top. Juvia used it. Water Slicer, knocking out the other alongside Gray, who used Ice Make Lance. And finally, Izuku sent a Detroit Smash at 100% and wiped everyone out. After taking all the guards down, they gathered together, was hugging Izuku tightly and rubbing her head on his chest as Juvia was being held back by Gray from killing the spirit. Lucy, I hope we didn't attract too much attention. Oh, who am I kidding? She told herself before. In a poof, Ares came out of nowhere and pushed Virgo off, causing the two to fight. That's when the massive stone face on the wall opened its mouth and lowered a bridge for the group to enter into a room with a massive table of food in which Izuku, Natsu, and Gray began to eat. Juvia, the door that welcomed us in was controlled by a magic user. Virgo, that seems accurate. Lucy, why would they let us in? Gray, you think they're trying to provoke us? Lucy, I don't know. Virgo, not to be mean, but your bikini leaves little to the imagination. Lucy jumped back with a blush as Virgo approached her with red eyes to help her change. Gray turned to look with an oh wow while Izuku was busy feeding a blushing Ares. Izuku, are you jealous of Virgo? Ares, no. Izuku chuckled and wrapped his arms around Ares's waist, pulling her closer while rubbing his head into her neck, deepening her blush. Juvia, please stop cuddling her. Izuku. Lucy finished changing and did a pose to act cute. Lucy, don't I look super cute, guys? Gray, yeah, extremely. Izuku, looking good. Luce. Virgo, Ares, and Juvia approached in anger at Lucy, about to tear her dress out of jealousy, but stopped. Virgo, I wish you luck, husband, she said, disappearing along with Ares. Lucy, hey, I am your partner, you know. Oh right, hey, did you guys want some clothes to you? Izuku, no, we're good. Gray, yeah, this does the trick, they said, drying their clothes using Natsu. Lucy, he's not a dryer, you know. Suddenly the guards barged in, holding magic guns and regular swords, charging at them, when suddenly they were all taken down by Erza, who was holding twin blades. Izuku, Natsu, Gray, Erza. Lucy, thank goodness you're okay. Juvia, she's so cool. Erza turned to them and gasped. Erza, it's you, what are you doing inside the tower? Lucy, looking for you. Juvia, we haven't met, my name is Juvia and Erza, go home. This place is far too dangerous. Natsu punched his palm with a flame fist and a glare on his face. Natsu, don't try to scare me, I'm not going anywhere till that blockhead gets a good taste of my fist. I'm gonna make him pay for shooting me in the mouth. Erza, you have to go. Izuku, but why? Natsu, your friend's kidnapped. Happy, I can't leave here till I find my little buddy. Erza, they got him too? It must have been Emiliana. Natsu, where can I find him? Erza, I'm not sure. Natsu, this means war. Izuku, who are you declaring war against? Natsu then darted off. Natsu, the jerk that kidnapped my little buddy. Erza, wait. Natsu. Gray, what a moron. Izuku, damn it, Natsu. Juvia, poor guy. Lucy, let's go and help him. She shouted, raising her sword, causing them to step back. Erza, Miliana is a cat lover, she'd never do anything hurt him. I promise I'll bring the both back to the guild with me. Erza, but you four need to leave immediately. Lucy, don't be ridiculous. We can help you. Erza, I don't want your help, this is my problem, it doesn't involve you, she said, starting to walk away. Gray, how can you say that you saw Natsu? I'd say we're plenty involved. Lucy, Erza, what's up with this tower and who's this Jalal guy? Erza's voice became shaky, which no one noticed except for Izukus, who squinted his eyes. Lucy, I can understand if you don't want to tell us. You said those guys were your friends. Well, we're your friends now and we're here to help you, Lucy, and no matter what happens we're always gonna have your back. Gray, yeah, she's right. Izuku, couldn't have said it better. Izuku, that's enough. Erza, now tell me what the hell's the matter with you. We want to help you. Urza then turned to reveal herself crying but from only one eye and not both, shocking the group. Gray and Izuku stepped back with a blush as Urza began to speak. Urza, I'm sorry but you can't help me. From the moment I set foot in here my fate was sealed. Win or lose this battle, I'm staring death in the face. Gray, what do you mean by that? There's no point in fighting what's inevitable. I can't, but what I can do is share my story with you while I'm still here. This building is the Tower of Heaven. It had also called the R system. Over several years ago a cult had begun construction of this place, a place that will bring the dead back to life. The spell required multiple human sacrifices, so the cult abducted people to use them as slaves. I know this because I was one of them. Everyon **, gasp **. Urza. Here there was no peace of mind. We were always living in fear, but we bonded and made friends that even though we knew wouldn't be together long. One of my friends in the tower was a boy named Jalal, and the other was named I. He was the one person I ever truly loved. Flashback. The same small red-haired girl Izuku saw was cuffed around a pillar in a room where a massive gem was stored. Fighting noises could be heard in the background as the boy Jalal screamed her name. Jalal? Urza. Jalal had ran into the room with a massive sword in his arm which he stuck to the ground as she whimpered. Jal, hold on, don't worry, I'll get you out of here. He laid Urza down, but when he saw her eye he lost it and screamed out oh for all to hear. He then carried her out the room until magic guards appeared in front of them and stopped the two. Meanwhile in a cell room. Sho, I hope sister's gonna be alright. Simon. Hey you're always put through punishment. Do you think she'll come back? I was the same boy whom Izuku saw in his vision. Urza is very strong, there is no need to worry. I just wish I could go get her, but because of how much magic and torture they took and put me through I can't even move. I himself was in a small cell behind the wall in which the kids were in front of. He was chained to the wall with very little light. The only source of air was a small vent which he talked to the kids through. Guard, get in. A guard came and threw Urza inside, and her brother and sisters, or rather the children she lived with, called out to her, but the girl was devastated. They had taken Jalal. Sho, I can't take it anymore. Guard, quite crying kid. Izuku, it'll be alright. Sho. Guard, shut it. Sho, leave me alone. Suddenly Jalal's words echoed through Urza's mind. We have to fight, and her eyes widened. Simon, what are you doing? Suddenly Urza took a shovel and smashed the guard with it, sending him and two other soldiers out the cell. Gert, mutiny. He shouted with a cracked mask and one lost tooth. Simon, what's gotten into you? Urza, find a weapon. We can't escape and they won't set us free, so to escape we'll need to fight for our lives, for our freedom. Every slave cheered and began to rebel, taking down guard after guard. Meanwhile, I sat looking at the wall in front of him with a tired smile as a green fire emerged from his eyes. And a flashback. Urza, so we took a stand for our freedom, we took a stand to save our dear friend Jalal, but little did we know something changed with him. His entire personality could only be explained as pure unadulterated evil. Flashback. While Jalal was getting tortured but didn't say a word, something came to him and began to change him. It was supposedly their god Zeraf through his hatred. Meanwhile outside everyone was stitching up the wounded and helping others. Urza, come on, we need to set everyone in Sector 8 free, we can't owe it. Simon, no we can't, we could never beat that many guards. Urza, we have to, that's the only way we will be able to save Jalal. Wally suddenly came to Simon and began to tell him that Urza had a thing for Jalal. Simon, hey Urza, you don't have a crush on Jalal, do you? Urza gasped in shock at his question before looking at I, who was listening in on their talk while sitting against a rock with a girl whom had white hair and some strange feathers on her, sitting on his lap asleep. Urza blushed and continued. Urza, no never, and why would you ask me that? She asked, hoping to God that I didn't think she liked anyone else. Simon, sorry, but I just wanted to make sure because... Suddenly an explosion came, sending Simon flying with a broken jaw and Urza, who defended herself with a shield. Waki, where did that come from? Miliana, look up there. Show, magic soldiers. Suddenly a fleer of magic soldiers arrived and began sending attacks at everyone, causing them to run except for Urza, who pleaded for them to fight with her until one pushed her onto the ground. Suddenly the fleet aimed at her. Simon, Show, watch out. The magic soldiers fired, however something sent them flying back at the soldiers, causing a giant explosion. There's a gasp. My magic may not be as strong as it once was, but I will never hurt another person ever again. Simon, whoa, did you see that? Miliana the show. He reflected their magic back. I coughed out blood and fell to the ground as Urza came to him. Urza, are you alright? Yes, I may be some kid, but deep down I've still got a lot of fight in me. I placed his hand on Urza's cheek and began to caress it. As a wizard, my magic has always been intertwined with my magic, but the true source of my power, Urza, was you. Izuku got up holding his sword ready to battle. It was a large silver blade that looked like a wing, but the handle was like that of a rapier and a large green crystal was embedded inside of it. Suddenly the memories of her, and I began to replay in Urza's mind all the times he made her smile with his grandpa Rob and other times when she would be embarrassed after he'd flirt with her. Urza, hey, do you promise to always love me and make me your wife in the future? He sure, Urza. Simon, what how could you? Simon began TP punch the wall to hit as everyone laughed at the two. After that memory fled her mind, I was seen standing in front of Urza holding his sword in a battle stance. Your beautiful smile and that promise we made were the only thing keeping me sane in this horrid plague after Grandpa Rob died. Urza, you're hurt, aren't you? Remember this, your freedom lies within your heart, Urza. Suddenly the magic soldiers began to fire hundreds upon hundreds of attacks at who didn't budge as the tears of blood ran down his face. Remember this, follow your heart and your dreams of being a wizard will come true. I turned to Urza with a smile and tears on his face. I love you, Urza. And with that he was destroyed by their attacks and his one beautiful sword which brightened the darkness fell to the ground smoking. Goodbye, Urza. Urza, and like that I watched the man I love die. Little Urza stared at the sword in the ground with tears streaming down her face before she screamed, releasing pure magic energy in a crimson circle. All the tools were lifted and thrown at the guards and soldiers, taking them all down. Urza, you knew, didn't you? You always knew, and I love you too. Using that power, Urza went after Joel, only to find that he changed and threw her out the tower, threatening her that if she ever came back he'd kill all her friends. But what hurt her the most was leaving the sword of her love in that place. In the flesh. Izuku, is that why you were always so kind to me even when you didn't know me? Because? Urza, yes, because you looked like I. Tears fell from Urza's eye as he bangs covered her left eye. Urza, I have to fight Jalal, I have no choice, I have to do it. The group could only show sympathy for Urza, who was still broken from watching I die. The group began to discuss the wicked sorcerer that Jalal wanted to revive Zeref, whom created the demons that caused so much mass destruction, and how Zeref would take them to heaven, then remake the world and them its rulers. Lucy, hey, wait a minute, why do they think that you betrayed them? Don't they know Jalal is the bad guy? Urza, it isn't their fault. I'm sure Jalal fed them all sorts of lies when I left, but that doesn't change the fact that I left them so long ago. In the end you could say I did betray them. Lucy, because he threatened to kill them if you ever came back, you couldn't have saved them. Urza, none of that matters anymore. I will defeat Jalal, leave it to me, okay? Little did they know that Gray and Izuku could both feel that she was hiding something. Sho suddenly came forward, angry and believing Urza was lying to them. Sho, sister, that's not true. Why are you lying to them? Sho, you think by making yourself the martyr you're gonna get sympathy from your friends. Tell them the truth. That's not what happened, and you know it. You blew up the ships and left on your own. We would have ended up at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for Jalal. He saved us. He warned us not to trust wizards like you who didn't know how to control their powers. Gray, did you ever think that he may be lying to you? Lucy, if you truly knew Urza, then you'd know she'd never do something so horrible. Sho took a step back, shocked, with tears in his eye. He spoke. You only think you know her. You weren't there back then after you left. Jalal's words were my only salvation. And that's why I spent all these years to finish the tower. It's all been for him. You're meaning to tell me that everything he told us was a lie, that he was using us this whole time? Simon, that's right. The group turned to see Simon behind Sho, and as someone spoke to the group, Izuku zoned out from a voice telling him, "Go to the center of the tower." Simon and Urza had finished their reunion, and with that the group left in hopes of finding and defeating Jalal. The group had run up the tower from the stairs. Sho had seemed distant from the rest as they continued their way up. Simon couldn't contact his friends, which caused some distress, but nonetheless, they made it to the center of the building. There they found Jalal speaking to them through the microphone, and he admitted to wanting to use Urza as a sacrifice to resurrect Zeref. What made the matters worse was Sho, who trapped Urza in a card and made a run for it with Simon chasing after him. Izuku, damn it, okay, Gray, go for Simon. Gray, what but? Izuku, do it, I get the feeling he'll need your help. Gray left to help Simon. Izuku, Lucy, Juvia, I want you two to go together, see if you can find something to escape through in case needed with the ether ion blast coming and all. Juvia, but I don't want to work with her or leave you, my darling Izuku. Izuku, thank you for the worry, Juvia, but please, I need you to do this for me. He asked with desperation in his voice, to which she accepted in a flash. Izuku, great, oh, and Lucy, take Aries with you, she's very strong. Lucy, all right, thanks Izuku. Izuku nodded as the two left, which allowed him to walk through the right door and entered a room where he found the sword of ice stuck inside a boulder with chains wrapped around it connected from the sword to the roof so nothing could touch it. He waked to the blade in attempts to grab, but something stopped him, or rather a blade did. Izuku, what the? Front of Izuku was Spinner. Spinner, I see you were also transported to this strange world Midoriya. Izuku, damn it Spinner, I need you to get out of my way. Spinner, I'm sorry, despite Stain's judgment of you, I am not in our homeworld, and in the name of justice, I must kill you now, die. Spinner charged at Izuku, swinging his sword down only for Izuku to vanish and reappear, shattering Spinner's sword. And then twist midair. Izuku, 1 for all, 20% smash. Spinner was smashed into the ground by Izuku, who began to walk to the sword, that is till his foot was grabbed and he was lifted, then slammed into the ground multiple times. And then thrown into the wall. Getting up, Izuku looked over and saw Spinner, but now larger, more muscular and scarier. Spinner in a deeper voice. This is my magic reptile king. Izuku, damn it, get out of my way. The two charged at each other. Kill, Spinner, They both smashed their fists into the others, causing the entire floor to shake and a blue sphere of wind pressure to build up and explode. Izuku charged at Spinner at 30% and began to punch him extremely fast. Izuku, Spinner, Izuku laid in the ground covered in blood as Spinner began to smash him again and again. Spinner, I am a member of Trinity Raven, I will kill you. Fight to get up. Izuku, who are you? It doesn't matter now, stand. Izuku, I can't. I doesn't matter because a hero always wins, do it, save Urza. Izuku, to protect Urza. We must be. Izuku, true heroes. Izuku, get the hell off of me. Izuku smashed Spinner in the face. When lightning came out of his hand, sending the reptile sky high. Izuku, he'll be a hero. Izuku jumped up and grabbed Spinner before spinning him around and smashing him into the ground Noma style. And then landing right beside him. Izuku, I will never lose again, I will protect all that I love and care for, even at the cost of my life. Izuku, because that's what it means to be a hero. The entire tower was made to rumble and everyone fell to the ground in fear, questioning the sudden quake which befell on them, and Spinner screamed as he flew up, Spinner blasting off again. Meanwhile, Jalal was left in complete shock at Izuku's strength, who stood in 100%. Izuku's skin and bones began to heal as he fell to his knees in pain, huffing and puffing before looking up at the massive hole in the wall with a large smirk. Izuku, I won't let you take anything from me ever again, that I promise. I will save Urza and never again will anyone take her smile away. And with that, Izuku took a few steps towards the sword and held its grip only to be covered by a bright light. Deku opened his eyes only to find himself inside an empty black space, and in front of him stood I with a smile. Hello father, he said, shocking Izuku completely. Now let's take a break and see what Lucy's doing. What hell, no, get lost. Izuku, what do you mean farther? I suppose you're confused, huh? Well, okay, in our universe there are thousands if not hundreds of dimensions, and in all of them there is a hero, someone born with nothing but rises to earn a power, someone who strives to protect everyone with their life. This person, all of them, is you, children, as you are the first, or rather the reincarnation of the hero god. Izuku, me the hero god, what's that? Well, you see farther, in the beginning, there was nothing, and then something began to grow in the emptiness. He was the first god, the father of the gods if you would, and he created everything, but he felt alone, so he created humans, and along with the humans gods. Amongst those gods was the goddess of all beauty and power, who developed emotions which weren't supposed to happen, but she wasn't the only one. In fact, the god of love and bravery fell for her. They came together and had a child who grew. To be more powerful than the two, the original god decided to name you another celestial being, the god of heroes, and like your parents, you found something love, but not for another celestial but for a mortal, so to be with her you decided to go to Earth. However, the original was enraged and made the hero god choose between all the universe and her. You being you decided her, but the moment you lost all your power you also transferred all your power into a single egg within one woman of every world, universe and dimension, creating us your children. You are the reincarnation and our father. Izuku was in complete shock but composed himself and asked a serious question. Izuku, then tell me, why are we in this world and why is it connected to me? Because before you this world had no hero, so for the universe to work properly and not come to ruin, one of your children were brought here and died. I came after him and died, so when you both our memories flowed into you. Izuku, so none of them belong to me, my emotions. Izuku asked himself, looking down, clenching his fist. Wrong, they are yours because our emotions, everything originates from you, so my love for Urza is in fact your love for her. Izuku, that's good to hear, but before anything else tell me how you lived before coming here. Well, you see, when I was born my name was Basara Tuju and I lived a pretty great life. I fell in love with multiple girls who felt the same, had children with them and lived till an old age. When I died I lived with no regrets. That why I wanted to die here. I wanted to finally rest. Farther I beg you please. But before I continue, Izuku hugged him tightly with a smile. Izuku, I'm so happy you got to live like that, really I am. I was in shock and happiness before hugging his father. Farther, before I leave I just wanted to give you my power. Izuku, what do you mean? You see, farther, like you I had a similar curse, but it only affected the girls whom I loved. You see, the more I ended up pleasuring them, the more powerful I grew. Along with that power came a cost. You see, the curse only activated when one of my girls feels something or tries something against me. My power eventually grew to the point that it rivaled that of a god and a demon king. However, due to my death, that power has shifted, taking its own form instead of residing in my sword, and now it's in your body, so you have power above 100%, but it only comes when you give everything you have and push your body to its maximum limit. Izuku, that's so cool, thanks, Basara. Basara, no problem dad. Also, I've healed your body and stamina and given you 10 minutes to use one for all at 100%, and now all my memories are in you, so you'll finally understand everything. Izuku, I understand, thank you and goodbye. Basara hugged Izuku before disappearing, causing Izuku to wake up with the sword in hand. Reality. Izuku, I'm coming, Urza. With that, Izuku ran to Urza while the sword disappeared, turning into a green glass-like matter, and then nothing. Izuku got further and further down the hallway before stopping and then shacking. Izuku, what is this? I feel like there are some crazy chick and water involved. I don't know why, but I am sorry, he said, going down on his knees pleading forgiveness. For some reason, he could hear Lucy and Juvia scream sorry as well to the same thing that saved them. Asterisk, if you don't understand, he's scared of Aquarius. Let's just say they met once and oh god, is he afraid. Izuku, no time. So picking himself up, Izuku continues to run. He got outside the tower to find stairs leading to the top, so taking them he sprinted up and found Simon and Natsu on the way. Izuku, what happened? You two look like crap. Simon, well, we battled a member of Trinity Raven. He was beaten by Gray and then the entire building began to shake. Do you know why? Izuku, oh yeah, sorry, I kinda smashed a guy through the tower causing the shake. Natsu, what, that was you? Happy, you're the coolest. Izuku, he chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. Izuku, up these stairs. I'm guessing Urza and Jalal are fighting. Simon, Izuku, so hold on, I'm guessing Natsu is gonna be the one to defeat Jalal. Simon, Natsu, you bet. Izuku, no I am. The two looked at Izuku in shock, but he was completely serious. Simon, enraged, slammed Izuku into the wall. Simon, what's the matter with you? You claim to be Urza's friend, but you refuse to let anyone help her. Izuku, yes. Simon, why? Izuku grabbed his wrist and looked at Simon in the eye when Simon finally understood Izuku's reasoning. Simon, you couldn't be him. Izuku, hey little bro. Simon felt tears drip down his face. Izuku, was I this whole time? Izuku, of course, and Natsu. Natsu was angry and about to scream when Izuku called his name. Izuku, protect our friends for me. Natsu was about to argue but instead nodded. He knew Izuku had his reason, he could smell it. Izuku, now go to the others, do you hear me, go now. The two ran away. They knew that Izuku would most likely not come back. Continuing his way up, Izuku stopped when the bright blue light of Aetherion came down on him and the tower, but instead of destruction what stood was a diamond tower instead of the metal tower of heaven. Izuku, damn it, I'm coming. Urza was about to be eaten by the Aetherion crystal with tears in her eyes when she was pulled out by our main man Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, I got you. Izuku, Urza is very important to me, I won't let you touch her. Jalal looked at Izuku questionably. Izuku sat on the ground with Urza's head laying on his lap. Izuku, man, what are you doing hanging out with this loser? If you don't hurry up and come back I think Miri's gonna really lose it. Believe me, you don't want her to be angry, otherwise I think I'd die. Izuku said as he shivered a bit. Urza, sorry but I can't move. Izuku, oh no. A mischievous idea came to mind as Izuku began to tickle Urza and laugh at her, giggling from him. Izuku, that what you get for always frowning? Urza, this is serious ha stop fooling around ha stop it. Izuku stopped as Urza turned to him with a smile that vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Urza, Izuku, you gotta get out of here as fast as you can. Izuku, I'm not leaving you. If you can't do the fighting by yourself then I'll fight for you. Urza, you can't, he's too strong and you don't know anything about him. Izuku, that's where you're wrong, Urza. Izuku looked Urza in the eye and replayed everything between him and I to her, which shocked her. Urza, you mean? Izuku, yeah, I'm sorry for leaving you, Urza. Urza, I missed so much. Izuku, yeah, me too now then. Urza, please don't do this. Izuku, don't leave me again. She was about to cry as she spoke, but then, Itsuku, I'm sorry, Atsa. Izuku said, picking her up and then punching her in the gut, knocking her out, shocking Jalal. Jalal? You're even foolhardier than the rumors make you out to be. What kind of sick satisfaction do you get from striking a defenseless friend? Izuku, I had to do it because she was about to cry. Suddenly the wind started to generate around Izuku's fist as he spoke. Izuku, to me, Urza is one of the most incredible people I have ever met. She's beautiful, strong, smart, rash, kind, and generous. She's a loyal person who isn't afraid to give everything to her friends. I promised myself to protect her. Smile. I want her to wake up after this nightmare is finished so she can finally be happy, and so for that to happen, I will take you down. Jalal? Oh, is that a challenge? Consider my interest piqued. I would love to witness the power of a hero. Izuku, gross smash. Jalal dodged the kick, but the wind pressure sent him flying, only for him to land on his feet and skid on the ground till he stopped when Izuku appeared above him. Izuku, Delaware smash. Jalal was smashed in the ground, but the impact was so strong that it made him bounce back up, to which Izuku rebound of the air and kick him back into the ground, destroying it. Jellic, Deku backflipped to the front of Urza and looked towards Jalal, who seemed to get up with no problem, shocking him completely. Jalal, I expected more from you. Izuku Midoriya, son of Hisashi, or rather the first hero. Hisashi Midori equals Ya is the first hero, or rather the first man to be called a true hero. Basically he's like Gilgamesh but can do other things like fire breathing. He is very powerful. Jalal, I was hoping to witness the pure power of a hero before ripping you to shreds with my bare hands, but if that's all you got then I won't waste my time. Izuku, I'll show you. He shouted before charging at Jalal at full speed. Jalal, you must be punished for interrupting the ceremony. Prepare to be destroyed by my heavenly body magic. Jalal began to fly and smash into Izuku, causing the boy to miss his attacks and get wounded. Not even one for all stood a chance. Izuku, I won't lose to you. Izukus shot up at Jalal and began to increase his power. 110%, 140%, 200%. Izuku, take this. However, before Izuku could take a breath, Jalal grabbed his foot and threw him down to the ground. Izuku coughed out blood as he laid on the ground, bleeding and bruised. Jalal, and now face the true power of darkness magic. 7-star sword Grand Chariot. Izuku. Jalal came down to Izuku, who was lying on his face, completely taken down. His arms and legs were mangled and bleeding. Jalal, That spell packs as much punch as a fallen meteor. I'm surprised he's in one piece but not completely fine. I suppose that was a little much better. Stop now though, our system can't take any more damage since any more would cause it to be useless. I can feel the magic just draining out already. I'll have to hurry, it's time. Urza. Suddenly stones were thrown at Jalal, small pebbles to be exact, causing him to turn to Izukus, whose arms and legs were now fixed and not destroyed but his skin was still purple, pushing himself off the ground. Izuku, feel that was my sneak attack. Now that this tower's one giant crystal, I guess destroying it would screw up your plans. Izuku said with a smirk and earning a gasp from Jalal. Izuku, this is not your day, buddy. He finished before smashing his fist into the ground, causing cracks to appear everywhere. Jalal, what are you doing? Izuku, how don't you know fairy tale wizards are known for destroying things? I think it's time I start joining the family. Izuku, I won't let you touch me. Jalal, you won't get in my way. This will be the end of you. I've dreamed of this day and I won't let a wannabe hero spoil it for me. Izuku, sorry man, but I'm a pretty tough kid. If you think you can touch me, then come get me. Jalal fired several beams of light at Izuku, who simply dodged them all. Izuku, too slow. He jumped into the air, saw Jalal and charged. Izuku, I got you. No. About to punch, Izuku reeled his fist back and dived at the blue-haired bastard, only for Jalal to send Izuku packing with a yellow surge of power like lightning. The attack sent Izuku smashing into a wall and grunting in pain. The explosion's sound and vibrations woke up Urza. Izuku charged back at Jalal with a smile. Izuku, what's so scared for your tower that you won't give it your all? That won't work against me. Jalal got even more pissed and sent a yellow burst at Izuku, which caused the boy to backflip and land on his feet. Izuku, Delaware smash. The tower began to shatter more and more than before from that one attack. Some smoke and shards could be seen falling outside as well, angering Jalal even more. Urza thoughts, he's aiming for the tower. Izuku looked up with a smirk as Jalal shook in anger. Jal, now I'm angry. I didn't spend years building this tower just for some punk to come to tear it down. I won't let you. Izuku was huffing and puffed, his arms completely black and red now as he spoke. Izuku, tough break pal. I told you fairy tailors are famous for breaking things. Urza thoughts, careful Izuku, you're weak. You barely have the strength to stand. Jalal, I'll make you pay. He shouted before raising his hands in a cross position when a gust of wind came pushing Izuku and Urza back. Gasp. Izuku, whoa, something weird going on with this magic. It's making me feel sick. Urza thoughts, why is my shadow bending towards the light? Urza, that spell, it could kill Izuku. Jalal, and now I'll plunge you into infinite darkness, Hero King. Urza, don't do it, otherwise you'll kill me too. She shouted before going in front of Izuku to protect him. Urza, you wouldn't want to lose your sacrifice, would you? Jalal, true, that would be unpleasant. The sacrifice requires a wizard comparable strength to the 10 wizard saints, but I can't find another. I'll worry about that after I kill both of you. Izuku, watch out, what are you doing? Urza, it's my fault you're in this mess. Izuku, this time I will protect you. Izuku, get out of the way. Jalal, heavenly body magic Alta Iris. Izuku, but someone stopped the attack and protected them. It was Simon, and then there was an explosion causing the top to blow up. Izuku, it's you. Ezra's memories of I dying in the past came back to her mind. Urza, why Simon? Simon, to save you. Urza, Simon. She ran to Simon and held him as he lay dying. Izuku thoughts, no, not again. Urza, why didn't you escape with the others? Why Simon, talk to me. Simon, don't cry, it's okay, I'm happy to give my life for you. Asterisk cough 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 asterisk. Simon, you were the only person who made me smile. Urza, don't die on me. Simon looked at Urza only to see her as a little girl again with a smile. Little Urza, Simon. Urza, Simon. Simon began to cry as he thought his last words, I've always loved you. Urza broke down crying, screaming Simon to wake the boy up, only he never did, and Izuku could only stare in despair. Urza, and oh, Jalal? Ha, what a perfectly foolish thing to do. He tried to play the hero, but his death won't change a thing. Simon gave his own life to save yours, but he should have known. I'm not letting either of you leave this tower alive. Izuku, shut the hell up. Izuku smashed his hand into the ground and began to absorb the ether ion energy and finally completed one for all. Jalal, I can't believe this, he's absorbing the ether ion energy. Izuku roar asterisk. Izuku, Jaya. Izuku's body began to absorb too much etheron, causing him to have a seizure and hold his head screaming in pain. Urza, how can you be so foolish? Your body will absorb the etherian energy and destroy itself from too much of it. Jalal, if he kills himself it'll certainly make my life much easier. How instead of drying, Izuku's body began to give off a silver aura which burst. His back was facing Jalal, and when he turned to look at him, Izuku's glare scared the blue-haired fool. Jalal shook a little from the bloodlust-full anger coming from the boy, who then burst into lightning and then came out in the second form of the full lightning cowling. Now the real fight begins. Izuku shattered the boulder and got Jalal, whom he smashed his fist into and sent flying through the roof beside Urza. Only for Jalal to kick him off. Jalal, I won't lose, not to you. In my time of desperation, I could hear Lord Zeref calling out to me. There's a reason only I could hear him. It's because I am the chosen one. I am destined to create a land of freedom. Izuku, and you'll do that by taking away the rest of the rights of everyone else in the world. Jalal, if that's what it takes to build a better world, then so be it. I could careless about all these weakling or the magic council. Gaeli, puta voputa. Urza, he's casting an abyss break, but why? You'll destroy the towers so many died to create. Jalal, this tower means nothing now that I've done it. I can build another in half the time. Lord Zereth, your hour is near. Izuku, I won't let you. What the? Jalal looked above him only to see Izuku and then a rain of fists. Izuku, 100 smash. The other in the shop was staring at the sky in shock, as well as Urza. Gray, it's raining punches. Amazing. Jalal had been punched 100 times and was left a bleeding mess when Izuku decided to end it all. So going below Jalal in a flash, Izuku rose up again, but this time a green dragon formed around him. Izuku, you'll never understand true freedom until you free yourself from that spirit. I know you can do it, Jalal. Free yourself. Jalal was embedded in the ground of the Tower of Heaven, and Izuku Superman landed on the ground. Urza, so this is the power that he kept inside. Izuku stood up and screamed for all to hear. Urza, the true power of a hero. He was able to defeat Jalal. He ended this nightmare. Now show and others can finally be free. Izuku fell to his knees unconscious when Urza ran and hugged his head, putting it in her beasts. The lightning around him vanished. Urza, I knew you'd find your hidden strength. She told him before the building began to collapse and the Ethron was being fired out. So Urza picked Izuku up and tried to get out with him, but she realized even if she did they'd still die, so she did the only thing she could. She began to put herself into the Ethron in order to redirect it. That's when Izuku woke up. Izuku, Urza, what are you doing? I don't understand. Are you trying to go back into that thing? Urza, I don't have a choice. It's the only way to stop it. Izuku, stop what? The building began to shake. Urza, now you get it. The ether nano is absorbing more magic. The lacrima will not be able to hold it, so I need to merge my body with the ether ion and redirect it. Izuku, I won't let you do that. There has to be another way to stop it. Urza, hey. She screamed louder as her body began to be absorbed even more. Urza screamed even more and Izuku ran to her. Don't do it, he shouted before falling onto the ground, unable to stand. Urza, I have to, she said, placing her hand on his cheek with a smile on his face. Urza, I can't even imagine what my life would have been like without Fairy Tail. If it weren't for you and the others, I probably wouldn't be here today. I hope you know how important you are to me. I love you all so much, especially you, Izuku. I waited for so long and you're back. You're here. I'm so happy. Izuku, Urza, that's why I'm willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. If it means my loved ones would be spared, I'd gladly give my life so that you may live, she said before going in completely and sinking deeper into the ether ion while Izuku banged on the ice to get her out, screaming to her with tears. Izuku, and with that, the ether ion was fired out completely to the top. With Urza. Urza was in a completely white dress as she watched Fairy Tail give her a funeral, but Natsu losing it and shouting that she isn't dead, all of them stopping Natsu while they cried. Urza, I sacrificed myself cause I thought it'd make the future better for them. I never thought things would end this way so they could go home happily. Wait, where is Izuku? She thought to herself before. The scene changed to reveal Izuku standing on a cliff looking out before falling to his knees. Izuku, it happened again. Izuku looked up revealing tears. Izuku, she's dead because of me, I was too weak. Urza, that's not true. Izuku, in no hero. Urza, yes you are. Izuku, in nothing but a damn useless Deku. He told himself crying when Urza tried to hug him. Urza, I didn't want this, why please end this all, please someone save me from this nightmare. Suddenly a hand appeared in front of her and she woke up in the ocean, however this time she was in the same clothing as before, she was back in the real world. Urza, where am I? Everyone. Urza, huh? Urza, no, this makes no sense, does this mean I'm still alive, gasp. She turned to see Izuku holding her, however his arm and a little of his face was completely burned like the Iron Man from the Infinity Stones. Urza thoughts. Izuku, you saved me again, she said, staring at him with a teardrop in her eye. Urza thoughts. I was lost in that sea of magical energy and you were still able to find me. Short recap. Izuku stood in front of the beam of ether ion heading to the sky with a single thought in mind. Izuku, I love you Urza and I refuse to lose you again. Reeling his fist back, Izuku drew all the power he had in him into his hand. Suddenly the same green arcs began to flow around him and with all the power he had in him he shouted. Gali, sto zares nula nula nula, nula 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 I. The massive blue beam began to split as Izuku's fist dug deeper and deeper into it, shattering the diamond which absorbed Urza. Izuku, Varni. He screamed as a quarter of his face began to smolder and burn up. He screamed in pain and never stopped for a second until he found her, and when he pulled her out he hugged the girl and held her close. Seeing the tears on her face, he used his one unburnt hand to caress her face and wipe her tears. Izuku, I will never let go of you ever again. And the light destroyed everything around the two. End of recap. Izuku, I feel the same way you do. Urza remembered the words she said about fairy tale. Izuku, and I know everyone else does too. Izuku, promise me you won't do something like that again. Urza, I won't. Izuku, promise. He shouted as his voice broke, revealing that he was crying. Izuku, promise you won't leave me again, never again. Urza, I promise, thank you. Izuku, she said, placing her forehead against his with a smile as he cried. Urza, this experience has taught me a very important lesson. You don't die for your friends, you live for them, cause the future wouldn't be as bright without them, she said before turning to the group with a smile on her face. Within one of the hotel rooms, Natsu, Happy, Urza, Lucy, and Gray are sitting around a table while bandaged up Izuku is sleeping soundly on the bed. Gray, you think he's gonna be alright? Lucy, I can't believe he's been sleeping for the last 2 days. Gray, yeah well that's what he gets for eating all that ether nano. Natsu, yeah well so what, I could have taken down Jalal without absorbing the ether nano. Lucy, oh for sure, she said in a sarcastic tone. Natsu, what? Gray, tell that to the chicken assassin which practically ate you alive. Natsu, shut up. If I wanted tea, oh I could take Izuku down no sweat. Suddenly Izuku got up in seconds and shouted. Izuku, just you try it, say that again and I'll smack ya. Happy, you're awake. Izuku, and like that he was sleeping again. Natsu, that punk woke up for a fight, let me at him. Lucy, ha. She laughed loudly at the silly trio as Urza could only smile. Urza, I know I've already said this but I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Lucy, you don't have to keep apologizing to us. Urza then turned to Gray who was leaning back while Natsu argued. Urza, where's your friend? I wanted to thank her. Gray, you talking about Juvia? She left a while ago. She said she wanted to talk to Gramps about signing up for the guild. So, I said. Izuku woke up a short while after they had spoken. Urza had left to the beach shore where her old friends were. Gray guided Izuku to where all the food was so he could replenish his strength. Urza had joined the group with her old friends in order for them to meet the group. Her old friends were a little uncomfortable because they believed everyone would hate them, but Izuku and other treated them like nothing happened to shock the group. They even ended up hugging Izuku with tears after he revealed that he was Basra from another life and remembers when he was there. Izuku decided that he'd like to go outside for a breather, in which Urza noticed something about his expression. He wasn't looking with a smile but a frown as his hair shadowed his eyes. The reason as to why remained unknown to her, but the action he took of clenching his fist in anger, regret, and sadness, walking out with nothing left to show the boy had thought himself nothing but a child, hoping, or rather believing, that he was not a hero. He knew that you can't save everyone, but even so he could never forgive the sin of letting someone die when he had the power to stop it. Although fate could be cruel, it could also be forgiving. With Izuku. Izuku thoughts. I couldn't help but feel useless, Simon. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for being so useless, so powerless. Damn it, I'm sorry. Urza, Izuku. Midoriya turned to find Urza walking to him with a worried expression on her face. Oh, how it hurt him to see that face. She took a seat beside him and turned to face the boy, looking away. Izuku, I'm sorry. Izuku, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Damn it, why am I so useless? Urza pushed Izuku down and sat on top of him, only to find the boy crying. Izuku, if I had been stronger, if I wasn't afraid, then maybe Simon would still be alive. Urza, shut up. Izuku looked up only to see Urza looking at him in tears as well. Urza, you protected me, saved me, you showed me that as long as you have the strength to push through, then you can beat anything. Urza, you are my hero. Izuku, even when I was a child I dreamed of a Prince Charming coming to rescue me, and it was you, it was always you. Izuku, Urza, he said quietly as she caressed his face. Urza, my hero King Izuku. Midoriya of Fairy Tail. Urza placed her forehead against his with their nose touching. She said, Urza, I love you. Izuku. Izuku smiled softly at the girl before sitting up and hugging her. The two stayed like that for a while till Izuku fell asleep, so Urza took him back to the room while she and the rest sent of show and the others preparing for the next day. Lucy, I've read all about you in Sorcerer Weekly. Max. Yes, Ma, and that'd be me, and you know I've heard a lot about you, Lucy, as well as you, Izuku. Lucy began to freak out a little at that. Lucy, I don't want to know about the kind of things they told you. Happy, so what kind of stuff are you selling here? Max. We've got t-shirts, wristbands, mugs, towels, and of course there's our most popular item. Happy could be seen seated on the bench holding a Lucy action figure. Lucy, Echuch, no one ever asked me if I was cool with that. Max. She's posable and her clothes come off. Max. But an item more popular than anything else amongst the girls and kids is an Izuku in a box. Max. It comes in normal or Nico, which cries and smiles. Izuku, the hell is this contraption? Izuku asked, checking out the bag identical to his old one with a mini him inside. He opened the bag and little Izuku came out and hid back inside. Urza thoughts, so cute. Urza, Max, how much for one? Max, 200 jewels. Urza gave him the money and immediately took the Nico Izuku bag, and when she opened it she snuggled with the cutie. Patootie cat. Max. Now they're all sold out. Inside the guild hall, everyone was dancing around. Happy/Lucy. Pretty. Urza, I could get used to this, she said, still hugging Nico Izuku. Izuku, same. Meanwhile, Natsu was sulking in the back. Gray, hey man, what's wrong? Natsu, I'm not good with change. Suddenly a girl with blue hair and an orange dress ran up and hugged Izuku tightly. Levi, Izuku, Levi, he said, hugging her back till they separated, and Levi hugged Lucy. Levi, I missed you, Lou. Lucy, hi Levi. Levi, guess what? Now we've got a swimming pool, she said, magically appearing in a bikini while standing in front of the pool where a few members were. Romeo, welcome back. Biska, hey Izuku, hi Biska. Alzak was growling at Izuku from behind Biska, clearly jealous. In the basement game room. Levi, and we've even got a game room down in the basement. Mikao, you're back. Wakaba, took you long enough. Lucy, does it need to be this big? Natsu, I don't like it. Back in the main hall. Levi, but the biggest change is upstairs, she said, directing their direction to the second floor. Levi, 'cause now everyone's allowed to go up to the second floor. Elfman, yo, hey Big Bill, he said enthusiastically. Lucy, what? Izuku, hey Elfman. Levi, Master actually lets more of us go on S-Class quests provided an S-Class wizard decided to come along. That's when the Master came forward. Makarov, well, I'm glad you dunderheads made it back safely, he said as they looked towards him. The group then gasped lightly when they saw the blue-haired mage Juvia standing beside him with her hair cut and in a dress. Makarov, I'd like you to meet the newest fairy tale member Juvia, isn't she a cutie? Juvia, I can't wait to work with you. Izuku immediately rushed to hug Juvia, causing her to blush and a few girls to get jealous. Izuku, I'm glad you here, Juvia. Urza, thank you so much for your help in Akabe. Juvia, no, I should be thanking you because now I've found a new guild, she said with a beautiful smile. Lucy, hey girl. Juvia, we will fight for Izuku, she said, radiating a killer aura until Izuku flicked her forehead, causing her to pout. Izuku, calm down Juvia, you don't need to get so scary like that, just get along with Lucy, please. Juvia, anything for you my darling. Makarov, we've also added another new member to the guild, someone you might recognize. The group turned to the find Gajeel sitting on a table with a glare. Happy, I wonder who it is. Lucy, yes. Gray, what him, are you kidding me? Natsu, Gajeel. Natsu and Gray took defensive stances as Juvia came up. Juvia, calm down, I asked him to come along with me. Urza, I don't mind Juvia, but he's the one responsible for destroying our guild hall. Makarov, now remember what I've taught you, yesterday's enemy can be tomorrow's friend, right? Levi is behind a table as she spoke. Yeah, if I'm okay with him here, then you should be too. Lucy's team however weren't okay, they were made. Izuku walked to the table, attracting everyone's attention. Izuku, it's nice to meet you Gajeel. Gajeel? Izuku simply smiled at the black-haired man. Gajeel, get lost, I don't want to be your body. Izuku's smile turned nervous with a little sweat. Izuku thoughts, man, this guy has no restraint. Gajeel stood up, listen here, the only reason I'm here is to get work. I hate this guild and everyone in it, but times are tough, so I had no choice but to join. Izuku simply smiled, it's alright to be tough, but you don't need to be rude. Gajeel, what he said, backing up a little. Izuku, if Juvia cared enough to invite you here, then that means you're her friend, and a friend of hers is a friend of mine, so how about it Gajeel, I look forward to working with you. Izuku kept his smile as the shocked Gajeel shook his hands. Gajeel, whatever, fine sir. Izuku, used tell me Izuku. Gajeel, I feel more comfortable by calling you sir. Izuku, alright then. The group stood behind, completely shocked by what just happened. Juvia, he's amazing. Urza, that he is. Makarov, yes, that my boy. He said in happy tears until the light turned off and then back on, directed at the new guild stage where Mira was seated with a guitar. Izuku, hey Mira, we're home. Mira, it's great to see you, I missed you. Izuku, I'd like to dedicate this song to Fairy Tail's strongest team and their safe return. The entire guild erupted in cheers as she began to sing. As Gajeel's song ended with the entire guild fighting, Mira decided she wanted Izuku to sing. Izuku, wait Mira, still hold on. But it was too late, he was standing on the stage. Izuku, okay Sai, let's do this. Mira, hey everyone, Izuku's gonna sing. The entire guild stopped fighting and turned to see Izuku standing on the stage about to sing. The entire guild began to dance through the song as Izuku came down and began to dance as well. The entire guild had fun that day, and so did Gajeel. Time skip outside the guild hall in the park. Gajeel, Droy, Levi and Jet. Gajeel, so what's the deal? I don't have all day, so make it fast, sir is waiting for me so we can go on a job. Jet, we got a bone to pick with you. Droy, come on guys, can't we just forgive and forget? The duo glared at Gajeel while Levi hid behind the tree. Levi, maybe he's right guys, I mean now that he's in the guild he's not gonna do it again. Jet, we got to let him know. Droy, he can't mess with us. Gajeel simply smirked. Jet, that's right, go ahead and act tough while you still can. He shouted before charging forward and slamming into Gajeel's chest, sending the guy flying back. Droy, secret seed knuckle plant. Jet, flacken heaven soar. Gajeel slammed their feet in the ground and stopped flying back. Jet, what do you think of that? Droy, what happened to the tough guy act? Laxus, you're not giving the new guy a hard time, are ya? The two boys and Gajeel all looked towards Laxus, who walked up with a smirk. Laxus, but seeing as how this is the punk who destroyed our guild hall, I can understand. I bet the old geezer let you join the guild was because he was scared of you wrecking the place again. Laxus walked to Gajeel as veins began to show from his anger. Laxus, We've become the laughingstock of the whole magic community because of you. On my way back from the last job I stopped at some pubs and heard some things that really pissed me off. Everyone was talking about how weak the Fairy Tale Guild was. Now no one dared say that about us till you came along. Lighting began to bounce off Laxus as he sent a thunderbolt at Gajiel. Gajiel, Laxus, now you're gonna pay. Jet, you're taking this too far. Calm down, man. Droy, I know Laxus is strong and all, but something's not right here. It seems like Gajiel's going down too easy. Jet, I didn't realize it till now. Levi, he's not fighting back, he's letting them get their anger out on him. I think he's trying to get their acceptance. Laxus began stomping on Gajiel with Lighting on his feet. Laxus, you never should have messed with Fairy Tale Punk, cause now you're gonna have to deal with me. Jet, give it a rest. Laxus, leave him alone. Laxus, I'm not taking orders from you. He shouted before firing a lightning bolt at the three, but instead of hitting Jet and Droy it was about to hit Levi until something, or rather someone, came and saved her from the smoke. Raised Izuku holding Levi bridal style with a pissed expression on his face. Laxus, well, if it isn't the fairy hero Izu, the beach. Izuku vanished and reappeared, punching the ground so hard that it shattered entirely. Laxus used Lightning Body to appear above Izuku. Laxus, damn you. Izuku walked away from Laxus and picked Gajiel up. Izuku, are you alright? Gajiel, yes sir. Izuku, okay, let's get you home so you can rest. Laxus and Izuku left that day, both swearing that the other will pay. Walking through Magnolia, Izuku, Mira and Makarov are holding supplies for the guild, looking around and enjoying the sights of people smiling while they worked for the Harvest Festival. Makarov, the whole town is getting into the Harvest Festival spirit. Mira, and everyone at the guild is preparing as well. Makarov, of course people all over town come to see the Fairy Tale Guild's floats. Don't want to disappoint our fans, do we? Mira, it would be nice if Laxus would join us for once. Izuku, what, screw him, it's like you don't even want me here. Izuku said, heartbroken, till Mira kissed his cheek. Mira, my heart's you alone. She whispered in his ear till Makarov intervened. Makarov, the less said about that bum the better. Izuku agreed. Mira, I've heard from Levi and Izu that he's back in town. Even if he says no, it wouldn't hurt to ask him. Izuku, no, it wouldn't hurt to invite him. I'll hurt him instead. Makarov, he came back. Mira looked at Izuku as if saying, seriously, causing him to back down. Meanwhile, Makaro was remembering when Laxus was just a little kid and how he loved both the guild and the Harvest Festival more than anything, so the two waited for Makarov to snap out of it when they heard a kid say when he grew up he'd join Fairy Tale. Time skip in the guild. A massive crowd stood in front of the stage within the Fairy Tale Hall when Max came out. Max, the long wait is finally over, ladies and gentlemen. The time has finally come for the one and only Miss Fairy Tale contest, and I am your host, Max Allure, Sand Wizard Extraordinaire. The crowd cheered while Izuku, Natsu, Gray, and Elfman sat beside each other in front of the stage to watch. Shocking them, Natsu was there. Max, now introducing the girl who'll drink you under the table any day of the week, Kana Alberona. The crowd erupted in cheers for Kana as she came out, and then her clothes turned into a swimsuit. The entire celebration continued till Evergreen entered the picture and turned the girls to stone. Now Laxus has begun the battle of Fairy Tale. What will happen next? Izuketsu, Fijil, and Gramps all waited for the stone statues of the girls to break, and when Ursus one broke first, Izuku immediately jumped, hugging the life out of her. Then after a bit, he did the same to the other girls who were freed from the certification put on them by Evergreen. And now Izuku had gone and found Laxus, who attacked Urza since she was distracted because they saw Mystigan's face, and now to protect his friends Izuku will fight Laxus. Present. Laxus' aura began to grow larger and even more powerful, so powerful in fact that the air around them began to vibrate. Izuku, I think it's about time you give up. You'll never have Fairy Tale, cause I'll never let that happen. Laxus? Oh yeah, you don't know who you're messing with. I'm a lot stronger than any of you ever dreamed, and none of you are strong enough to stop me, so your best bet is to get out of my way. Izuku? Oh yeah, then it seems I'm gonna have to knock you down a few notches. Izuku jumped high into the air and touched the ceiling with his feet before rebounding off. One for all, Delaware smash. Laxus, come on, is that the best you've got? I have more power than you in my little finger. Izuku was sent smashing into the roof of the cathedral with dust covering him, that is till he smashed off the roof and dived down at Laxus, both covered in lightning-like auras. Izuku/Laxus, hiya. Laxus however got the best of Izuku. Izuku, He laid on the ground with yellow lightning pulsing from around his body while Laxus stood in front of him with his fist raised to the air and looking up. Izuku, man, what the hell is this? I never remembered this guy is so strong. What happened to him? Laxus, can you feel the electric energy from outside coming in? Izuku, I can't move. Laxus, it will plummet from the heavens and turn you into ash. Raging bolt. The floor where Izuku once laid in was completely broken, and smoking Izuku himself however was nowhere to be found. Laxus, haha, so who's the strongest fairy tale wizard now? Still not you. Laxus grew a shocked expression, looking up only to see Izuku holding the roof with one hand while his legs were completely shattered, bloody and purple. Izuku thoughts, damn my limit. He said to himself before going into his pocket and taking out a vial, putting it onto his leg with his left hand, causing them to grow green and heal, and then let go of the roof before landing onto the ground and looking at Laxus, who just grew stronger and stronger with each passing second. The lightning coming out of his body only grew stronger, causing not only the air to vibrate but also made his eyes flash yellow again and again. Laxus, what's the matter? You scared? You should be. Izuku only looked down with his hair covering his eyes before looking up, showing a face of pure determination. Izuku, I won't lose, not to you. Laxus, Izuku. Izuku, Laxus. Both, I will defeat you. Both charged at each other and exchanged attacks over and over again. Izuku, Laxus. Laxus, damn you. Both Izuku and Laxus struggled to lock eyes with each other again before going back to the punches. Izuku/Laxus, G.A. Izuku, I won't let you beat me. Laxus, the Izuku though. Both men spit out a little blood. Laxus grew angrier however, and with all his might sent a massive smash at Izuku, shaking everything around them. Laxus, why won't you just die already? Izuku was sent smashing into the brick wall a few meters away, shattering it and falling to the ground, but he refused to give up and stand. Laxus, ever since you came, all anyone has thought about is you, the great hero. All they think, all they talk about is you. It makes me sick. Why should they talk about a weakling like you when they have me? Laxus, I'll show them all who the true strongest is. Lightning Dragon. Izuku, no way, he's a dragon slayer. The lightning enveloped Izuku in a bright light. And as the explosion passed, it revealed him on the ground with lightning bouncing off of him, grunting in pain. Laxus, you're still alive? Damn, I was sure that would finish you off. Why won't you just kick the bucket already? Izuku, I can't move. Laxus, you bastard. The old man, Urza and Mystigan, Natsu and Gajeel, and all those weaklings in Fairy Tail and those pathetic people in Magnolia, your time is over. Nooabi. He shouted as lightning raged around him and the floor shattered with beams of light shooting out. Izuku, what are you thinking? Stop it right now, Laxus. Laxus roared out as he continued to build up power when both men heard Levi. Levi, Laxus, stop. Izuku and Laxus turned to see Levi hiding behind a pillar with Natsu and Gajeel behind her, both wounded from versing Laxus earlier. Izuku, Levi, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Levi, Laxus, you need to see the master, he doesn't have much time. But Laxus continued to build up power as tears brewed in Levi's eyes. Levi, Master Makarov, I mean your grandfather is close to death. Izuku, no way, not him. Izuku thought to himself in shock as Laxus' pupils revealed themselves again. Levi, stop this now, go see him one last time please before it's too late. Izuku, it can't be, it isn't possible, Gramps is gonna die. Levi, please Laxus. Laxus however showed an evil grin. Laxus, this is working out perfectly for me, now I have an even better chance at becoming Fairy Tail's master. Levi gasped in shock as Natsu and Gajeel snarled at Lax. Gajeel, damn you. Laxus, this will be the dawn of a new era. He said as the magic reached its limit and pinged, the light burst from every area within the cathedral. Levi fell to her knees. No, Laxus. Izuku, you can't do this, don't you care about Gramps at all? Laxus, Fairy Tail will strike fear into the hearts of its enemies. Laxus, I invoke fairy law. The light covered everything and the entire city. However, as the entire city was covered in the golden sphere of light, no one saw the massive green light which had taken down Fairy Law. Everyone watched as the bright golden light enveloped them as Laxus laughed. Laxus? Ha, I finally surpassed the old man. The light vanished, revealing an unharmed Natsu, Gajeel, and Levi, all coughing, shocking Laxus. Laxus, what the impossible? How are you all still alive? Levi, Gajeel, are you okay? Gajeel, yeah, I'm good. Levi, and it's a Gajeel, hell, looks just fine to me. Levi, thank goodness, she said, sighing with relief. Laxus, no, this can't be. How is it possible? I couldn't have failed the spell. No, or it was you, wasn't it, Izuku? He said, turning everyone's attention to Izuku, who was standing still with smoke coming off him. His hands held the sword of Basra, but when it vanished it revealed countless scars and bruises on Izuku. But what made Gajeel, Natsu and Levi gasp in fear and scream was the sight of his arms. Izuku fell to his knees. Gajeel, Natsu, Levi, Izuku/SR/Izu. They ran to him and checked on his wounds. His body was so damaged that Levi couldn't help but fear the worst. Laxus, how did you do it? Answer me. Natsu, what did you do? Izuku. Gajeel, I think he's the reason we're all still here. Levi, what do you mean? Gajeel, I knew I saw him. You see, when Laxus unleashed the spell, I saw someone run at the speed of lightning holding a sword and slash. Then the green completely overlapped Fairy Law, but I never thought it was him. Levi, he's amazing. Suddenly Fried showed up, wounded after his fight with Mira Jane, barely standing and leaning on the door of the cathedral, attracting all their attention. Laxus, Fried, looks like your spell didn't work thanks to the hero. Laxus, I know, but that doesn't mean I can't do it again. Fried, that's enough. Laxus, you can't win this battle, not against the hero. Give up and go see your grandfather. There might still be hope for forgiveness. Laxus shook in frustration before shouting. Laxus, he may be family, but I am stronger. Izuku, who the hell do you think you are? Shocking everyone, Izuku was back on his feet with wind and thunder flying around him, countering the lightning. Izuku, you're not stronger than Gramps. Fried, incredible. Izuku, you couldn't even complete Fairy Law. You're no better than the rest of us. Don't you know blood ties don't matter, cause everyone in the guild is supposed to be considered family. Laxus, you're wrong, blood ties do matter. Izuku, you've been a member long enough to know better than that. If you think that makes you above everyone else, then you're wrong. Laxus, and you're dead. Both Izuku and Laxus charged at each other, causing a massive burst of magic, to which they both launch into the sky, fighting lightning versus lightning. Izuku and Laxus clashed back and forth, causing sounds of thunder, attracting everyone's attention in the crowd as all of Fairy Tail came and witnessed both men battle. Izuku/Laxus, Laxus/Izuku Jurah. However, the pain from his injuries caused Izuku to falter. Laxus, Izuku coughed out blood as Laxus began to punch him with lightning-infused punches, which caused everyone to shake in fear of all the crunching noises coming from Izuku and echoes of Laxus lightning upon collision. Urza, stand up. Mira, fight. Fairy Tail, come on. Izuku. Laxus, die. But before his fist could make collision, Izuku was instantly under Laxus' fist and uppercutting the blonde into the cathedral wall. Laxus smashed out the wall and looked at Izuku in pure anger. Laxus, why won't you just die already? He said as he generated lightning in both his hands. Izuku, Fairy Tail is our home. There's no way I'd let you destroy it, never even if I have to stop you. I won't give up. Laxus, I am gonna obliterate you. Lightning Dragon Heavenward Halberd. Fried, you'll kill him. Girls, stop it. Fairy Tail, Izuku. Laxus, The lightning upon collision caused a massive explosion and everyone was left in tears, but when the smoke cleared they found Izuku standing covered in smoke, his entire body bloody and bruised but still standing. Laxus, no one could survive that. What are you? Izuku walked forward, shocking everyone. Izuku, I am the predecessor to the #1 hero, All Might. Laxus, stay back. He shouted, throwing a lightning bolt at Izuku only for it to be destroyed by a golden shield. Izuku, I am the light in the darkness. Laxus, get away from me. He shouted, about to turn into lightning and vanish, but Izuku grabbed his wrist, somehow stopping him. Izuku, I am the fairy hero Eldrago and I will make you pay for hurting my family. Laxus, stop it. Izuku, United States of Smash. The smash was so powerful that it not only destroyed the ground and everything above it but created a massive tornado nearly swallowing up everyone. Laxus was nearly conscious, that is, till he saw something. Laxus' thoughts, this light and his smile. Izuku is smiling. Laxus teared up. Laxus, he truly is a hero. And with that, he gave in and lost consciousness. Fairy Tail stood there looking at Izuku in complete and utter shock, but Mira ran up and caught Izuku, who fell burying his head into her breast with tears in her eyes. Mira, you're an idiot. Izuku was barely able to speak but said, I'm just happy you're safe, he told her with a smile before falling asleep as well. Mira, I hate you my Izu, she said before putting his head into her lap so he can sleep. The final battle between the heroes and the villain had ended with so many deaths and I was completely useless. Why am I so weak? I wish I could save them.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.